Good morning and welcome to today's New York City Council hearing for the Committee on Consumer and Worker Protection. At this time, please silence all electronic devices. If you wish to submit testimony, you may at testimony@council.nyc.gov. Chair, we are ready to begin.
Good morning. My name is Marjorie Velasquez, and I am the chair of the Committee on Consumer and Worker Protection, and I'd like to welcome you to our hearing on intros 813, 891, and 818. I'd like to recognize my fellow council members, Salamanca, Menon, and Ose. Also, I'd like to start off with intro 813, sponsored by Councilmember Holden, which would establish exemptions for third-party food delivery services from the limits on fees charged to restaurants. In 2021, this council passed a local law to permanently cap the fees third-party food delivery services can charge restaurants. This cap protects restaurants from fees imposed by delivery services, which was critical during the pandemic and continues to be vital to this day. Intro 813 would amend this law by allowing third-party delivery services to increase their fees for restaurants that choose to pay for more additional services, such as marketing in the apps. Intro 891, sponsored by Councilmember Salamanca, would amend an outdated law to allow sports venues to participate in games of chance for charitable purposes. This bill would permit our favorite stadiums, Yankee Stadium, and arenas like Citi Field, Yankee Stadium, and MSG to participate in 50-50 raffles and other games of chance to raise money for our local organizations in our communities. It would create more opportunities for nonprofits to receive the funds they so desperately need to be able to continue their work on the causes that we care about. Lastly, Intro 818, sponsored by Councilmember Brewer, would establish an outreach and education campaign to provide information to workers who may not know the Temporary Schedule Change Act. The Temporary Schedule Change Act, which was enacted by local law in 2018, protects workers who seek temporary changes to their work schedules for personal events. Under this local law, workers can request changes without fear of retaliation. The strength of the Temporary Schedule Change Act depends on workers' awareness that such protections exist. An outreach and education program related to this local law would provide workers with critical information related to their rights in the workplace. I look forward to hearing from you all on each of these bills, and I'm going to turn it over now to Councilmember Salamanca to make an opening statement.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. If you visit virtually any college or professional sporting events across the country, you are bound to see the same thing play out in concessions, concourse, and other fan areas. Fans lining up for the opportunity to purchase a 50-50 game raffles. For those of you that don't know, 50-50 raffles are a simple concept. Teams sell numbered raffle tickets at varying price points before and during the game, before announcing the winning ticket in the latter half of the game. While 50% of the proceeds go to a winning fan, the other 50 goes to a far more meaningful purpose, a local charity of the team's choice. Across the country, teams are raising incredible amounts of money for local charities. In 2022, besides winning the Super Bowl, the Los Angeles Rams of the National Football League set an NFL single-season 50-50 raffle record by raising $1.7 million in raffle sales across 8 games. Across 8 home games at that. Here in New York State, the Buffalo Bills 50-50 raffle raising money for pediatric cancer research has become so popular, they've expanded their in-game raffle sales to include online sales. Just 30 minutes from City Hall in Elmont, New York, the New York Islanders routinely sell 50-50 raffles for their own charity. But right here in New York City, the practice is not allowed under the city charter. Intro 891 would change that by allowing sports venues in the city to host 50-50 raffles, raising thousands of dollars for local charities in the process. Thank you, Chair Velasquez, for allowing me to speak on this bill and for being a co-sponsor as well.
Okay, I'd like to recognize Councilmember Abreu, who has joined us. Unfortunately, because we still don't have quorum, we cannot hear from Councilmember Holden, so we will begin with testimony from the administration.
Thank you, Chair Velasquez. Good morning and welcome. My name is Sarah Swain, counsel to the Committee on Consumer and Worker Protection, and I will be moderating today's hearing. Before we begin, I'd like to remind everyone that is joining us via Zoom that you will be on mute until you are called on to testify, at which point you will be asked to accept to be unmuted by the host. I'll be calling on public witnesses to testify after the conclusion of the administration's testimony and council member questions, so please listen carefully for your name to be called. We will first be inviting testimony from the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection and Small Business Services. At this time, I will administer the affirmation. Administration panelists, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? You may begin.
Good morning, Chair Velasquez and members of the committee. My name is Carlos Ortiz, and I'm the Assistant Commissioner for External Affairs at the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection. I am joined by Elizabeth Wagner, our Deputy Commissioner for the Office of Labor Policy and Standards, Andrew Schrank, our Associate General Counsel, and Stephen Picker, Executive Director of Food and Beverage Industry Partnership at the Department of Small Business Services. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on Introductions 813, 818, and 891 relating to delivery fee caps, the temporary schedule change law, and games of chance, respectively. These three bills each highlight different aspects of the varied work we do to protect New Yorkers during their daily lives and uplift the small businesses that bring vibrancy and necessary services to our communities. As part of our licensing of online third-party food delivery services, also known as delivery apps, DCWP enforces caps on what delivery apps can charge restaurants for each delivery they facilitate. Currently, delivery apps can only charge a restaurant a total of 23% of an order in fees, broken down as follows: up to 15% for delivery fees, up to 3% for transaction fees, and up to 5% for other fees. The caps on fees that delivery apps can charge restaurants were first created by the City Council during the COVID-19 pandemic and were later made permanent under Local Law 103 of 2021. Local Law 103 also requires DCWP to submit a report every 2 years to the Council that provides feedback on the impact of the fee caps in New York City. Introduction 813 seeks to amend the fee caps. Our understanding of the bill as drafted is that it will allow delivery apps to charge additional fees to restaurants in exchange for being listed and marketed on their platforms. My colleague at the Department of Small Business Services can speak more directly to the fee caps and their impact on New York City's restaurants and small businesses. As the restaurant industry continues to recover, SBS is ready to provide continued support and help small businesses navigate a rapidly changing market landscape. As an enforcement agency, DCWP will enforce the fee caps at the limits mandated by local law. We are also on track to submit the required report on the impact of the fee caps this September. If the fee caps are amended before that time, we believe that the report will need to be pushed back to account for the changed circumstances in the industry. I would also note that the current fee caps are subject to ongoing litigation. Under the temporary schedule change law, employees are entitled to a temporary adjustment to their normal work hours or location for certain personal events. The temporary change could include shifting working hours, taking unpaid time off, or swapping working hours with a coworker. Employees are protected from retaliation for making requests under this law. An employee is guaranteed up to 2 schedule changes per year for a maximum of 2 business days. The law covers only certain types of personal events, which include caregiving for an employee's family member with a disability, or for a child under 18, attending a public benefits hearing, or anything that would be permissible under the New York City Paid Safe and Sick Leave law. Introduction 818 will require DCWP to conduct an annual outreach campaign to inform New Yorkers about the temporary schedule change law. The agency will be required to develop and distribute materials relating to the law to employers, who would then be required to distribute them to their employees. Additionally, DCWP would have to implement a media campaign online and on television, radio, and print. DCWP supports the intent of this bill. We are committed to educating New Yorkers about their rights in the workplace. DCWP currently does extensive outreach on all its worker rights. In 2022 alone, our community affairs team conducted more than 250 worker-focused events in partnership with community organizations, sister agencies, and elected officials, reaching more than 20,000 New Yorkers. We would recommend that the bill also include outreach on the Paid Safe and Sick Leave law, which also provides vital opportunities for workers to address personal needs. A combined outreach campaign would provide workers with a complete understanding of their rights to time off under city law. Additionally, we would like to explore ways to refine the protections under the temporary schedule change law to align them with those under the Paid Safe and Sick Leave law and reduce administrative burdens on our small businesses and workers. We look forward to working with the Council as this bill continues through the legislative process. Currently, both New York City and the New York State Gaming Commission regulate charitable gaming. In New York City, DCWP issues licenses to nonprofits operating games of chance, such as a raffle. Currently, operators of games of chance cannot offer prizes worth more than $100, allow wagers more than $10, admission fees more than $2, or conduct more than 12 games a year. There are also restrictions on the amount of advertising an organization may do and how much the organization may compensate the staff that operates the game. Finally, New York City law prohibits the sale of alcohol other than beer during games of chance. Instruction 891 would provide exemptions to these restrictions for games of chance that take place at professional sporting venues. DCWP supports this legislation and efforts like this to modernize games of chance and align it with New York State charitable gaming regulations. Currently, other New York State-based sports venues hold charitable games of chance on site, including the Buffalo Bills and the New York Islanders. New York City sports teams should also have that right. DCWP looks forward to working with the council as this bill moves forward. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on these 3 bills. We look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Okay, I'd like to begin with Intro 891. How many games of chance licenses did the department issue last year?
I'm sorry, I don't have that number in this document right now, but I'll find it for you before this hearing ends.
Thank you. And how many games of chances license were forfeited last year?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
How many were forfeited last year? You don't have that either?
No, we
You
do
don't
not.
have- Okay. Does 891 raise any concerns about processing new license applications?
No, it does not raise those concerns for us. Ultimately, we feel that this bill is helping align games of chance in New York City with the state. And in terms of that type of modernization, we think it's important for games of chance licensees.
Does the department anticipate Intro 891 to cause any changes to the current application process?
No, we do not anticipate changes to our application process at this time.
Okay. Moving along to 818. Local Law 69 of 2018 allows employees to take 2 temporary schedule changes per calendar year, and it became effective August 28, 2020. Since then, how many complaints have been filed with the department related to the Temporary Schedule Change Act?
Since then, we received a total of 16 complaints.
How many violations of Section 20-1262 have been issued by the department?
Since 2018, we've opened 6 investigations that related to the temporary schedule change law.
Any violations or penalties?
Yes, council member, we've assessed a total of $11,500 in restitution in cases involving violations, 2 cases involving violations of the temporary schedule change law.
What kinds of outreach has the department conducted related to Local Law 69 of 2018?
I think in terms of the temporary schedule change law, we have information that's available on our website. We have discussed it at our worker-focused events. I think ultimately this bill is important to us because it offers an opportunity to elevate the temporary schedule change law as it relates also to paid safe and sick leave and make needed changes to the law that perhaps will promote its use more often and its understanding among workers, particularly as it relates to reducing administrative burdens. Currently, well, let me pass it to my colleague as well, who can describe kind of what the process is now for a worker in a business when they're requesting these type of changes.
So the temporary schedule change law, as you noted, allows for 2 schedule changes per year. That can be a situation where a worker asks for a change in hours or for an accommodation like remote work, or it could just be up to 2 days of unpaid time off per year. The reasons a worker can use time could be are a little bit more expansive than the paid safe and sick leave law, including childcare reasons and public benefits hearings, or of course for any use that's allowed under the paid safe and sick leave law. So there is sort of an alignment between the 2 laws and they relate to each other. That's why we think, with an outreach campaign, it would be really valuable to workers to understand how these rights intersect and to be able to message it that way while also making sure people are aware of their rights under the paid safe and sick leave law.
Can you describe to me what kind of support is currently available to employees and employers seeking more information related to the Temporary Schedule Change Act?
We have a detailed FAQ on our website that explains exactly how the law works, how to access it, and then for employers, how to offer the benefit.
Councilmember, to follow up on your earlier question, I'm sorry to interject, but there are currently 19 licensees of games of chance in New York City.
19?
Yes.
Okay. Any forfeited last year or no?
We don't have that data,
Okay.
how many were forfeited.
And where can an employee go with questions related to the Temporary Schedule Change Act?
We take questions on our intake hotline, so anyone can call 311 to get to our intake and get more information, or they can go to our website to get more information.
Perfect, thank you. Moving along to 813, which I think this is why we have a lot of folks here today. So Local Law 103 of 2021 established a permanent cap on fees for third-party delivery services charged to food service establishments. It was enacted on September 26, 2021, and effective January 24th, 2022. It is codified in 20-56.3.3 of the Administrative Code. It requires DCWP to submit a report recommending the maintenance or adjustment of the caps on third-party delivery fees. Does the administration anticipate any issues meeting the September 30th reporting deadline?
Thank you, Councilmember. We do not anticipate any delays, and we're on track for the September report at this time.
How do you think 813 would impact the admin's ability to complete the report on time?
Well, I do think that if there are changes or amendments to the fee caps, that it would be important to also adjust when the report is due, in case there are any impacts to the industry that should be taken into account. The report is meant to be a review of the impact of the fee caps.
How do you anticipate the passage of Intro 813 impact these recommendations included in the report?
Well, I think we'd have to, if the introduction was to pass, I think we'd have to consider how the changes, amendments in the fee caps are impacting our small businesses, the industry overall. Ultimately for us, it's important that a report is comprehensive of the lay of the land as it is for our businesses.
How many complaints have you received related to the delivery fee caps?
Thank you, Councilmember. We haven't received any complaints specifically about the delivery fee caps. We have received a handful of complaints against third-party food delivery apps in recent years, but mostly having to do with general consumer protection issues such as overcharging or refund policy issues.
How many violations of delivery fee caps have been issued?
We haven't issued any violations.
How much restitution has the department recovered on behalf of food service establishments for violations of delivery fee caps?
No restitution in that space.
Sorry, I know it's repetitive, but we got to get this on the record. How has Local Law 103 of 2021 affected wages or working conditions for people who deliver food or beverages for third-party food delivery services?
Thank you, Councilmember. That is something that's going to be captured in our report in September. I think there are multiple moving pieces I think that would impact that report. It could be this introduction, it could be the ongoing litigation, it could be our efforts around supporting workers in other sectors of this industry. I think it'd be premature at this moment to discuss that factor of the report.
So are you aware of any changes to wages or working conditions since the implementation of this law?
I would say at this point in time that we are still collecting information about the impact of the fee caps. Ultimately, I do want to provide some larger context. The council has been discussing fee caps as it relates to delivery apps and restaurants since 2019. We had the emergency legislation in 2020, and then we had the more permanent legislation in 2021. Ultimately, DCWP is committed to enforcing the fee caps, and if the council decides on further changes to it, we will enforce whatever limits those are as well.
Does the admin support capping the fees third-party delivery services can impose upon food service establishments?
Thank you, Councilmember. I think in terms of that question, given the ongoing litigation, the advice that we have from Law Department is not to provide a position on that.
Okay. Has the department had any problems enforcing Local Law 103 of 2021, the delivery fee cap?
Well, I think, as I was mentioning earlier in terms of the context, the Office of Special Enforcement was initially the agency tasked with enforcing the fee caps, and they did a lot of compliance work with delivery apps. When we were standing up our licensing protections, our licensing requirements for delivery apps, we also did a lot of compliance work. As my colleague Andrew Schwenk mentioned, we haven't received any complaints about this or any complaints or had to issue any violations at this time.
Does the department have concerns about enforcing Intro 813?
Well, this introduction, as we understand it, as it's drafted, it would create another tier, an 8% increase on fees, another tier for which if a restaurant wanted to access one type of services versus another. So I think it would fall in line with our current enforcement work.
Councilmember, I would just add, we do have some confusion about the language as drafted, and so we look forward to hashing that out with your offices after the
Okay, what's the confusion?
whether it's an additional 8% added or some other additional cap on marketing services, and we're interested in clearing up that vagueness.
Okay, looking forward to it. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Chi Ose.
Chair, I don't have any questions for this specific bill, but questions for the delivery caps bill, but thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Menon?
Oh, great. Well, thank you so much, Chair, for holding this important hearing. I just have a couple questions about staffing. For all of these bills that are being discussed today, how would the proposed PEGs affect the implementation of these various bills?
Thank you, Councilmember. I think just going one by one, perhaps. On the Games of Chance bill, I think this is just creating certain exemptions as it relates to sports venues. So nothing would change necessarily in our processes or require additional staff. Similarly, on Instruction 813, it would change particularly what limit of the cap we're enforcing right now, which again, as an enforcement agency, we will enforce whatever legislatively mandated limit there is. On temporary schedule change law, this is an outreach campaign which does, which I think we could contemplate there being resource needs there, but I think that's a conversation we'll address with OMB and our colleagues there who've always supported our needs with respect to this type of legislation.
Okay, thank you. And since you have not had complaints over Local Law 103, would you anticipate that if 813 is implemented, you would still utilize the Office of Special Enforcement at all, or no?
Well, I'm sorry if I was unclear earlier. Currently, just DCWP is conducting the enforcement on the fee caps. The Office of Special Enforcement was the lead enforcement agency in 2020. But in 2021, when the licensing scheme was set up for delivery apps and the fee caps are put under that licensing scheme, that's when we stepped in.
Okay, and how many staff members would you anticipate then would be involved in terms of implementing 813?
I think it would be the same folks that we have right now. Again, I think it was just changing the particular limits. I'm trying to think about the size of the division right now. But it certainly involves in terms of the type of work. There could be intake personnel, attorneys, things like that we have the resources for.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Salamanca?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank you for coming to today's hearing and testifying. Just have a few questions on Intro 891 on the 50/50 raffle bill. Why was it exempt in New York City opposed to other parts of the state of New York?
Well, I think within New York City, we wasn't necessarily exempt. We had additional regulations on Games of Chance. Perhaps, Andy, can you provide some examples of that?
Yeah, the background law here is in New York state law, and as Carlos mentioned, we have additional restrictions in New York City law that, to my understanding, are fairly old. And so what this bill would do is kind of modernize some of those and allow sports venues to take advantage of raffles.
Currently, you mentioned that there are 19 licenses. Can you give us an idea of who has these licenses? Is it churches?
I think that's correct, council member. You know, historically, I mean, it's for charitable organizations. Historically, churches is one of those things. I think for myself, I definitely heard in terms of your opening remarks how important it would be for other venues to be able to access this type of license and activity to the benefit of local community members.
And council member, I would just add that the license is restricted to authorized organizations, which means nonprofits and religious charities. And so that every licensee is a nonprofit or religious charity.
Should this bill pass in the council, how soon can we implement this bill for the sports venues in the city of New York?
Well, the bill itself says it's effective immediately. I think we would. Sorry.
But can your agency, be able to put out the regulations immediately once this bill is passed?
I think generally we're happy to work with the council on an effective date that is expeditious. That said, I mean, for any piece of legislation, there is an implementation that is required. So we would appreciate a partnership on that. But ultimately, it's important to us to modernize these games of chance. So we will be happy to work with you all.
All right. You did mention currently, right now, the way the law is written, there are some restrictions in terms of their liquor license, what they can serve. My understanding in your statement, you mentioned only beer is allowed. Should this bill pass, would this affect these sporting venues? Would this affect their liquor license?
No, it would allow the raffles to take place when other alcohol sales were also occurring. And I believe that's part of the modernization effort in this bill.
All right. What would your applications fee be?
Our application fee wouldn't be changing under this. We can get you the exact number on what the fee is. It is generally application fees are tied to the work it takes in for the agency to process them.
All right. Can you get back to us on what the application fee would be?
Yes, we can.
All right.
For sure.
And then oversight. How will you ensure that these sporting venues are actually? How will you ensure that the sporting venues are actually doing their part and giving 50% of their of the winnings to not-for-profit organizations?
Thank you, council member. We could look into those issues if we had concerns or complaints, and would also partner with the New York State Gaming Commission on Enforcement, which is involved in this space.
All right. There has to be an administrative fee. I understand that for these sporting venues. Currently, in these 19 licenses that there are in the city of New York, do they report back in terms of the earnings, the winnings, and any administrative fees that may incur?
I think there are reporting requirements in the law. I don't have that in front of me, but we'd be happy to get you that information.
Okay. All right, that's good for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilmember Abreu.
Thank you, Chair. Just want, if you could reiterate on the record, so there should be no issue with implementing 891. Is that correct? And the administration's in favor?
We support that bill. Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, I got a couple more for you on our favorite 813. So quickly, how many apps will be affected by 813?
Currently, we have 35 licensed third-party food delivery apps, and there are a few pending applications and could always be more in the future. So I think that would be the group that we'd be looking at.
And so how many you said are registered?
35 currently.
35, and how many are pending?
I don't quote me on this. I believe there's 2 right now, but that number could change anytime, of course.
Okay, and just, I guess, what we're dealing with is the unintended consequences, right? So did DCWP study the issue or issue a report before agreeing to enforce the law?
So I believe, in terms of the overall context, I think this was legislation that was developed by the council over the course of many years. We were tasked with, as a licensing agency, we were tasked with enforcing the law. and the law itself had a reporting mechanism that's built out for every 2 years. So that first report's going to be in September. That said, if the council does decide to proceed with these amendments, we'd like to push back that report to acknowledge the changes in the fee caps.
And so, talking more about unintended consequences, have you considered or are you monitoring any unintended consequences on our small businesses with not only the initial delivery service cap, but also what the marketing cap would be?
Thank you for the question, Chair. We are seeing impact on both sides. We're clearly seeing impact, positive impact for the businesses that take advantage of this new playing field and marketing services that these companies offer. We're also seeing the unintended consequences of a lot of businesses believing that this service is going to help them and ending up sort of moving down the road long term and seeing negative financial results for their businesses. So we are anxious to hear from all the stakeholders here today, of which there are many. And we look forward to understanding, it's a complex issue, and we look forward to understanding both sides of the argument.
Have you been able to investigate wage theft claims against the apps versus the historic wage theft committed by the industry?
Sorry. Well, I mean, with respect to wage theft as it relates to employees, that's something that's under the purview of New York State. So that's not something that we would investigate.
How about any complaints with regards to wage theft on the apps versus on the restaurants itself? Have you investigated any complaints or?
I don't have numbers here today. We have opened some investigations relating to that issue of non-pay.
How do you think the delivery apps will adapt to pay workers more under the upcoming earner standards if they can't charge restaurants more?
I think that's something that we would have to, I think today is a good opportunity to hear from the app industry, from restaurants, from delivery workers in terms of what the impacts might be here, if there's amendments. The report does contemplate reviewing this part of the industry, working conditions. But I think for us right now, it's a bit too early to comment on it.
Are all 35 registered apps subject to the caps?
Yes, they are, Councilmember.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. We're good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. And we'll be sure to have folks listening in on the hearing as well. We were very interested to hear from the stakeholders involved.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair. We're going to give the administration an opportunity to collect their things, and then we will turn to public testimony. You will have 2 minutes to testify, so please begin once your time starts. Council members who have questions for a particular panelist should let me know. And I will call on you after the panelist has completed their testimony. For panelists on Zoom, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you, and the Sergeant at Arms will give you the go-ahead to begin. Please wait for that announcement before you begin delivering your testimony. For those testifying in person, you can come up to the chairs right here and make sure that when you've started, you push the button and the red light turns on. Our first panel will be an in-person panel that will be Stanley Schlein, Brian Smith, Misha Porter, and Jane Sun.
This is not a testimony reference. Put the one for the red, right?
Welcome. So we have a couple of questions, and go Yankees. We all understand tomorrow's opening day, and we are Yankee fans here, so there is a bias. We'd love for you to start, Brian.
Good morning. My name is Brian Smith. I'm the Senior Vice President of Corporate and Community Relations for the New York Yankees. And on behalf of the New York Yankees organization, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to gather for today's hearing focused on amending the administrative code of the City of New York in relation to conducting charitable gaming in professional sporting venues. The potential associated with today's hearing is directly in line with the New York Yankees' commitment to consistently engage our neighbors and community/corporate partners to develop and nurture networks that best position outreach efforts to generate access required to address concerns and challenges experienced throughout our surrounding communities. Through the steadfast focus of the Yankees organization and our partner networks, on an annual basis, several millions of dollars in resources are dedicated to drive points of access that promote education, health and wellness, diversity, equity, and inclusion, economic development, and combat quality of life concerns. Related initiatives have proven to be instrumental in chipping away at disparities and fueling change, but it's imperative to evolve and adapt when needed to sustain the impact of ongoing efforts and enhance the existing pipeline of resources required to meet citywide spikes and insecurities. The charitable gaming model in the form of the 50-50 raffle in professional sporting venues has proven to be a resourceful tool to move the needle in markets in New York State and throughout the nation. Such a platform represents the potential for the Yankees and professional sports organizations citywide to drastically increase their investment dedicated to meeting the needs of their neighbors. This opportunity generates a great deal of excitement and represents an influx of resources primed to fuel sustainable change throughout New York City. Once again, thank you for this opportunity, and we're excited to see where we go with this and explore next steps. Thank you.
Thank you. Quickly, how do you intend to operate games of chance at your facility?
Well, we would, all right, and I would also like to turn that over to Stanley Sline, who has been working hand in hand with us on this effort.
Certainly.
Let's turn it over to Stanley then.
All right. Maybe by way of background, and I will get to you the answer to your question, Madam Chair, momentarily. These amendments that are being considered to what was originally adopted as Local Law 56 of 1976. 47 years ago, the then Speaker of the City Council, Thomas Cute, introduced the original piece of legislation drafted in a currently inartful way by a fool. I am that fool. So I'm glad to be back here at 47 years later and seeking appropriate amendments, and hopefully the committee will favorably consider them. With that said, there are a number of questions that were asked earlier on the bill, and I can answer them sequentially. Number one, the state of New York, under its Gaming Commission, requires annual reports of the monies raised and the monies distributed. It is very rigorously evaluated and monitored, and the City of New York has historically deferred to the Gaming Commission for that purpose. And I believe it'll do the same thing then. We, as the New York Yankee Foundation, led by Brian Smith, are eagerly awaiting the adoption of the bill to make application for licensure, both at the state level and on the city level. And we will be conducting those games of chance in-house and online at each and every Yankee home game. And so hopefully that answers some of the questions that were put forward. I would be remiss if I didn't also thank very, very much from the bottom of the Yankee heart all the collaboration that has gone into the adoption, the consideration, I should say, I don't want to get ahead of it myself, of this piece of legislation. Certainly we thank the chair very much for considering, co-sponsoring and calling for this hearing. Sponsor Salamanca and his staff member, Brian Hetty, who is sitting over there, we thank him. and certainly the council, Austin Malone, who helped craft this bill, and again, Carlos Ortiz, from Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Consumer Affairs, Worker Protection, who was very active in supporting the drafting and adoption of this legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A couple of more questions. Which games of chance do you plan to operate?
It will be 50-50 raffles in stadium
That's it?
and online, 50-50 raffles, yes.
And how much money do you anticipate raising through this operation?
We are in projections, we're projecting several $1 million in addition to the resources we currently dedicate to outreach, to be in a position to dedicate those back to community outreach and to address concerns in our neighboring communities.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was the option of online participation on the table, and you said yes. How would this go? Would there be a special app that you would have to create? How do you envision this?
We could talk through a number of concepts. It could be directing you to our site. It could be apps. It could be a number of things, and we can hash that out within the guidelines. But we think it's imperative to have that option to be able to do it in stadium and online.
Yeah. I know currently the New York Yankees has a not-for-profit arm.
That's correct.
Where you give back to non-for-profits who would have to apply, and you have a board. How will the distribution of these funds, how will that operate? Will that not-for-profit be in charge, or will you create a new, an extension?
The registered non-for-profit will be the New York Yankees Foundation. The resources will be allocated directly through the New York Yankees Foundation, directly to our neighboring communities.
And currently, through your foundation, how much does the New York Yankees actually donate to?
When you look at the Yankees, it's an umbrella of a number of areas that dedicate resources to outreach. And we are flexible and we're creative when we do that, because we want to make the greatest impact possible. There's a New York Yankees organization, there's a New York Yankees Foundation, there's our community benefit agreement with our new stadium, there's our business partners, our sponsors, where in all those deals, there's usually a carve-out with some kind of outreach focus related to it. So we tap into all those buckets, and we engage our neighbors and community partners to identify these concerns, and we address them, and we allocate those resources appropriately.
All right. How many non-for-profits does the foundation fund? Yearly?
It would be hundreds, I would say, and offhand it would be tough to just say the exact number, but I would say hundreds. I'm comfortable with saying that, and I've been with the Yankee organization. This will be my 31st season with the organization.
And then finally, just interested, the administrative fees. What do you anticipate the administrative fees being?
I don't know the exact administrative fees, but I view that would be an investment to move the needles in our communities. Yeah. So I think it would be well worth it.
Yeah. I just want to say that, when this bill was presented to me, I was immediately in favor of it. We speak about the needs in the borough of the Bronx, and this is just another revenue stream for not-for-profits to service Bronx sites. So I just want to say I'm excited to get this to the council, and hopefully we can get this passed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, members of the committee. Chair.
No more questions? Misha, would you like to?
Good morning. Thank you all for having me today. It's always a privilege to be before the council and my members in particular, especially on this special day. My name is Dr. Misha Porter. I'm the president and CEO of the Bronx Community Foundation, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify with the New York City Council regarding the need to allow charitable organizations to conduct games of chance at sporting venues. Thank you, Chairperson Velasquez, and all members of the committee for calling this hearing today. Founded in 2017, the Bronx Community Foundation is the first and only community foundation in the Bronx solely dedicated to delivering resources across the borough. The foundation works to eradicate inequity and build lasting, sustainable futures for all Bronxites. Central to this mission is our commitment to advancing racial equity and ensuring all Bronxites, regardless of their background, have access to the same opportunities. In order to achieve this mission, we need all hands on deck, and that's why I'm here today. The foundation would not be able to complete its work without critical partnerships with countless other organizations in the borough. Not only do these partnerships increase our giving pool, but they also expand our reach and help amplify our mission to several different audiences. This is crucial to the success of our organization and the hundreds of nonprofits around the city and in our great borough. Thus, I'm strongly in favor of the passage of 0891-223, a bill that would have widespread impact for the philanthropic giving throughout our state and bolster nonprofit community partnerships. This bill has the potential to transform how nonprofits based in New York City can raise funds, giving a significant boost to our revenues and to our base of potential donors. Traditional 50-50 raffles are increasingly gaining popularity across the country and are ideal fundraising methods for nonprofits of all sizes, but especially smaller organizations. Organizations are able to raise money quickly and connect with new donors without having to put in a lot of additional legwork to organize fundraising events, which is often necessary when nonprofits are too often short-staffed and stretched thin. And being a part of a 50-50 raffle paves the way for opportunities down the line when organizations can look toward sports teams when they need additional support outside of a raffle. Establishing strong relationships with local sports teams through 50-50 raffles, especially organizations like the Yankees, which have a strong presence in the community and an exemplary track record of giving back, is a no-brainer for nonprofits. The New York Yankees Foundation has been a strong supporter of the Bronx Community Foundation's work to build generational wealth and create a more equitable economy in the Bronx. Now, you all know I've spent over 20 years in education, the majority of that time in the Bronx. As a result, I have had a personal, long-standing relationship with the New York Yankees. When I was a principal, the Yankees contributed greatly to my schools, supporting our students through internships, job opportunities. In fact, every time I'm at the stadium, I run into a student who's still working there, and also providing scholarships to students. Additionally, when I was executive superintendent, each year we've partnered with the Yankees to host Bronx Education All-Star Day, where we bring over 10,000 students to the stadium to celebrate their achievements in school throughout the year. On this day, students take over the stadium with the gates opening just for them and to celebrate them. And finally, in partnership with the Yankees in my current role, we hosted National Nonprofit Day last year with the Yankees within 48 hours honoring nonprofits by providing tickets to a game for them and their clients. I've seen the benefits of strong partnerships with the Yankee organization and look forward to the passing of this bill, increasing the philanthropic ways the Yankees and other sports teams across New York City can support the work of nonprofits. Allowing the Yankees and other sports teams across the city to host raffles would only boost the good work that those teams are already doing and that our nonprofits do every day. To be clear, the team would not benefit from the raffle. All proceeds would go to the team's charitable foundations or to the nonprofits they support. Not to mention, these raffles are a source of entertainment for all who participate. For too long, New York has been missing out on these fundraising opportunities due to this outdated restriction. I urge the council to pass this bill and allow nonprofits to tap into a promising new funding stream to support our growth and healing in our deeply beloved communities. Thank you for allowing me to testify this morning, and I look forward to working with the city council members, the New York Yankee organization, to continue to tackle this important issue.
Thank you so much. And now, Jane, if you don't mind. And sorry for all the love to the Yanks. We love the Mets. It's just that, you know, like,
I
we're
understand, I
Bronxites here, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, Thank you so much. No problem. There you go.
Good morning, honorable members of the committee and staff. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to share a few words in support of this bill. My name is Jane Sun. I'm the co-head of the Foundation and Community Engagement team with the New York Mets, and I manage the day-to-day activities of the Amazin' Mets Foundation. The Amazin' Mets Foundation serves the largest New York City borough by area, the second largest borough by population, and is in what is known as the world's borough because it is home to people from more than 100 different countries. We have seen firsthand how nonprofit organizations in Queens is a lifeline to the community, particularly the diverse communities represented in Queens. Since its inception in 2021, the Amazin' Mets Foundation has raised just over $8 million through a few key fundraising initiatives and campaigns. With this, the foundation has funded over $5 million in grants to over 100 organizations. These organizations work tirelessly to provide programs geared towards hunger relief, youth development, and community services. We've all seen the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on food insecurity, access to education and learning, mental health and well-being, and generally on people's livelihoods. And there's a sense of urgency and consistent feedback that we are receiving from our fans and members of the community that more is needed, and we're doing what we can to support this increased need. This past spring training season, we actually piloted our first 50-50 raffle program in Florida. There were 16 games at Clover Park in Port St. Lucie, and with a general admission capacity of 7,100, the foundation will benefit from gross proceeds of over $100,000 from this raffle program, which will be distributed into programs in the Port St. Lucie County community. Citi Field's capacity is over 5 times the capacity of Clover Park. And with 81 home games to be hosted by the New York Mets during the regular season, a 50-50 raffle program in New York could be a tremendous fundraising resource to the foundation and have an equally tremendous impact on the surrounding community. The approval of the proposed changes to amend the administrative code of the City of New York in relation to allowing charitable organizations to conduct games of chance at professional sporting venues will give our foundation not just a key fundraising opportunity to enhance our ability to further support the organizations who continue to work relentlessly to address the increased demands on access to numerous resources so vital to children, family, and underserved groups in our community, but also these changes will provide a mechanism for those fans who want to give back to their community a way to do so and create a sense of belonging and connection to the City of New York. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Councilmember Abreu.
For the record, I also bleed blue.
Thank you.
I have to ask, how do you intend to operate games of chance at your facility?
It will be through the 50-50 raffle as well.
And which games of chance do you plan to operate? 50-50?
Yeah, 50-50
Okay.
raffle, yeah.
And how much do you anticipate raising through this operation?
I mean, as I mentioned, we just saw the numbers. We just finished the 16 home games in Clover Park, and it was over 100,000. Where Citi Field is 5 times that, and we have 82 home games. So we're hoping it'll be exponential.
And is the goal is for these resources to be dedicated to the surrounding community?
Yes, exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
I don't know, I didn't ask her. Okay. Thank you. The next panel will be an in-person panel. It will be Jessica Orozco-Gatlin, followed by Daniel Quintero, followed by Shalma McCants, followed by Bervin Harris. You may begin.
Good morning, Chair Marjorie Velasquez and members of the Consumer and Workers Protection Committee. I am Shalima McCants, Chief Program Officer at the New York Urban League. I am presenting testimony on behalf of Arva Rice, President and CEO of the New York Urban League, who is not able to present this morning. The New York Urban League strongly supports the implementation of Local Law Intro 891, a local law to amend the Administrative Code of the City of New York to allow charitable organizations to conduct games of chance at professional sporting venues. We are in support of the passage of this bill for 3 primary reasons. The revenue of these gaming activities will directly benefit New York's nonprofit community, which daily meets New Yorkers' needs. Second, gaming activities at large-scale sporting venues have the ability to raise the visibility of the mission and impact of these organizations with potential supporters and volunteers. Lastly, the New York Urban League has a long-standing relationship with New York City sports franchises, most specifically the New York Yankees. These New York institutes have had a positive impact on our communities in ways seen and unseen, and the passage of this bill will allow them to increase their giving at a time when New York City needs it most. The New York Urban League's work is guided by our vision that every American child is ready for college, work, and life. Every American has access to a living wage and good benefits, and every American has an equal right and responsibility to fully participate in our democracy and civic processes, and all people have a right to justice and fairness. A program that the New York Urban League implements in collaboration with Coalition for Asian American Children and Families, Hispanic Federation, and Asian American Federation provides grants and technical assistance to nonprofits through the support of City Council. The initiative, Communities of Color Nonprofit Stabilization Fund, offers grantees an array of services to New Yorkers and are being funded to address a variety of infrastructural needs, including leadership development, financial management, and outcome systems development, among others. These organizations serving local communities and led by people of color are prime examples of organizations that would benefit from passage of Law 891. The stresses that COVID put on our neighborhoods and on the families that reside in them place new demands upon the nonprofit community. When COVID revealed a weakened social net, nonprofits had to step in, fill in the gap. It became crucial for nonprofits to create vaccine education campaigns, food distribution, emergency grants to families, and small business support efforts. The impact of COVID are still being felt in families and communities, and passage of this bill will provide a new revenue source that will not be time limited like federal funding streams. They will also be more easily accessible to smaller nonprofit organizations. This bill could bring into nonprofit organizations $1 million in unrestricted revenue that will allow them to increase services, improve systems, and further invest in New Yorkers. The New York Urban League has a positive relationship with the New York Yankees that spans over decades. George Steinberger and Grambling State University legendary coach Eddie Robinson worked together to bring the football classic to Yankee Stadium in the early 1970s. When others did not believe blacks could gather peacefully, the Yankees agreed to host the game at Yankee Stadium, and Black New Yorkers were able to see athletics from historical Black colleges and universities play. The New York Urban League served as host for what became the Whitney M. Young Jr. Classic. The school's bands would stay over and march in what became the African American Day Parade that still occurs every September. The Yankees have invested in our scholarship and educational programs, hosted special events and fundraisers for the New York Urban League, and have accelerated their diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts, including joining the New York Urban League's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Lab. The story of partnership and giving without fanfare or acknowledgement can be repeated by hundreds of schools and community-based organizations that the Yankees have supported. The passage of Local 891 is a winner not only for New York City nonprofits, but most importantly for the children, families, and communities that we collectively serve. We hope you will be supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel?
Thank you. Good morning. I'd like to commend Councilman Rafael Salamanca and co-sponsor of this bill, Councilwoman Velasquez. My name is Daniel Quintero. I am the Executive Director of the Kips Bay Boys and Girls Club. Thank you for the opportunity to share this morning. I'm here emphatically in favor of the legislation to allow games of chance to take place at our sporting arenas. I recently attended a World Baseball Classic game in Miami without promotion or fanfare. The Game of Chance raised $24,000 that evening, of which $12,000 went to charity. I venture to say that the New York Yankees and other sports teams here in the city over an 81-game schedule would raise millions of dollars for our communities and our much-needed programs for our youth. Why is this important? As the executive director of the youth development organization in the Bronx, I have observed our children suffer from learning loss over the last 3 years. This is knowledge and education that will be very difficult to reacquire for our children. We have encountered many emotional issues among our children and the need for emotional wellness programs to support our youngsters in post-pandemic. They deal with socialization issues, issues of self-esteem, self-worth, and isolation. In addition, the Kips Bay Boys and Girls Club during the pandemic and post-pandemic have observed and identified different communities that are suffering from food insecurities. This is taking place all over the Bronx and in our city. The New York Yankees have been very supportive in addressing these issues, and our sports teams and the New York Yankees would benefit greatly from allowing this legislation going forward. But more importantly, the children we serve and the nonprofits of this city who work very hard to impact the lives of children. As a result, I would implore the City Council seriously consider approving this legislation so that we can make a bigger impact on the lives of our children. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, Jessica?
Thank you, Chairwoman, and other distinguished members of the committee. My name is Jessica Orozco Gutline. I am the Senior Vice President for Policy and Communications for the Hispanic Federation, a nonprofit organization seeking to empower and advance the Latino community through programs and legislative advocacy. I'm also representing the best interest of Hispanic federations, over 400 member and partner nonprofit organizations across the city. We'd like to acknowledge and publicly thank Councilmember Salamanca for your sponsorship and Councilwoman Velasquez for your co-sponsorship of this bill, of which we are in favor, as it presents a great opportunity for nonprofit organizations to receive funds to conduct their impactful work of supporting and elevating vulnerable communities. And in the interest of time, I'm going to just present an abbreviated version of my testimony that I have provided copies to you all. But I'm just going to dive in really quick and talk about our nonprofits for a minute. And as my colleagues have shared, we have felt the brunt of it for the past 3 years. Our nonprofits are over capacity, overworked. We've seen organizations that were meant as food pantries opening up computer labs for unemployment insurance during the COVID pandemic. Immigration service providers became food pantries as well during the COVID pandemic, et cetera, et cetera. We have not recovered from the impact of COVID and on our communities that it has had. We've obviously had a surge of asylum seekers, and our community-based organizations as the frontline service providers have been the first to step up and provide resources that they do not have. Our food pantries have seen unprecedented lines outside of their nonprofit organizations. And so funding, especially unrestricted funding, is critical for our community-based organizations to provide the work that they are providing every single day. Despite the work that our Latino-led organizations are conducting in comparison to white-led organizations and organizations that do not serve communities of color, we are underfunded. We are underfunded by corporations, by businesses, by foundations, by government. And so this unrestricted funding is critical to the work that we serve. For example, and I'll just, in the interest of time, give a really quick example. If we receive a hunger relief grant, no matter how big or small, and we are grateful for it, that money has to be for hunger relief services. We have outcomes and deliverables that we must meet. But when we get access to unrestricted funding, we're able to turn the corner and pivot and meet critical needs that are emergent in our communities. We're also able to hire staff, provide professional development, and capacity building for our organizations as well. So for these reasons and the reasons that my colleagues have stated, we are in support of this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairwoman, City Council. Big shout out to Salamanca, my man, and all the stakeholders in the House. My name is Bervin Harris, President and CEO of Renaissance Youth Center. I believe my purpose here today is to give testimony to the community service and the giving of the Bronx New York Yankees. A lot of my colleagues have discussed, and well so, the need. I think we all understand the need, but I want to give testimony to the community service and giving the Bronx New York Yankees have been giving. Giving at least to us as Renaissance Youth Center. So yes, I am in favor of 891. The Yankees are important to the Bronx, to New York City, to baseball. The Yankees organization has also been very important and vital to nonprofit programming, funding and activities, and new experiences. I met Brian Smith, Senior Vice President of New York Yankees, about maybe 17 years ago. I don't know if you remember, we met in the Dunkin' Donut parking lot. You had on this really flashy Yankee ring, and I was like really in awe of it. And I said, hey man, I got the program right there on the corner, Renaissance Youth Center. I would love for you to stop by one day and see what we're doing. And you said, hey, I got some time now. Why don't I just pop in now? And you did just that. And you complimented me on the program and immediately emailed me a grant application. Weeks later, a check was in my hand. What a setup though, because you know, it is not that easy for us to raise funds. With the Yankees, it is easy. You go to Brian, you meet with him, you tell him what you're trying to do, and he tries his very best to support you. So from that point on, Yankees organization supported and partnered with us and became good friends of mine. My very first gala was held at the old Yankee Stadium at no charge for the space or the food. My young performers that many of you have heard, the MWAM Band, has sung the national anthem at Yankee Stadium close to a dozen times. We have done live band performances, performed on the big stage with Roger Waters of Pink Floyd. Each year, Yankee Stadium decorates the atrium and does a winter wonderland to rival holiday celebrations I have never seen anywhere else. All programs and children count on the Yankees each year to have that event, where they also give away 20,000 toys. Any toys left over, all nonprofits, y'all know the deal, we back up the cars. We fill our cars with the toys and we distribute them at our center. I must also admit, prior to meeting Brian, I had never attended a Yankee game. Most of my young people had never attended a game. Let's be clear that all the arenas are overpriced for families under the poverty line. I rarely receive a Knicks ticket. Nets, Jets, Giants, love you Mets. Tickets, I don't receive those as well. You know we don't receive any hockey tickets. But I have received, and I'm sure, over 1,000 Yankee tickets over the years. And for that, I am grateful. Pinstripe Bowl tickets, thank you. Soccer tickets, thank you. Concert tickets, thank you. Baseball games, thank you. Thank you for the experiences. Thank you for the memories. Thank you for the jackets, the hats, the gifts, and of course, thank you for the checks. So when he was asked a question earlier about how many organizations do you serve, and he said hundreds, I'm pretty sure you were underestimating yourself. There's probably about 1,000 organizations, because everywhere I run to, everyone is supported by the New York Yankees. In closing, RYC is now been around for 17 years. We service about 4,000 young people a week in about 33 different schools. Not where we want to be, because there's so much work to be done, but thank God we're not where we used to be. And I know I owe a lot of that to the Yankees organization. So yes, we are very much in favor and in need of 891. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your testimony. Our next panel will be an in-person panel. It will be Kurt Kelly, followed by Stacy Lentz, followed by Diana Rodriguez, followed by Sid Mandelbaum.
So while we're setting up, I want to acknowledge the council members in attendance. Just to reiterate, Chiose, Bob Holden online, Councilwoman Menon was here earlier, as was Councilmember Botcher, Sean Abreu, Gail Brewer, Councilwoman Farias, and Councilmember Krishnan.
I'm speaking on behalf of Kurt Kelly today, my business partner. My name is Stacy Lentz, and we are the co-owners of the Stonewall Inn and the co-founders of the official nonprofit of the Stonewall Inn, the Stonewall Inn Gives Back Initiative. And we're here to testify before you today to not only talk about the Yankees organization and what they've done for the LGBTQ community, but also talk about what this bill and the resources could do for marginalized communities throughout New York City. We first started our partnership with the New York Yankees during 2019 in Stonewall 50. We met with Brian Smith at the historic Stonewall Inn and discussed ways to get the New York Yankees involved in supporting the LGBTQ community. There was not one question in any of our minds at that meeting that we held that we wanted to give access to education. That was important to the Yankees, and it's important to our community. Without even hesitation, the Yankees signed up to give us $50,000, $10,000 to an LGBTQ student from a public school from each of one of the 5 boroughs. The Yankees have been super supportive of us ever since. This was not a one-off to get attention, which it could have been a media stunt during Stonewall 50. This has been an ongoing partnership that will continue. Not only have they supported us as a community, but they've also supported these scholarships these scholars by making sure they have access and resources to education. It is without a doubt that by having the 50-50 raffles and lotteries at other sports venues, other sports teams would also be able to help the LGBTQ community through funding and giving unrestricted grants, which all LGBTQ nonprofits in the city of New York desperately need. So we're here to state and testify that we recommend that the City Council pass this bill to help give and support LGBTQ nonprofits across New York City. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Diana Rodriguez, and I am the founder of Pride Live and the Stonewall National Monument Visitor Center, scheduled to open June 28th of 2024. I'm very happy to be here this morning to testify in hopes there will be an amendment to the administrative code of the City of New York in relation to allowing games of chance at professional sporting venues. As someone who has had the honor of working in the not-for-profit world for over 30 years, I can share that I have lived by extremely tight budgets, relying on the kind and committed hearts of volunteers, and having all my events produced by the lowest bidder. One of the toughest challenges is always identifying new and innovative ways to raise money. I had heard about the 50-50 raffles conducted at sports arenas and thought right off it was a brilliant idea, especially post-COVID. First, the opportunity for a fan to attend a game for their favorite team and possibly go home with their portion of the raffle, all while supporting and possibly learning about an organization or cause they might not have been familiar with. Secondly, for organizations to be the beneficiary of the other half of that raffle would be game-changing for the programs and services they provide. Our NFL neighbors to the north in Buffalo have already made this an anticipated activation at their home games, where they recently raised over $197,000 against the Jets, over $254,000 against the Patriots, and a stunning $338,000 against the Tennessee Titans, benefiting organizations that support our military veterans and area not-for-profits that address food insecurities in Western New York. I first had the opportunity to work with the Yankees over 20 years ago while I was working at the Jackie Robinson Foundation. As a lifelong fan, this has been one of the privileges of a lifetime. That partnership has expanded over the last few years as Pride Lives work and impact grew. They were famously, with respect to Brian, the last team in Major League Baseball to host a Pride Night. Articles were written about this, social media trolled them, and I believe a song or two was written as well. Stacy spoke about the scholarship program and the impact that that has had over the last 5 years. As someone who attended Georgetown on scholarship, I can say the scholarship changed everything about my life, and I'm not sure I would be standing here had I not had the college experience. I share that because scholarships, as with all things in the not-for-profit world, take funding. To be able to have a new and fun and exciting way to raise money, especially in the sports world, would alter the trajectory of many organizations and individuals for generations to come. My hope is that you will pass this amendment, knowing that it will become that New York City will become an innovative leader in this area while advancing and impacting the important work being done by so many worthy organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning. My name is Sid Mandelbaum. I am the CEO and founder of Rock and Wrap It Up. We're an anti-poverty think tank in our 34th year, and we have fed over 1 billion people worldwide. The New York Yankees were the first team in the United States to have their concession food through Rock and Wrap It Up feed the hungry of New York. And it's going to be 19 seasons ago that we started and meeting with the wonderful Brian Smith and his staff. The real reason why I believe this is so important is that so many charities, and I'll speak for those that can't be here today, really need funding that is unrestricted. We are a think tank. We develop tactics and strategies that allow for sustainability to be reported, to work with women that are at risk having feminine product issues. And all this is done through funding that we get from teams like the New York Yankees. These are difficult times right now. We know that the banking industry is at risk. We know that founders that have been philanthropists are cutting back on their funding to charities. So by having this opportunity, it's going to help all of us, and especially here in New York, which for the last 3-4 years have a huge at-risk population. Who supports these people? Charities. So the more funds that could come through a 50-50 raffle with the Yankees and all the other sport teams are going to help the indigent of New York City more than anything else. My wife and I want to introduce my beautiful wife, Diane, who is here with me. She's our COO. We were honored at the Super Bowl this year. The NFL flew us out there to be recognized for what we do feeding the hungry. They had a 50-50, and Chairwoman, they raised $1.6 million at the Super Bowl, one game. So $800,000 was a windfall for a charity in the Phoenix area. And I can't begin to tell you the pride that I felt for that charity, that they were going to do and able to do so much more for people. So thank you again. Please pass this. God bless you.
Thank you. And I think we have a question from Councilmember Bottcher.
As the council member who is honored and privileged to represent the Stonewall Inn, the birthplace of the modern LGBTQ civil rights movement, I want to thank you for your stewardship of the Stonewall. The Stonewall could have been lost to history. That easily could have happened. But Stacy and Kirk, you have been incredible stewards of it and preserving the physical space, but also the spirit and everything that it represents. And Diana, I'm so excited and thankful about your efforts. The Visitor Center next to the Stonewall, has been a dream of the community for a long time. It was a nail song, I believe, for a long time, and we were all waiting for that lease to come up, and that also could have been a TD Bank or something like that. But it's going to be a visitor center that will host thousands and thousands of people every year to really further our mission of teaching folks about what happened at Stonewall and what that means. So thank you all for your efforts that'll help preserve our history for future generations.
Thank you, Eric.
And thanks for your testimony on this bill. Very meaningful to me.
And thank you for your work. Thank you. We really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next panel will be an in-person panel. It will be Reverend Sean Wills, followed by Paul Jeffries, followed by Nikesha Alcindor. You may begin.
Good morning, Chair Velasquez and members of the Committee on Consumer and Worker Protection. My name is Paul Jeffries, and I'm here to testify in favour of proposed Bill 891 that will allow charitable organisations to conduct games of chance at professional sporting venues. For background, I work for New York City Football Club, NYCFC, the professional Major League Soccer team that plays its home games at Yankee Stadium and Citi Field. Specifically, I am the Executive Director of City in the Community, the club's 501c3 non-profit foundation, and have been leading community soccer programs in New York City for over 20 years. Our club's work in New York City started before NYCFC played their opening match. In 2010, we helped build an enclosed rooftop soccer pitch at PS 72, East Harlem's Lexington Academy, to create a safe space for local youth to play soccer. Since then, and with the launch of New York City Football Club in 2013, our work across the 5 boroughs has expanded exponentially, with the mission of empowering and positively impacting people's lives through soccer by creating healthier, safer, and more connected communities. Since 2014, we have served over 30,000 of New York City youth, established free soccer program engaging 78% communities across the 5 boroughs, created 60 free safe spaces to play, and have helped donate over 250,000 meals since the COVID-19 pandemic through our ongoing partnership with New York Common Pantry. We offer a number of free programs serving New Yorkers, including Saturday Night Lights, which is a safe space program in partnership with the District Attorney's Offices, NYPD, and the Department of Youth and Community Development, designed to provide young people aged 11 through 18 with high-quality sports training, academic enrichment during times when crimes are at their highest. Following the success of this program at East Harlem, we helped lead the development of a $5 million plan to expand the program to over 100 gyms, bringing together New York City agencies, local community partners. And we also engaged directly with NYPD officers to serve on programs to help build stronger relationships with local community and law enforcement. Our work has a measured impact on thousands of young people's lives, and an independent study showed a $4.50 social return on investment for every dollar invested in our programs. Fundraising plays an important role in our ability to continue and expand effective programming to even more children, young adults. If proposed Bill 891 were to become law, it would dramatically increase our ability to raise funds and expand free programming to more high-need communities. For those of you who may not know, New York City Football Club was founded on a deep commitment to give back to our community. Our fans, time and time again, voice their pride and support of the work that we do throughout New York City. By amending the administrative code to allow charitable organizations to conduct these events at professional sporting venues, such as having a 50-50 raffle, this will enable tens of thousands of our fans to more actively engage with our work on match days to help provide free resources throughout the city. These methods have proven to be an important source of fundraising for charitable organisations, and this will be the same for NYCFC. It will help generate thousands of dollars a game for free soccer, and with 17 home matches a season, will make a significant difference in our programming capacity, enabling us to reach more of New York City's youth than ever before. Thank you for listening, your consideration of this bill, and for allowing me to testify this morning on behalf of New York City Football Club.
Good morning, Honorable Chairwoman Velasquez and Honorable City Council members. My name is Reverend Sean Wills. I am the Assistant Pastor at Church Alive Community Church, and I am making this presentation on behalf of Bishop Dr. Timothy Burkett, Senior Pastor of Church Alive Community Church, President of Church Alive Development Corporation, and President of the Church Alive Clergy Partnership of the Bronx. The following statement by Bishop Burkett is in support of this bill, Intro 891, and the New York Yankees. The 30 years that the New York Yankees organization has made it possible for my organization to distribute over 200,000 bags of food to needy families, as well as $3,025 food vouchers to families every year. And in my experience, serving on the community board, many young people have been given scholarships by the Yankees organization. Except for the benevolence of the New York Yankees, we would not have been able to meet the desperate needs of the families in the Bronx, the most undernourished county of the 62 counties of New York State. The donations of the New York Yankees organization are only the tip of the iceberg as to the amount of revenues that nonprofit organizations can receive if Intro 891 is passed, allowing charitable organizations to conduct games of chance far beyond bingo. By using the sports organizations as a means of fundraising, many nonprofit organizations with benefits such as ministries that strive to meet the holistic needs of the people they serve through the provision of food pantries, soup kitchens, halfway houses, and daycare. Funds could also be provided for mental illness, hospital, medical research programs for the handicapped, rehab programs, and more. In closing, I pray that you will realize the importance of making the right decision, and I'm sure God will bless you. Respectfully yours, Sean Wills, Assistant Pastor, Church Alive Community Church, and Bishop Reverend Dr. Timothy Burkett, President of Church Alive Development Corporation and Bronx Clergy Partnership. Thank you.
Good morning, Committee, Council. My name is Nikisha Alcindor. I am the President and founder of the STEM Educational Institute. I am here today to show my support for INT 891, a local law to amend the Administrative Code of the City of New York in relation to allowing charitable organizations to conduct games of chance at professional sporting venues. Born and raised in New York City, I created the STEM Educational Institute, also known as SEI, in response to gaps in STEM education, financial literacy, and mental health support for youth throughout the city. The STEM Educational Institute provides 3 programs that are free, a summer program, and 2 after-school programs that are given throughout the year. We serve underserved high school students, grades 9 through 12, and teach them technological skills needed to enter today's workforce and the financial literacy needed to create generational wealth. In partnership with the New York Yankees and other firms, the program aims to serve as a diverse talent pipeline for organizations. We work with local Boys and Girls Clubs and other community partners to find our students. We currently have programs in Brooklyn, Harlem, and the Bronx, and are looking to expand to Queens and Staten Island. In 2021, the median salary for STEM careers was 2.4 times that of non-STEM careers. Studies have shown us that STEM fields continue to grow, with over 10.2 million people working in STEM, representing 6.6% of jobs. This number is expected to reach 11.3 million in 2030. These numbers demonstrate the wealth gap amongst those not in STEM careers. When you look at the racial demographics of those in STEM careers, historically underserved populations continue to fall behind. By bridging the gap in STEM education, SEI also helps increase wealth in underserved communities. We do this by providing scholars with a stipend and college savings plan, while at the same time giving them mental health resources. SCI programming continues to generate demand for programming across New York City, with over 1,000 applications for 35 scholarships in 2022. We recently had a scholar gain admission to Columbia University for the fall of 2023, where he will be studying civil engineering. In addition, our scholars are attending Vanderbilt, John Jay College, and Case Western University, to name a few, all studying STEM. During the Scholars Summer Program, each student learns how to code in Python, the basics of budgeting and investing, and also are given a stipend, a college scholarship, and mental health resources. After completion of the summer program, students continue to learn and to earn income through monthly meetings. These meetings put students on a path to earn a certification as a data analyst or data scientist. The New York Yankees supports our programs by providing scholarships and stipends for our students. In addition, we work with their data analytics team to build our curriculum. For example, we created a case study analyzing how weather impacts a hit ball for the students to learn Python. Students analyzed the data and gave a presentation to the Yankee executive members. Throughout the program, the Yankees team served as speakers and mentors to our students. We also work with their human resources to provide diverse students with career opportunities. This partnership is changing the landscape of diversity in STEM and developing a true pipeline of analytical leaders. As we continue to expand, we have also seen literacy and food insecurities. Many of our students found it challenging to read aloud, and in response, we have incorporated book club in our continuing education series. Food insecurity became more apparent with our scholars as we had consistent requests for packed meals for the students to bring home. Working with the New York Yankees, we provided grocery cards for our students. This trend goes along with our increased rate of homeless scholars. In 2021, 1 in 10 students in New York City public schools were homeless, totaling over 100,000 students. Throughout the 5 boroughs in New York, the Bronx had the highest rate of homelessness. With the increased demand and need for knowledge in the sciences, only 44% of high school students are ready for college-level math, and only 36% are ready for college-level science. Despite these challenges, SEI hit many milestones. We went from 1 cohort to 3, and this is directly because of our partnership with the New York Yankees and their sincere care and concern for our community. In conclusion, INT 891 will help the New York Yankees continue to change lives and be a pillar in the community in which they serve. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The next panel will be a Zoom panel. We'll be starting with Christina Hansen, followed by Trey Jenkins, followed by Beth Shapiro.
May I begin?
You may begin.
Hello to the honorable members of the Committee on Consumer and Worker Protection. As the Executive Director of Part of the Solution, or POTS, I here in support of Initiative 891, which would allow charitable organizations to conduct games of chance at professional sporting venues. This initiative, if passed, would support the existing partnership we at POTS have with the New York Yankees and sustain much needed services for Bronx residents. POTS is a leader in providing emergency food, legal, and social services in the Bronx, the poorest borough in New York City. POTS's interrelated programs work together to address the complex issue of poverty, in which clients receive comprehensive and personalized services to empower them to help them move from crisis to stability and ultimately self-sufficiency. In 2022, POTS provided services to more than 37,000 individuals, including provided more than 3 million meals to 11,373 households through its food pantry, and an additional 136,000 meals through its community dining room. We helped 2,400 households obtain SNAP benefits valued at $7.9 million. We prevented 253 evictions. We provided 3,449 showers, 1,134 haircuts, and 771 secure mailboxes and access to medical and dental care for clients, many of whom are homeless and live in shelter or on the street. And we provided job training to 166 individuals, placing 63 in employment. POTS's services have been a lifeline to Bronx residents since the start of the pandemic, when unemployment rate hit approximately 25%. The Bronx continues to lag behind other boroughs in recovering from the pandemic, and our residents have acutely felt the inflationary effects of the past year, particularly the 10% increase in food costs. The New York Yankees, through its New York Yankees Foundation, has stepped up to the plate to help serve Bronx residents. Since 2010, POTS has received over $200,000 in grants from the New York Yankees Foundation. The New York Yankees staff volunteer in POTS.
Your time has expired.
Excuse me?
Your time has expired. Please submit your testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you. Trey Jenkins, your time starts now.
Good morning. Dear honorable members of the Consumer and Worker Protection Committee, my name is Trey Jenkins. I'm the Executive Director of the 161st Street Business Improvement District. Our bid is proud to testify in support of the local law 891 to amend the administrative code of the City of New York in relation to allowing charitable organizations to conduct games of chance at professional sporting venues. Our bid has been part of the South Bronx since 2009, and today we have a close relationship with the New York Yankees, who reside just outside of our bid boundaries. We recently have worked together in beautification efforts for our business district and for holiday lighting activations benefiting the community. Our bid and other charitable organizations rely on a close relationship with the private sector and sports organizations to fulfill our strategic plans for the year to better help our community and small businesses. Allowing organizations such as ours to partner with not just the New York Yankees, but other professional sports teams and venues in the area would be beneficial for us to take the next step in being successful in our respective communities and causes. Games of chance at venues, either at high school functions or a professional sporting event, are common outside New York City. We are lucky to be in a city that has some of the most iconic sports franchises and venues in the world. With the explosion of online sports gambling in our city and state, the time is now to move forward with this amendment that will benefit charitable organizations and bids across our great city. Thank you to Council Members Salamanca and Velasquez for bringing the amendment to the committee. I'm excited to see the benefits of this amendment in the future for charitable organizations in New York City and strengthening our relationship with the sporting venues and franchises in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Beth Shapiro, you may begin.
Thank you. I'm Beth Shapiro, the CEO of City Meals on Wheels. I would like to thank the Council Committee on Consumer and Worker Protection for holding this important hearing. City Meals works in partnership with the city and the network of home-delivered meal providers to fill the gap in the city's program by funding the preparation and delivery of meals on weekends, holidays, and emergencies to homebound older adults. In addition to funding 30 providers preparing meals, City Meals Warehouse in the South Bronx packs and delivers 500,000 ready-to-eat meals annually in advance of harsh winter weather for storms and localized emergencies like gas and power outages. By funding the same providers as New York City Aging, City Meals brings additional resources to the city while providing continuity of services for meal recipients. City Meals reaches older adults in all 5 boroughs, providing for about 2 million meals annually. In the Bronx, we partner with RAIN and Eastside House Settlement to serve 3,671 homebound older adults, a total of over 253,000 meals. Last year, this included 8,800 meals in our seasonal emergency food packages and 5,124 meals in response to 7 emergencies. Over the past decade, the New York Yankees and the Yankees Foundation have regularly and significantly supported City Meals, helping fund meal deliveries to older New York, specifically those living in the Bronx. They have funded over 80,000 meals and have personally delivered meals to homebound older Bronx residents. Amending the local law code to allow charitable gaming at sports venues would have dramatic impact on city meals and other CBOs. The increasing need for meals due to a rapidly growing aging population, the impact of COVID-19, and staggering inflation is endangering our ability to respond.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Going to take a 5-minute break and we will resume in-person testimony.
Excuse me. Can everybody find a seat, please? We're getting ready to begin. Can everybody find a seat, please? Can everybody settle down? Settle down. Everybody find a seat, please. Can everybody find a seat, please? We're getting ready to begin. Everybody find a seat. Everybody settle down and find a seat, please. Can I have your attention? Can I have your attention? Everybody find a seat, please. Everyone settle down, settle down.
Thank you. The next panel will be an in-person panel. It will be Janice Robinson, followed by Justin Nelson, followed by Rob Walsh, followed by Lisa Soren. You may take your seats.
Is that?
You may begin.
Good afternoon. Today is an important minor detail. Okay, sorry about that. Good afternoon. Today is an important day in the history of the organization I represent. That's Food Bank for New York City. It is our 40th birthday, and in honor of our birthday, we were invited by the Empire State Building to participate in a special ceremony today, which ends with a special lighting of the Empire State Building in our organization's colors, orange and blue, tonight. By all accounts, it is a very special honor. However, when I learned that I had an opportunity to testify in public in support of the New York Yankees organization, there was no other place I'd rather be. You see, for the past 3 years, Food Bank for New York City and I have had the honor of serving the Bronx community once per month. Yes, every month, the Yankees make it possible to provide fresh produce and shelf-stable food to 500 families. As you can imagine, this support began in the height of COVID, and people were laid off, they were unemployed, they were frightened, they were confused, they were concerned, and hungry. The Yankees leadership contacted us, Food Bank for New York City, and asked if we could partner in an effort to serve the community. The answer, absolutely. The community response, thank you. I can see the Yankees care about me. I feel rich thanks to the Yankees. It is nice to see the Yankees provide support to the community. They are fully present and supportive. Since 2009, the Yankees have been a true partner with Food Bank for New York City and the community. Their total investment in Food Bank for New York City equates to 5 million meals for New Yorkers in need. The Yankees don't do this for a photo op. They do it for the good of the community. The partnership makes the entire Food Bank for New York City team proud, even those that are Mets fans. Please approve this legislation so we can continue our partnership with the New York Yankees. Respectfully submitted, Janice Robinson, Vice President of Institutions and Partnerships at Food Bank for New York City. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for holding this hearing today, Madam Chair. I'm Justin Nelson, the co-founder and president of the National LGBT Chamber of Commerce, better known as NGLCC and NGLCC-NY. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm pleased to be here this morning along with our new executive director for NGLCC-NY, Kelly Parkin. We represent the business interests of the nearly 1.4 million LGBT-owned businesses in the United States, over 1,500 of which are LGBTQ-owned restaurants right here in the great city of New York City. First, I want to say thank you to you and the committee for your continued support of small businesses, especially throughout the pandemic, and for the opportunity to share our point of view this morning. It's well known that New York City's LGBTQ restaurants and small businesses suffered tremendously during the pandemic due to the shutdown and social distancing regulations. Our businesses relied heavily on takeout and delivery in partnership with apps like Grubhub, DoorDash, Uber Eats, and others, and we appreciate the Council's efforts in 2020 when it moved to protect the industry from unfair charges. But today I'm here in support of an amendment that would modify the caps on third-party delivery services that was put in place during the pandemic and give restaurant owners, not the government, the opportunity to decide how to grow their businesses. Many of NGLCC's restaurants rely on third-party apps to access services like marketing, loyalty and rewards programs, and so much more. Restaurants like Four West Lounge in Harlem, Pierogi Boys in Brooklyn, Krabby Shack, and so many others could choose to buy these services from the apps in order to reach new customers while spending less than they might on traditional advertising models by opting into packages through these providers. They can get tailored services and pay-as-you-go rates, and they can be adjusted at any time, giving these businesses the flexibility to decide, and not the government, on what makes sense for these businesses at any time. If the City Council wants to level the playing field for smaller and mid-sized businesses, an amendment to the current cap is needed, and I implore the Council to do that, as you have in so many cases, and that's decide on what is best for businesses in New York City, their customers, and their employees. Thank you very much, and we'd love to see this amendment pass.
Thank you. I'm speaking on both. Is that okay? 8, 9, okay, great. Good morning. My name is Rob Walsh. I'm the interim president of the Bronx Overall Economic Development Corporation, and I spent 12 years as the Commissioner of Small Business Services during the Bloomberg years. I'm here today in support of Intro 891 and 813. On the first one, 891, allowing charitable organizations to conduct games of chance at professional sporting venues. I see this legislation as being a big boost for community organizations in need of extra resources to fulfill their mission or take on new initiatives. At the same time, our sports venues will be able to create creative ways to engage their fans during games. I recently saw a 50-50 raffle take place at a ballpark. It was out in Arizona. It's time to bring it to the Bronx and to Queens. I see this local law as a win-win for everyone. I've been up in the Bronx in this role just for a couple of months now, and I could tell you that the Yankees are fully engaged in the community, doing great work, and I only can imagine with this new tool what it can be and what it will mean for communities. With regard to 831, I've had the opportunity to meet firsthand with many small businesses throughout the borough, throughout the city, especially restaurants. They are the community fabric of our neighborhoods throughout the 5 boroughs. As many agree, the original intention in the local law, the recent law, was to put in place during the pandemic a backstop. When the only options restaurants had were takeout and delivery to protect against price gouging. But now it's 3 years later, and many of these restaurants need the flexibility for more marketing options that will allow them to choose what's right for them. That's what makes sense about this amendment. It preserves the cap of delivery fees and broadens the way restaurants can voluntarily choose to market themselves and grow their customers. In a moment, you'll hear from Dawn Kelly, who's here with us today and owns a terrific smoothie bar and a health food restaurant in Queens. She wrote in the Daily News last week, by limiting what delivery apps can charge for marketing, it restricts what small restaurants can choose to get in front of new customers and into their bellies. Lord knows it isn't as simple as placing an ad in community papers anymore. In closing, this is an opinion shared by many other restaurants across the city, and one I'm proud to support as well. I thank the committee for this opportunity to share my perspective and encourage you to support this amendment that will strengthen New York City's small business community. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's good afternoon now. Good afternoon, Chair, and our illustrious City Council. I'm going to start with Intro 891. On amending the administrative code to allow charitable organizations to conduct games of chance at the professional sporting venues, also known as the 50-50 legislation. We are strongly in support of this legislation, but understand that the devil is in the details, and agency assignment and rulemaking are key to the implementing this legislation correctly. Excuse me while I switch over. During a post-COVID world, our nonprofits that are usually supported by businesses that fund these organizations. That has become very limited after COVID, where businesses are restricted of their funding or have lost funding in its entirety. Our borough and the city need an avenue of financial support that is consistent. The Yankees have never let up their support of our nonprofits and businesses in the borough. We are one of the many proud members or partners to the Yankee Institution. They focus on youth programs, food insecurity, business support, holidays, and I can continue on. But also in-kind services that provide organizations like ours, the Bronx Chamber of Commerce, services that in turn were used to support our businesses and nonprofits. The bill would be life-altering to organizations that have minimal opportunities to access financial support. I look forward to seeing this bill make an impactful difference for our beloved Bronx institutions, and I want to do a special thank you to the Yankees for all they have done and continue to do for our borough. Here comes a good one. My hand is shaking, I know. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to deliver this important testimony. I am Lisa Sorn, President of the Bronx Chamber of Commerce. Our organization, founded in 1894, serves as a voice of over 30,000 base businesses, ranging from micro businesses to large-scale employers. Restaurants and hospitality sectors compose approximately 24% of our membership. Our organization is helping drive the systematic change needed to support equitable economic opportunities and workforce development in the Bronx. We organize and build coalitions, provide strategic business services, provide research and data analysis, and support targeted advocacy efforts that strengthen community voices, build community power, and help to win economic development policies that invest in people as much as investment in places. On behalf of the Bronx Chamber and the businesses that we represent, I am encouraging the council to move forward with 813, amending the administrative code of the City of New York to modify the marketing fee on the cap for third-party delivery companies. At the heart of our organization's response is that government should not tell businesses how they can or cannot manage the marketing needs of their businesses. This has been a consistent message from our organization since the founding and is key principle when we evaluating legislation. The Bronx Chamber of Commerce, as a leader on fee cap legislation during the height of COVID, and worked in tandem with many advocates in this room. However, the landscape has changed, and we recognize that businesses need more flexibility when it comes to marketing as we move forward into our city's recovery. Additionally, we understand that there are many informal studies that have been circulated to sway this legislation. These studies are one-sided and skewed and do not represent authentic data. The influence of multi-unit restaurant owners or full scope and diversity of our New York City's hospitality sector. To compound matters, we as an organization do not adhere to the value of bullying tactics from either side of the dialogue, and we feel that this does a disservice to New Yorkers and our business community.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm ending with, I must underscore that our genuine desire is for all parties to come to the table in good faith and utilize authentic and accurate data to present a better policy than what we created at the height of COVID crisis. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
All over the place.
Thank you. Our next panel will be an in-person panel. It will be Kevin Wong, followed by Joshua Bostian, followed by Julian Klein, followed by Mark Drapeau. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Velasquez and council members. I'm Julian Klein, Head of Policy at Tech NYC, a nonprofit member-based organization representing over 800 technology companies in New York. We are committed to supporting New York's tech-based economy, ensuring that all New Yorkers can benefit from innovation. Since they were established, delivery platforms have helped to spur economic development across the city, offering customers the ability to discover local businesses, offering restaurants new ways to grow their businesses, and delivery workers new ways to access earning opportunities. It is estimated that today there are over 65,000 delivery workers, 23,000 restaurants, and 317,000 restaurant-based jobs in New York City. On-demand delivery services have also expanded rapidly since the beginning of COVID-19, and platforms are providing consumers with more options than ever. Delivery platforms help to provide key insights on consumers to restaurants, including which dishes sell best or which neighborhoods have the highest amounts of customers. Today, delivery apps and services are very popular among New Yorkers. According to the New York City Department of Consumer and Worker Protection, there were 17% more app-based deliveries made in the first 6 months of 2022 compared to the same period in 2021. Additionally, between March 2021 and May 2022, app-based deliveries made up 15% of all New York City restaurant sales. In August 2021, the city permanently limited the fees that delivery platforms can collect from restaurants to 15% of an order for delivery and pickup and 5% for marketing and other services. These fees were originally established during the hardest days of COVID-19, when dining rooms were closed and social distancing was in place and vaccines were months away. Today, as restrictions have been lifted and our great city has recovered remarkably, the dynamics of restaurant delivery have changed. If left as is, the permanent fee cap will prevent restaurants from accessing tools to help them expand their customer base and will discourage delivery platforms from creating innovative products. Restaurants increasingly value the marketing tools that delivery platforms offer, including data analysis of local markets and demand, as well as advertising, featured listings, and even custom websites. These tools help restaurants to boost their revenue while expanding options for consumers. Keeping the current fee cap in place puts the continued availability of these services at risk and could diminish their benefits for restaurants and consumers in the long run. Tech NYC supports Intro 813, which would ensure that restaurants continue to have access to low-cost delivery and marketing options, and recommends that the City Council passes and the Mayor signs this bill into law. Thank you.
Council member, I'd ask your indulgence for a little more time than the 2 minutes, considering we are one of the apps that this would affect directly, so I appreciate that. I was going to say good morning, but good afternoon. My name is Joshua Bosian. I am the Senior Manager of Government Affairs for Grubhub. I'd like to thank Chair Velasquez, Councilmember Holden, and the members of the Committee on Consumer and Worker Protection for this opportunity to discuss the merits of Intro 813. Grubhub and Seamless have been part of the fabric of New York for over 2 decades, since Seamless was first founded here in 1999. Today, we have more than 300 employees based at our New York City headquarters, located at 5 Bryant Park, and a team of over 15,000 delivery partners. I'd like to start by clarifying the relationship between restaurants and marketing companies like Grubhub, as many misleading statements have been made, some disingenuous, and you will likely hear more untrue arguments that have nothing to do with the issue before us today. First, Grubhub's rates are clear and transparent. I actually have a chart over here which has all of our services. Everything that Grubhub offers is on our website for anyone to view. These are the exact tiers of services that are offered to restaurants in all markets and that will be offered to our restaurants in New York when the amendment passes. Any suggestion that the rates are unclear or will be skyrocketing are untrue. Grubhub's contracts are also clear, transparent, and can be ended by the restaurant at any time. That means any restaurant can change their rate today or tomorrow or the next day, whatever they wish. Grubhub is, at its core, a marketing company. We pride ourselves on providing digital marketing and advertising tools that many small restaurants cannot otherwise afford. These include support like search engine marketing and optimization, loyalty and rewards programs, point-of-sale integration, and other services. Restaurants choose services from Grubhub because they are more cost-effective for reaching new customers. So why are we here today? Grubhub supports 3 core groups that are critical to the food delivery ecosystem: small and independent restaurants, delivery couriers, and the communities we serve. We are here today to focus on small and independent restaurants and how the proposed amendment will help them grow, compete with bigger brands, and support the character of neighborhoods throughout the 5 boroughs. One of the inaccurate claims being made is that the amendment will result in higher rates for all restaurants. This is completely false. The language of the legislation is very clear on this point, and it is one we fully agree with. All restaurants on our platform will have the option to continue at their current rates. It's worth taking a step back and remembering the reasons for the original bill. The original regulation passed during the early days of the pandemic in 2020 when the restaurant industry was thrown into chaos. Its goal to protect the restaurant industry is one that we share and remains laudable today. But after 3 years, this emergency policy has outlived its purpose. New York City's permanent limit on restaurant choice is the only, I want to emphasize that, it is the only permanent fee cap of its kind in the United States. No other city has a similar cap on its books. That's why we support this amendment that maintains core protections on delivery and marketing fees for the restaurant industry. Small and independent restaurants want more choices so they can choose which services are best for them. Tools like search engine marketing, promotions to target new customers, analytics using customer data, or free websites that allow for direct-to-restaurant orders with no commissions like Grubhub Direct. Let me repeat that. We will build for every single restaurant in the city of New York for free a website so that they can have direct access to their customers, and we will take no commission for doing that. All other major cities that implemented fee caps have since revised or removed them. At the height of the pandemic, New York was one of several major markets. Was one of several major markets that regulated delivery fees, but today New York is alone. Emergency measures are called that for a reason. They were never meant to be permanent. Nearly every city that enacted fee caps has seen them expire altogether or made adjustments like those in this amendment. San Francisco, the bill that New York City basically cut and paste their legislation from, the first city in the US to adopt fee caps, struck a compromise last year providing restaurants with more options for marketing fees. Other major cities that have codified delivery fees while allowing restaurants to utilize additional marketing services like the ones we are talking about today are Philadelphia, Minneapolis, Seattle, Portland, Oregon, and many more. So many of those who support the status quo represent larger, higher-end restaurants in Midtown Manhattan who don't want to lose the competitive advantage they currently have under the existing fee cap. Under the current structure, some restaurants are essentially getting the equivalent of a primetime television ad while paying for the rate of a community access station at 3 a.m. on a random Tuesday. Everyone likes getting something for free. This is New York. But in reality, this model is not sustainable. They claim that hundreds of restaurants and bars have signed a petition opposing this amendment. But right here, I have more than 500 restaurants that have signed individual letters, many of them smaller establishments who rely on delivery as a significant portion of their sales, sign letters supporting it. The reality is that small and independent restaurants strongly support having more choices. Grubhub has an ongoing dialogue with restaurants. We speak with them every day. We have heard from small, family, and immigrant-owned restaurants, many operating in neighborhoods beyond the central business districts of Manhattan. They want the chance to compete with big chains and restaurant brands, and they want more options for doing so. Data also bears this out. As reported by Crain's, a majority of restaurants that participated in a blind survey about the law supported changing the marketing cap while leaving the delivery maximum in place. Among owners and managers of independent restaurants, according to Crain's, 86% are in favor of the amendment. This makes sense. Small independent restaurants lack the big budgets and large marketing teams that power major restaurant brands. We're encouraged that a number of independent restaurants are here today. Of course, many operators of small businesses can't be here because they are the ones running their businesses. Some have submitted written testimony, and others are represented by various organizations, such as ones you've already heard from, chambers of commerce, et cetera, and we hope all of their words will be given the same attention in those present. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to share our thoughts on the proposed amendment. Thank you for the extra time, Chair. I appreciate it, and we look forward to continuing to work with the council to make all of the communities we serve stronger.
I just would like to mention when I give extra time, I stated it because I'm the chair. Random outbursts from the crowd will not be tolerated and you will be removed.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, council members. My name is Kevin Wong. I'm the executive director from Coalition of Asian Americans Business Organization. As an immigrant, I have lived in the state for over 40 years, 20 years in New York City. I have owned few restaurants, 4 and part of a 5th. As you know, the past several years, several has been difficult for small business in New York City, especially for Asian American-owned restaurants. From Chinatown, Upper East, Upper West, every corner of the streets, lots of significant foot traffic. And part of the fast food supply in major New York City eating habit. I have witnessed the first time many Asian-owned restaurants going out of business, facing the discrimination and scrambling to stay open. Our restaurant in New York City and the small Asian-owned business still are in recovery. Cabo aims to advocate for small business all their best interests. The industry has changed. The restaurants increasingly rely on a delivery platform to generate new profit and customers, especially in greater New York. That's why I'm testifying today to support this amendment. Every small business is different, but they are all complete against big restaurants and the big marketing budget firms and big national chain restaurants. The dedicated marketing teams to help them. Small business need easy and inexpensive marketing options. And for many of the best options is the service offered by the service such as Grubhub, Uber Eats, and DoorDash. They are easy, simple, and have a pay as they go. The rates are good. That can be justified for any time. And amendments give a restaurant the power to make their own choices and deliver feed and cap and stay the same, but marketing power and choice of return to the restaurants. They can decide how the best to compete with the big chains. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Council, Chair. I'm Dr. Mark Drapo of the Data Catalyst Institute. Aware that restaurant delivery fee caps were enacted in many states and cities during COVID, a while back we convened an expert working group of experts with ties to New York City to explore the fee cap's efficacy. We reviewed the economic literature and discussed all sorts of unintended effects. And as a result, I have no doubt that delivery service fee caps hurt small independent restaurants and benefit large, expensive, and chain restaurants here in New York. And because the New York fee cap goes beyond deliveries and prohibits restaurants from spending their own money to market and promote as they see fit, it hurts small restaurants even more. Low-cost pay-per-order restaurant marketing services are uniquely offered by delivery apps, and they predominantly benefit small restaurants. Big and chain restaurants have many additional ways to market themselves that are not impacted by the fee cap. This explains why economic research documents that fee caps reduce orders to small restaurants, meaning more orders for large and chain restaurants. We're also confident from our work in the working group that fee caps reduce delivery workers' income in 2 ways. First, when app companies' revenue per delivery goes down, cost per delivery will also go down by paying delivery workers less. Second, if fees are shifted to consumers, this inevitably negatively impact delivery workers' tips. During COVID, the Council's concern about delivery apps' pricing power was reasonable. But as the pandemic ended, every large city in the country either eliminated fee caps or modified them just like this amendment would do, keeping the delivery cap but eliminating the marketing services cap. Amendment 813 will help New York's smallest restaurants by letting them decide how to spend their marketing money. I urge your support. Thank you.
So I have a couple of questions here. Under the current law pursuant to 20-563, and this is for you, Josh, the third-party delivery apps can charge a maximum of 23% of the purchase price of each online order to food service establishments. How often does your company charge less than 23% to food service establishments?
So thank you, Council Member. I had a feeling most of the questions were going to be for me at this point, which I expected. So we offer pricing packages that start at 5%. So that restaurants can choose the level of marketing services that is right for their business. While the fee cap has been in effect, 100% of our New York City restaurants have been charged 23% or less. It's worth noting that 60% of our orders in New York City are delivered by the restaurants themselves, not by Grubhub partners, which means they are currently only paying 8%. So that's 5% to be on the platform, and then 3% for transaction fees, things like that, credit cards, et cetera. So when you look at our pre-pandemic contracts with restaurants, roughly 40% of New York City restaurants have chosen rates and services that are less than 23%. So 40% of our folks are 23% or less.
And so how many clients, customers do you have, restaurants under you?
So we have over 25,000 restaurants are on our platform in New York City. I'd also like to note that 17,000 of that 25,000 are considered small business, mom and pop. So not national chains, not franchises, things like that. So 17 of 25.
Do you have a breakout on how many are women-owned and how many are Black and brown-owned?
Yeah, so I can get that information for you. I'd be happy to provide that to you after the hearing. But yes, we can get that to you.
Thank you. And how much of your revenue comes from commissions charged to restaurants?
Well, I'd like to be in a position to say that any of our revenue is coming from commission being charged to restaurants. But the truth be told, Council Member, is that, hold on, I want to get this number correct for you, that for the last 3 years, Grubhub has reported losses, and in total, we have lost over $700 million since 2022 when the pandemic began, and that number is through the end of December 31st, 2022. So we have, regardless of that, invested significant resources in our restaurants and our marketplace, including hundreds of $millions in direct support to restaurants. But I'd like to say that we're profitable, but at the moment, we're losing money.
And so Local Law 103 of 2021 requires DCWP to submit a report recommending the maintenance or adjustment of the caps on third-party delivery fees no later than September 30th of this year. Why should the council amend the caps now?
So, we speak to restaurants all day, every day, in and out. It's what we do. Many, as you've indicated, are, small independent restaurants. Many are minority and immigrant owned. And they were hit disproportionately hard during the pandemic, as I'm sure you know from your district and from others around the city. Many have closed permanently, and of those that survived, many did so by relying on delivery. It remains how they can grow their business, and they need more options now and can't afford to wait until September. Especially with the peak summer season around the corner, we'd like to help them leverage that, and that's why we think having this conversation and lifting the cap on marketing is important now and not waiting until September when the study is released.
Now, if the amendment passes, what will restaurants currently on your platform receive in terms of communications regarding their rate structure and any changes to it?
So a provision in Intro 813 actually calls for 121 days before it becomes effective. This will allow ample time for a comprehensive outreach and education effort to ensure that all restaurants on our platform have all the facts and can make informed decisions about what's best for them. So in some of our other markets, San Francisco, Portland, for example, which have adopted a similar model proposed in the amendment, have also required delivery platforms to proactively communicate the tiers of services available well before implementation, ensuring that restaurant owners have ample amount of time to consider services that work best for their business. San Francisco required communication with restaurants 60 days before the effective date of the amendment. And at Grubhub, we worked with the city on the language of that implementation and that communication to ensure that all parties were comfortable and took the extra step of actually sending a second communication, which we weren't required to do, but we thought it was the right thing to do, to all restaurants leading up to the effective date of the amendment. The communication to restaurants will be in the form of an email and will include the pricing tiers and levels of marketing and advertising services related to each tier. I do want to note, council member, that in all the markets, all the large markets, Philly, Chicago, San Francisco, the list goes on, where we've had this exact same conversation, 95% of our restaurants stayed with the pre-COVID package that they had. For the 5% that wanted to change, they called us, and we were able to make that change for them within three business days. So 95% stayed.
And how did negotiations with those 95% happen?
So what we automatically do based on these communications that we will be sending out, based on the 120 days that are necessary, we basically say on such and such a date, you're going to be reverted to your pre-COVID package. If you would like to remain there, you don't have to do anything. However, if you would like to change, and we provide the information that you can see on the chart for them so they know exactly what the different packages are, give a call to your account advisor, and we're happy to make that change for them. So it's pretty transparent. Going back to
the jurisdictions you mentioned earlier, like San Francisco, Portland, they've enacted fee caps similar to those advanced by 813. How many establishments opted for the minimum fare level?
I would have to go back and get that information for you.
Can you please? Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yes, please.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
absolutely. Like I said, 40%, I believe, is the number of our restaurants are currently at that 5% level. So I would suspect that when we look at those markets as well, it's similar. But let me get you the information because I don't want to misspeak. And if I did misspeak, I want to be right.
Thank you.
Yes.
And recent media coverage in DC suggests some apps raised rates for restaurants as soon as the legislation went into effect and without adequate communication. How do we know it's not going to happen here with you guys?
So great question. And to be honest with you, we had not yet sent out our communication in Washington, D.C., simply because we're not required to do so until, I believe, April 15th. So we are still in the process of doing that. But what happened in D.C. is actually a really good example of why the City Council must pass Intro 813. And that is to ensure that what happened in D.C. does not happen here in New York City. The New York City Amendment guarantees that all restaurants will have the option to keep the rates that they have today as a result of the current law, or opt into the additional services with higher fees, or drop down if they want to, which we already discussed. So restaurants can decide for themselves what's best for their business. No restaurant will have to pay more than 5% for the ability to receive orders from the Grubhub marketplace. However, no such law in D.C. safeguards access to lower rates. And that's kind of what you saw in D.C. because their bill was a little different and did not guarantee those lower rates. Also, to be clear, when this amendment passes, Grubhub does not intend to raise rates. And once again, here's our rate card. It's on our website. It's open for the entire world to see, which is clearly, like I said, posted on our website. And restaurants, as I've said, that no longer wish to pay their previously contracted rate can call us at any time and opt into another package immediately. Like I said, we can get that done usually within 3 business days.
What was the increase or decrease for those who chose not to pay in those other markets?
I don't have that information for you, but I, again, will get it to you. I've got lots of people here taking notes, so I assure you we'll get it to you.
And can you guarantee that their orders, even if they choose not to opt in, will there be any retaliation, if you will? Can restaurants expect that if you choose not to opt in?
No. And again, hold on, let me just make sure I got my notes here because I just want to make sure that I get you the right information. Hold on, I went the wrong way in my notes. I feel like I'm a little bit before Congress here. Councilmember, there are other people on this panel who I'm sure would like to answer questions as well.
Julian's just looking and not saying anything.
I know.
Don't worry, DoorDash is here too.
I know.
They're going to guarantee it.
And Uber Eats is going to fly in. Could you repeat the question, please?
Basically, what assurances are you giving restaurants that do not opt in, that they will not be held or they will not receive any form of retaliation if they don't opt in?
Right. So I think what you're getting to, council member, is basically the way in which our algorithm works and how people are listed on the restaurant, on the algorithm. And the marketing fees that individual restaurants pay is simply one of the many factors that goes into how a restaurant gets listed in our app. It is not the defining factor, it is one of many. So you may, you're not gonna, if you live in Coney Island, we're not gonna show you restaurants on the Upper West Side, regardless of how much they're paying in marketing. If if you order pizza every Tuesday on Staten Island and 90% of your orders are pizza, well, then we're going to show you pizza orders and we're not necessarily going to show you Chinese food because we have a history of knowing what your orders are. So it's a complicated algorithm. I will freely admit that the tech guys know a whole lot more about it than I am. You never want to ask the GR guy about the tech, but it's complicated and it's just one of many factors. So people will not suffer because they choose a lower plan. Like I said, 40% of our folks are at the lower plan and they're on, they're showing up, they're getting business.
I'll turn it to questions. Councilmember Krishnan, then Menon, and then Brewer.
Thank you so much, Chair Velasquez, for today's hearing. Thank you for your testimony. I have a few questions for Grubhub. I'm the council member for Jackson Heights and Elmhurst, Queens, two of the most diverse immigrant communities, immigrant-owned small businesses. We were also the epicenter of the pandemic in the entire country. So I've seen firsthand the number of businesses whose doors have shuttered because of the pandemic, who couldn't qualify for pandemic protections or resources, even if they were eligible as immigrant-owned small businesses, because so many of the resources and services weren't available to them. We may be out of the throes and the height of the pandemic, but I think it's not disputable that the impacts of the pandemic still continue for so many small businesses across the city and across the country. So before asking my question, I just wanted to put in perspective, frame the larger context. We saw during the pandemic, I think, opposite impacts on food delivery platforms and small businesses. As I see it, food delivery platforms doubled the revenue and profit during the pandemic with $50.6 billion in sales in 2020, more than double the $22.7 billion in sales generated in 2019, and profits of $5.5 billion from April to September 2020, compared to $2.5 billion during that same month period in 2019. I don't think you dispute those numbers, but clearly billion-dollar profits, significant growth during that time. Whereas so many small businesses, even if they participated in the delivery services, it meant the majority of them in different surveys have said that even if they had increased off-premises sales or deliveries, it in no way made up, or in fact made up less than 30% of their lost revenue from on-premises sales during the pandemic. So given that framing, were this cap to be amended or lifted, how do you expect a business, an immigrant-owned small business in my community, for example, to be able to afford the higher fees and not see their profits even further affected?
So, council member, thank you for the question. My dad grew up in Jackson Heights. I'm familiar with your neighborhood. I love going there. You've got some of the best food.
I agree.
And some of the most diverse
That
food.
we do agree on.
We definitely do agree on that. And I'd like to come out there sometime with you, and we'll hang out, and we'll have some really good Indian food. Council member, the answer to the question really is that any restaurant on our platform can continue to remain at the 5% marketing fee cap. There is no requirement that they bounce up to a 10 or 15% on marketing. They will continue to be on the platform. They will continue to show up in the algorithm. We are not proposing, and this bill does not propose raising the fee cap on delivery. In fact, we're codifying the fee cap on delivery. We're codifying the 3% on services such as processing of credit card fees and things like that. All this piece of legislation does is it amends the marketing piece to allow restaurants that want more services the ability to do so. And for your small mom and pop businesses who want to remain at the 5%, that will still be available, and the services are right here. And it's on our website. there will be no change, and we think that that's a good value to get access to our 25,000 plus customers in the city of New York.
And I do want to get back to that point in a second of those who remain on that plan, but one more question I had too is, given the context that I just laid out, and I have to say, in your earlier testimony, the metaphor of, I think, some sort of, high-end, I forget the words used, primetime plan versus public, community access network, whatever it may be, I deeply, deeply disagree with that framing, and I would suggest that as you engage small businesses, as you engage in this work, that you entirely reframe that narrative. Because for so many in my community and so many small businesses in my immigrant neighborhood, I find that, and they would find that very offensive, given how much we've been through. But what I would say is, if that's the perspective, if you're looking at $1 billion or double in revenue during the height of the pandemic, where small businesses were shuttering their doors and still trying to recover, how do you expect there to be, what kind of leverage will the small businesses have in any negotiation with the food delivery platforms in coming to the reasonable rates? How would it not be a take it or leave it policy for small businesses, given those dynamics, those unequal bargaining dynamics that I've just laid out?
So, Councilmember, let me clarify the analogy that I made about prime time versus cable access, right? What I was referring to was the fact that we at Grubhub have held our rates for our customers at what they were prior to the COVID emergency. So for example, if you had a deal with us at 15% for marketing, we have still been providing you with 15% of marketing services, but we've only been charging you 5%. So essentially, you get to lease a you get to lease a Toyota, but you're driving around in a BMW. That's just not a sustainable plan. To your point about, continuously getting high, income, or that we're a high earning company, as I indicated in my testimony, as indicated to the question asked by Councilmember Velasquez, since 2020 and through the end of 2022, Grubhub has lost $700 million. So I'm not sure where these billions of dollars are coming from, because they're certainly not coming to us. The last answer to your question in terms of being guaranteed a place, again, we are codifying our rates. Here they are. And any restaurant that wants to customize a plan and pay a specific percentage that is not one of these 5, 10, 15, we're happy to work on them with a plan that works, right? They can come in and say, I want to pay 7%, and I want one from column A, one from column B, one from column C, or I want to pay 13%. We will customize a package for all of our customers, because that's the freedom of choice that we want to offer.
Thank you. And if the chair permits me one last question, again, I would say doubling down on that framing, I reject it entirely. And I reject it because if you're all going to be negotiating with small businesses that have suffered.
All right, y'all, I think you missed out when I said no outbursts, right? If you want to clap, you do this. Can we practice it, guys? Yeah, because we're really, really tight on time. So the longer it takes to settling down, the longer it takes to have this hearing, and we really, really need to leave the chambers at a specific time. So I ask you all to really, really just work with me today, okay? I appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair. Before I get to my last question, before getting to my last question, I want to make the point again. This analogy, what's so disturbing about it is that these are, I'm going to take mine for example, best example, as the epicenter of the pandemic. I know, I have walked the streets, I've spoken to so many small businesses that are still suffering to the present day and are very concerned about this legislation. The analogy about what they're paying for what they're getting is divorced from the reality, which is the context of so many of them having to close their doors overnight and suffering tremendously because of a public health global pandemic. And so my concern is if that's the perspective and you engage with small businesses in negotiations now, I don't see what leverage they would have to be able to negotiate a fair deal to protect themselves if the perspective is you're getting something that you shouldn't be getting. You're getting things that are far out of the price that you're paying, and in a very condescending way addressing businesses that have suffered tremendously, and the reason why they're opposed to this right now is because of how much they've suffered. Now, my final question on that point is just seeing what's happened in Washington, D.C., which you were testifying to before as well. As I understand it, businesses that didn't opt into this plan were switched over to the basic plan, where they saw their sales and their revenue decrease, their customer base shrink too. So my question to you is, if a restaurant doesn't opt to pay more in fees, can you guarantee that their average deliveries will not come down and that their average deliveries will remain the same, that they will not see an adverse impact on their businesses by staying with the plan if they don't opt into the higher plan?
I don't understand the question, Council.
Can you guarantee, because my concern is the small businesses, if they don't opt in to the plan, we're paying a lot higher in fees, can you guarantee that their income, that their deliveries, that their revenue will remain the same?
I mean, council member, I can't.
No, you can't, right? You
I
can't
make
guarantee
any guarantee of anything because you're asking me to opine on more factors that affect how a restaurant earns its income and makes its sales than simply a third-party delivery app. There are a million factors that go into it. How well someone runs the restaurant, where they're located, what their customer base is. There's a whole bunch of factors. So you're asking me to opine whether or not, you know, our app is the defining factor, and I can't do that. There's way too many factors that go into a successful restaurant business, as all of these restaurants are going to tell you. We're not the defining factor.
Yeah. Well, I think without those protections and guarantees, a big concern is businesses that have suffered and will continue to suffer. If they're in a lower plan, as happened in Washington, D.C., and it affects their revenue and it affects their bottom line and what their ability to pay their own workers, that's a huge, huge concern. So I do want to thank you for your testimony, but there are a lot of concerns that I'm hearing from my own businesses in my own neighborhood, too.
Well, Councilmember, we look forward to continuing the dialogue with you.
Absolutely.
We'd be happy to come in and meet with you, take a tour of the Jackson Heights, where I like to be, and let's get some food and see if we can, work on this together.
Happy to talk further.
Excellent.
Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember.
For the folks that don't know, Councilmember Krishnanand is also part of the Foodie Caucus, so yeah.
Well, it helps.
I'm the #1 champion. Come on, Jackson Heights and Elmhurst.
So, Councilmember, on every job description at Grubhub, one of the things it says is it helps to be a foodie. So, if you'd like to come tour our offices at 5 Bryant Park and meet all the foodies, we're happy to have you.
There we go. All right, a win for all restaurants. There we go. Here we go, Councilmember Menon.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. So I have a question about how the platform actually works. So I know, if you could be specific about that, that would be very helpful. So on the platform, would the customer see the restaurants who paid for the advertisement first, even if they're further away, or the restaurants that are closer to them? So if you could be specific in answering that, that would be very helpful.
Sure, thank you, Councilmember. Good to see you. So our algorithm takes into effect a variety of factors, as I've already said, and some of those include, location, the restaurant category, such as what type of food it is, the customer's past ordering behavior, and that all goes into the algorithm in determining how options appear on the app. So someone who orders from the same restaurant once a week is going to see that one prominently than one that they've never ordered from. So again, just a lot of factors go into them, and that's kind of the specifics on how the algorithm works.
And one thing that came up in the past couple months from a lot of restaurants that I heard from is some who support the bill, some who do not. How did Grubhub solicit restaurant support for this?
Sure. So.
And who did you speak with, and sort of what was said to describe the bill? That would be very helpful.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember. So we took a different approach, I think, than others. We thought it's certainly easy, having worked for the council, to kind of send mass email blasts to people and telling them to send an email to their council member as a form letter. We took a different approach, and our approach was that we actually went door to door. We spoke to 500 restaurants. We spoke to restaurants who call us on a daily basis, who speak to their account advisors. We had people who went and specifically explained what the bill did. And we have right here over 500 letters from individual restaurants across the 5 boroughs. We went and tried to do it in their native language. So, you know, in Spanish-speaking neighborhoods or Mandarin-speaking neighborhoods, we definitely made an effort to have people who spoke those languages to explain what the bill was about. And we're very proud of that work because it was labor intensive, but we thought it was important for our restaurant partners to completely understand what the bill was about.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you. My question is, the restaurants that pick the lower 5%, they could do that, but then they won't get the same services. So would they not be impacted adversely by their future with that lower percentage?
So the basic plan, the basic package starts at 5%.
Right, that's what you said.
Right, and it solidifies a restaurant's place on the Grubhub marketplace to drive and manage orders using our Grubhub for Restaurants technology. So restaurants in this package also receive free custom branded direct ordering website, a dedicated account advisor, a welcome kit to start their listing, and a free professional menu photo shoot.
Okay.
So those services remain exactly the same. I can go through the 10 and 15% plans if you want me to.
No, but what I'm trying to say is, how is that different than what they would get today for the same amount, or is it exactly the same?
It is
that what
exactly
you're
the
saying?
same. If you have a basic plan now at 5% and you retain the basic plan at 5%, when 813 passes, you will get the exact same services.
Okay, now if this law should pass, my name is not on the bill, as you know, but if it should pass, there are other companies working in this field. How would we not know that they'll be, if you have a certain perspective, but they may not? So they could go and charge people completely differently than what you're suggesting, because it doesn't just apply to Grubhub. So why would not the restaurants be impacted adversely, maybe because they're from another company?
So, Councilmember, both DoorDash and Uber Eats are going to testify today as well, so I think you should ask them that question. What I can say from the Grubhub perspective is that the 5% plan will be the 5% plan. Restaurants get to choose which platforms they work with.
I know, but they don't often, because, I'm one of these people, I have never called any y'all. I just call the restaurant directly.
I know.
Okay.
I remember well.
But I'm just saying, that's me. I'm
All right, guys.
old-fashioned.
Wait, sorry, Councilmember.
I'm old-fashioned.
Councilmember, give me 2 more seconds. All right, guys. We had the Yankees here and the Mets today, right? So we're all about baseball, right? Third strike, anybody outbursts, you're out, right? That's my last warning.
Okay.
Great. We're going to keep decorum in here. Thank you.
So my final question is, why would we think that the restaurants will do better? Because that is our goal. Obviously, companies want to do well, but we care about the restaurants. Why would we think they would do better with your plans, whether it's your company or any other? Why would we think that this would be a better plan for the restaurants?
So more marketing services leads to more customers, which leads to more business, and restaurants therefore make more money.
Okay, that might be a disagreement, but I'll leave it at that, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Shaker? All right, thank you so much.
And no bullet hole, so I'm good. Thank you, Councilmember.
Right next.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next panel will be an in-person panel. It will be Robert Bookman, followed by Andrew Ridgey, followed by Jeffrey Garcia, followed by Alfredo Anguira.
I'll be back. I have to go. Thank you.
Once again, everyone, we're all peaceful here, right? We're not going to have any more outbursts, right? I'm going to remind everyone before each panel. Thank you.
you.
Jeff, you may begin.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Jeffrey Garcia. I serve as president of the New York State Latino Restaurant, Bar, and Lounge Association, which represents the interests of hundreds of minority and immigrant-owned restaurants and nightlife establishments throughout New York City. I would like to focus my testimony on Interim 813, which would exempt a third-party food delivery service cap on fees it charges to food service establishments. We are concerned with the intent and the potential economic impacts of this bill on minority and immigrant-owned businesses throughout New York City. This bill will create additional economic burdens on owners and employees of these food and drink establishments by allowing third-party delivery companies to charge higher, unattainable fees on these businesses with no limit. Smaller immigrant-owned businesses would be disproportionately harmed by such expenses as they fight to stay afloat. Moreover, it is worrisome to us that the third-party delivery industry would gain unfair leverage from this bill. We understand that supporters of this bill claim that removing the cap will somehow help restaurants and bars thrive in the city. However, I have yet to see how charging restaurants more fees will be better for their livelihood, as numerous council folks have said, and lighten their financial burdens in any way. Furthermore, in speaking with my members, it is clear that to fully understand this issue and are in support of removing this cap. To that effect, we are also very concerned about some of the tactics used by those pushing the bill, from using restaurants' names without their authorization, misleading outreach, particularly in communities from whom English is not their first language. And you will hear from numerous folks from our association that their names were put on a letterhead sent to council members without their authorization or with fake names on them. The restaurant and nightlife industry in New York City has just begun to enter recovery phase after devastating economic impacts due to COVID and the rising cost of inflation. Restaurants employ 35,000 fewer than pre-pandemic. We continue to see New York City's labor lag behind the rest of the country, with employment in face-to-face industries like ours roughly at 9% lower than November of 2022 than in February of 2020. It is essential that we continue to support the industry, and we must not put any more economic strains on the already overburdened owners of these establishments. We thank the City Council for this opportunity to testify, and we look forward to partnering with you and developing comprehensive independent restaurant industry reforms that can protect restaurants like the ones you and I represent. And final, the New York State Latino Restaurant Bar Association does not support this bill. You're going to hear from many of our restaurant owners: Grito Café, Café Colonial, Mama Juana, Mama Sushi, Il Soleil, Marisco Centro, Caridad, Sweet Brooklyn, Salud Bar. These are all the real minority business owners that are here, not the rent-a-crowd folks that are sitting in our audience. Thank you.
Andrew?
Thank you. My name is Andrew Ridgey. I am the Executive Director of the New York City Hospitality Alliance, a not-for-profit association representing thousands of restaurants throughout the 5 boroughs. Today, I'm here to deliver the truth behind the lobbying campaign seeking to gut the third-party delivery fee cap with troubling legislation, Intro 813, what we've dubbed the Bigger Fees for Big Delivery bill. Even though the big delivery companies are suing the City of New York to overturn this law, which sets the maximum rate these corporate giants can charge restaurants to listen on their apps and deliver food, they're simultaneously engaged in an aggressive and expensive lobbying campaign to gut the fee cap under the guise of supporting small businesses, and what they are doing is turning restaurants and deliveristas against each other. It's quite unfortunate. They imply their campaign is all about helping immigrant and minority and women, small-owned businesses throughout the 5 boroughs by letting them pay higher marketing fees to compete against large chain restaurants. But seriously, who's going to better absorb all these bigger fees and better afford to pay all this higher marketing and advertising rates? It's not the taqueria that Jeff is talking about. It is the international taco chain restaurant. Now, if these delivery companies didn't have so much dominance over the marketplace, the fee cap would not have been necessary in the first place. But when customers here are suing Grubhub for antitrust violations because they're price-fixing menus at restaurants, and when we know the history of big delivery in the Big Apple, you'll understand why this sector must be regulated. Think about it. They are suing and lobbying to eliminate price controls on themselves while they are being sued for price controlling at restaurants. Do as I say, not as I do, I guess. Before the pandemic shut down our city's restaurants, the onslaught of investigative reports in the media exposed unethical, if not illegal business practices of certain third-party delivery companies, which led to U.S. Senator Chuck Schumer calling on a federal investigation to investigate, and this city council held oversight hearings to highlight the exploitation of restaurants by big delivery. The public and elected leaders finally learned that restaurants were exploited for years by Grubhub charging them bogus fees for orders they didn't receive. Delivery companies listed restaurants on their apps without permission, causing confusion and chaos for small businesses, workers, and customers. They created secondary websites and phone numbers for restaurants so they could take more fees and steal their customers. A quick Google search will return articles from around the country describing these exploits, including all the governments, attorney generals, restaurants, workers, customers, and their own investors who are taking legal action against third-party delivery companies over their business practices, many of which I've attached to my testimony that I've submitted. We can't trust these delivery companies when they say the bigger fees for big delivery bill is simply about small restaurants marketing themselves to get more deliveries, which everyone supports, of course. If it was about marketing, the big delivery companies wouldn't charge small restaurants the same high fees on repeat customer orders, which aren't the result of any enhanced marketing they paid for. Now, big companies purchase advertisements on Google above restaurants' own websites and within their own organic search listings, so they can steal their direct customers and take bigger fees. Seriously, why should restaurants pay higher fees to third-party delivery companies that then use that money to steal the restaurant's own customers and charge them even more fees? The delivery companies say they make it easier for small restaurants to access services like menu photography and website design by paying a higher per-order fee to them, instead of an upfront lump sum payment they can't afford. Well, that sounds great until you realize that the delivery companies want to continue taking that higher per-order fee from the restaurants even after they've paid off the cost of that service. You know, history has shown us that restaurants that don't pay the ever-increasing third-party delivery fees are buried in the search results, making it difficult for customers to find them. Suppose a restaurant doesn't continue to pay increasing fees. In that case, their delivery sales decrease as their visibility diminishes, and the small businesses can't afford to stay on the platform. Still, they can't afford to leave the platform because they'll lose access to their customers who are controlled and manipulated by the big delivery companies. That's why the same delivery companies are also suing to overturn a law passed by the City Council requiring them to share a restaurant's own customer information with them. We must tear down this digital divide. Don't let these big corporations continue to steal customers from local restaurants. Let restaurants nurture their relationships with their own customers so they can order them direct deals and offers. The fee cap law passed with overwhelming support from the City Council, carrying with it a requirement requested by the delivery companies themselves that the city publish a report on its impact to allow lawmakers to determine if it should remain in effect, should be modified, or eliminated. We must wait until the report is released in September of 2023 before considering changes to the law. Employing the details and data from the report, lawmakers, restaurants, and delivery companies should use it to inform and cook up a new recipe for a fair marketplace and fair fee structure. The City Council has a critical choice before it for a beloved New York industry. If it passes the bigger fees for big delivery bill now, it will be the small restaurants who will be left holding the bag, all while big delivery gets their hands back in the pockets of small businesses. Even considering all of this, the NYC Hospitality Alliance does remain committed to working constructively with the council and delivery companies to develop a fair marketplace that works for restaurants, deliveristas, and delivery companies and our customers. But the bigger fees for Big Delivery Bill Intro 813 is not the answer. We urge the City Council to reject this misguided legislation, and we thank you for your consideration.
Bookman, you're up.
Thank you so much. My name is Rob Bookman. I'm counsel to the New York City Hospitality Alliance. I'm also a partner in the law firm Brzezinski and Bookman, who's been representing small business and restaurants for 35 plus years. I have to say, in my 35 years of testifying before the City Council, which goes back to when I was counsel at the Department of Consumer Affairs, this is the first time I can recall discussing a proposal to roll back a consumer and small business protection adopted by the council. And despite what they're trying to sell you today, the true beneficiaries of this rollback is a few huge third-party delivery corporations. So let's take a moment to see who these huge companies really are. I've attached a series of articles to my testimony. Chicago, $10 million settlement for a variety of consumer abuse by Grubhub, DoorDash, and Uber Eats after filing 2 sweeping lawsuits by the government for deceiving customers and unfair business practices. Massachusetts, the state attorney general successfully sued Grubhub, got a decision a mere 2 weeks ago for violating the fee cap in existence statewide. Washington, D.C., a $3.5 million fine for Grubhub after a lawsuit by the district attorney general for deceptive practices. Pennsylvania sued Grubhub over a lack of price transparency, $125,000 fine. A national lawsuit against Grubhub sued for adding 150,000 restaurants to their platform without permission. Talk about chutzpah. Antitrust lawsuit brought by diners against Grubhub, Uber Eats, and Postmates, driving up prices. And a shareholder lawsuit with a $42 million settlement for deceiving their own shareholders. And this is only in the last 2 or 3 years. The only one I know hiring more lawyers and PR companies to defend themselves in these companies is Donald Trump. Do these sound like companies that are proposing this legislation? Do these sound like companies which are proposing this legislation because they want to do more for neighborhood restaurants? They actually had to hire salespeople to go door to door to convince a few restaurants that paying them more fees is good for their business. And even then, some of those restaurants later said they never agreed. We sent you a letter in strong opposition with over 500 restaurants signing on from a single email blast that we secured in about 10 days. There's a reason why every single restaurant association in the city and represent anybody in the city is opposed to this legislation. We don't do what our membership doesn't want us to do. We're here to do what our membership wants us to do. And the New York State Restaurant Association, who's going to testify, our organization, his organization, every single one of us are uniformly opposed because our members are opposed. The truth of the matter is that the playing field is level now as a result of the fee cap. That's why the council established the fee cap. This is not the emergency one. We came back and discussed and had a wonderful hearing in which the permanent one, and that was to level the playing field. That field is level now. Everybody gets the same services for the same amount of money. They want to go back to the bad old days where only those that can afford more fees will make out well. And whatever they said today, it could be translated into 2 words: revenue and profit. Not for small business, not for small neighborhood restaurants, but for them. Keep hearing that as they further testify. Revenue and profits. Will this bring more revenue and profits to restaurants? No. Will this bring more revenue and profits to them? Yes. I'm not against revenue and profits. They're big international corporations. They're publicly traded. They need to answer to their shareholders who keep suing them. I get it. But this is a wolf in sheep and wolf's clothing? No, there's a wolf in sheep's clothing where there's a fine veneer on a bill to help their bottom line by claiming this will help small restaurants. Finally, two last points. They're suing you concerning this very matter, and that lawsuit is pending, and our city corporation counsel is defending it. Yet we are giving them this gift of this hearing, thereby undermining the city's own lawyers' arguments in the pending litigation defending the law you passed. I've never seen anything like that in my decades before the city council. Finally, wait for the report that they asked for. There is nothing that can't be discussed in September, a few months from now, when Consumer Affairs issues the report that they said they are on target to produce. Then we can all sit down and see what's working, what's not working, whether there needs to be a rise in the fee cap without a blank check like they are asking for, whether there needs to be other consumer protections added to the law. And I think that would be the fair way to go. We're happy to keep talking with them. I love my friend Josh. He's easy to talk to. He's fun. But this bill is not the answer at this point in time.
Thank you, Alfredo.
Oh, thank you. Man, you know.
I have been doing this for 35 years.
Yeah, I know. I've been standing here so long time. First and foremost, thank you, Madam Chairwoman Velasquez, and to all the council members on the committee. My name is Alfredo Angueda. I am the principal partner of the Hospitality Group, which operates 5 restaurants in the Bronx. I am also a member of the board of directors of the Bronx Chamber of Commerce, who you heard testimony from earlier today, and the New York City Hospitality Alliance, together representing hundreds of restaurants across the city of New York. I also am the former general counsel of the Bronx Overall Economic Development Corporation, as well as its former executive director of its empowerment zone, responsible for issuing loans to small businesses, who you also heard testimony earlier today from. Unfortunately, we are on opposite sides of this bill, but that's okay. Like minds can differ, and in the middle, we can find resolution. During the pandemic, this illustrious legislative body found it in the best interests of the good people of the city of New York to cap delivery fees. Now, several years later, several multinational corporations are spearheading an effort across the country, not just in New York, to remove that cap, while a room full of New York City small business owners stand in opposition. The question becomes, what has changed since the pandemic to warrant the removal of the cap? Have the 300,000 residents who moved out of New York City returned? Have the small businesses who shuttered their doors reopened? Has the culture of the city itself returned to a work from the office model? These questions are rhetorical because we no need to step no further than these hollow doors to see that these streets are empty, that the storefronts are still shuttered. This is in Lower Manhattan, this is in Queens, this is in Bronx, this is in Staten Island. We are still in economic and in a cultural distress. Despite the cultural, health, and economic stresses caused by the pandemic, still very tangible and a very real problem, we still find ourselves here advocating for our livelihood. I could be at my business, but I am here testifying. Since 8 o'clock this morning, I was standing outside. Not because I want to put increased revenue in my pocket, but because I want to ensure that the people I employ have a place to work. This bill has been touted as an equitable, fair market opportunity for small businesses to market their business via delivery apps. That sounds fantastic, but it is illusory at best. It would essentially be allowing corporations to fleece the middle market. The gentleman from Grubhub testified to their losses, despite the councilman from Queens highlighting their increases in profit from the pandemic. How do they balance the discrepancy then? How did they make record profits but are still in a loss the past year? Where is that money coming from? They need new revenue streams. And where is that new revenue stream going to come? From providing middle market businesses things that they don't necessarily need, don't necessarily want, and now we're trapped into. Economically speaking, restaurants operate on approximately 10 to 15% profit margins. Often our checks from third-party vendors at my establishments will be about $600 for the month. Now this is for dozens of meals. Now when we break down that number, I have to pay, and I found it ironic, Josh said our customers when he spoke of Grubhub, but they're my customers. I have to pay for the overhead. I have to pay for the goods. I have to pay for the rent. I have to pay for the bags, the stickers, the labels. I have to have my workforce stop what they're doing for people on the dining floor to bag these and then bring it up front to make sure. Then I have to give you 15%. And now you want me to market to get potentially, nothing guaranteed, potentially an additional, maybe, out of the dollar that we're making. So to put this in very simple terms, and ones that we can all understand, for simple math, out of every dollar, 10 to 15 is what the owner takes home. This is why many small businesses and immigrant community restaurants, they work in their restaurants because they cannot afford to open up multiple places. This is their livelihood. It is the only way that they can continue to put food on their table at home. Now we want to continue to add to that overhead cost. New York City is very expensive. So we're looking at two separate points. One, the issues that the pandemic has presented have not passed. And two, economically speaking, this is not something that the middle market can afford. One, if the chairwoman will allow. At a minimum, this bill should be tabled until the analytical report is provided, to which the council can highlight the efforts to small businesses. And I wanted to address Ms. Brewer, the councilwoman, but she left. She brought up an interesting issue, and that was she still calls restaurants directly to do that. That is a dying breed. That no longer exists. We are being force-fed something that we have no choice over. The market has moved. The market has moved to the point where no one picks up their phone. People don't even have a house phone. People don't pick up their phone to call the restaurant. We don't pay delivery people anymore because that's not how they come in. They come in through these third-party apps. So this isn't a monopoly, it's a conglomerate. It's 4 or 5 companies that understand that they have you by the boot heel and who understand that they can squeeze another dollar out of you if they choose because there is no place else for you to go. New York City has been the bastion for labor. It has been the city that has protected the worker and the business. And we ask that you continue to do that and not take heed to what has been done in San Francisco and what has been done in other cities. And at a minimum, continue to protect the business and the workers. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, several series of questions, and I guess no other council member, so I'm going to take the lead, I guess, huh?
You can go first, second, and third.
I mean, I guess, right? It is my bill, so here we go. Local Law 103 of 2021 capped the fees third-party delivery services can charge restaurants. This has been in effect since January 24th of 2022. How has this local law impacted your business? Alfredo?
Thank you. So we were able to, through third party, initially during the pandemic, that was the only way that businesses were able to survive. We were able to modify our business model, and essentially we were able to not look towards the third party because the funds that were coming in there weren't substantial enough to fund a business. But not having to pay the additional fees allowed us to move that money into other operational pieces of our business. I hope that answered your question.
I can also tell you, in speaking to our members and to clients, they said before the fee cap, it was a constant issue for management to be dealing with their third-party delivery bills, all the issues that this committee uncovered in prior hearings, going over the bills for charges that weren't made, for orders that weren't done, all the issues and the problems. It took a huge amount of time. Since the fee cap, where it's 5% plus the reasonable 15% for delivery, it's a non-issue. So it's gone from a major problem for small restaurant owners, where they had to devote a lot of time and energy, to it works, which is why Consumer Affairs said they've had no complaints since the new law went into effect, because it works for small businesses. You make the fee cap a fee floor and allow all these companies to charge whatever they want. We're going to go back to it being a problem with a lot of complaints.
Alfredo, DCWP mentioned that there are 35 app licenses. How many does your businesses currently use?
That is a great question, because out of those 35, I can probably name a handful. So, and I don't say these names to point fingers at anyone, so please don't take it personally. But there's the Grubhub, there's the Uber Eats, there's the DoorDash, there's the Seamless. Seamless is Grubhub. Yeah, so we have Uber Eats and we have Grubhub. We have which are the two largest players in the game. Out of those 35, I would be hard pressed, and I own 5 restaurants, and I sit on the board of 2 other organizations that represent thousands of restaurants, and I'd be hard pressed to name more than a handful.
Do you have concerns about your visibility on the third-party apps?
So in relation to if that's, can you refine the question a little bit? Because I don't want to speak out of turn.
This is on the delivery services cap that has been since January 24 last year.
I am not I'm not a software engineer. I do not know how Grubhub, Uber Eats, Seamless, DoorDash, any of them do the algorithm by which we pop up on a screen. But I do know business. And I would venture to guess, if I'm paying marketing dollars and I'm paying a 30% fee, that just my algorithm is going to tell me you're paying, you're going to get to the top of the list. And that's just the simple math of it. That's the way it's going to work. The data scientists and the engineers who actually design the algorithm in terms of my geolocation, my geotagging, geofencing, and determine what it is that I order, what do I order on a constant basis, and so what is that feeding me? I can't speak to that, but what I can speak to is the concerns that we have just as a business, as to how the algorithm as a business model will be dictated by the corporation. Not just how that algorithm as a business model is going to be dictated to by the corporation, because again, they're in business to make money. Not only how that is going to work, but how it currently works.
Jeff, will you want to chime in on your restaurant?
And just to add on that, I have a major concern with that. I mean, right now, I could sit in my restaurant and look at my restaurant and I don't come up. So I guess I would have to pay them money so I could see my own restaurant in my own place, sitting in it. So yes, a lot of our members have concerns with that, with the fact that if they stay with that bottom tier, that then the 500 orders that they do have now, they lose. And that's where I believe to the core that this is unfair. That why should they have to pay more to keep what they even have now?
Got it. So just wanted to ask you the same questions I asked Alfredo, just out of consistency, because you both are the restaurants and directly impacted. First with the delivery cap fees from last year, and now certainly what this proposed bill will in effect affect your business. So starting back up with, has this local law, the delivery services cap, impacted your business?
Well, to be quite honest, I only began using third-party delivery during the pandemic. I didn't believe in it personally at all prior to the pandemic. I did not have it. I didn't want to pay them because I saw what my members were going through, some paying upwards of almost 40% for orders, and I just didn't believe I wanted to give anybody 40% of my money. So I didn't use them. Obviously, I had to start using them, and it was only actually because of my wife, because I didn't want to use it during the pandemic. I actually wanted to close, and she was like, no, let's open and, let's use them. And she's been using them now, and I guess, it works. It brings a little extra revenue in, but not if I have to pay more. Not if I have to pay more to keep the same orders I have now, then you're not helping me. Nobody's helping me.
And so to the question I asked earlier, out of the 35 apps that are licensed in New York City, how many do you use, or how many does your business use currently?
Grubhub, Uber, I believe, and DoorDash.
Okay. And do you have concerns about your visibility on the third-party apps?
No, absolutely. Like I said, I mean, I look up my name now, sitting in my place, and I don't come up. I wonder why. I don't know.
And so following up for both of you, have you received customer complaints related to the increased customer delivery fees because of the cap that just came out last year?
Because of the cap, the delivery fees? No, I haven't gotten complaints about the delivery fee.
Alfredo?
That would be a better question for Jasmine, my GM. She handles the complaints. I don't deal with complaints well. They drive me crazy. But we used to get a high number of complaints from our third-party vendor apps, just because a lot of times they weren't aware of additional fees that would show up on the listing. We have customers who would order from us, and it would show up. They know what the cost of whatever we charge them for. If it was our chicken and waffles, or
Chicken
if
and
it was
waffles, yeah,
our
that's what I
chicken
was
and
thinking.
waffles are amazing, or if it was our burger, they know the price, and then they get a bill at home, and this doesn't equate. So we were dealing with that initially. Yes.
And just real quick, just to go back to the Councilwoman Brewer and Councilman from Queens about the question whether if you stay at that level, you know, can you guarantee it? Well, I wouldn't ask him to guarantee anything, and, you know, I agree with that. However, if a restaurant has an average 500 orders a month, and then all of a sudden, now you take away this fee cap and their orders go to 300, I think one can assume it's because you're not paying more money for the same orders that you had. And we understand that that's exactly what will happen.
If I may, I'm sorry I spoke out of turn, but my apologies.
No, that's fine. You guys
there-
are restaurant owners, so this is what we're doing
There
this
is
for.
no alternative. As the councilwoman, former borough president stated, she still calls restaurants. That doesn't happen. That no longer happens in this day and age.
But is that a responsibility of the
It is,
consumer
it
or
is
of the
not.
restaurant or the third-party app?
That is a very good point. But what we should not be forced to do, we already market. Whether it's a small business or a large business, they all do their internal marketing, whether it's their flyers, whether it's a banner, whether it's quarter flies, whether it's doing their Instagram or paying somebody. We pay somebody in-house to do our social media. We already pay for our marketing. Okay, and so the customers that we're reaching through there, they say, oh, you know what, I want to order. They may reach out through Grubhub or through Uber Eats or through DoorDash because that's just the way that the market currently exists.
And if you do marketing in-house, do you feel like restaurants who don't have the ability to do that should not be able to pay extra for someone who has the capability and the ability to do that?
With what margins?
Well, with whatever margins, it's their own business. I mean, like,
that's
look,
what it boils down to. That's
Right.
what it boils down to. With what margins? A small.
should we remove that option though, and that choice from folks? Is the question.
It's a
From
false
restaurants.
choice.
It's a false
Can I-
choice.
May I?
Yeah, go for it. This is an
So,
open conversation.
so you know, it's funny. Year after year, we're in these chambers, and we're always advocating to reduce regulatory burdens on businesses, streamline the permitting and licensing process. But it's interesting to be on the opposite side right now, because what we have realized, you mentioned 20-something companies. The reality is there are 3 companies. It is Grubhub/Seamless, it is DoorDash, and it is Uber Eats. And these are multi-billion-dollar corporations that are able to use their power to essentially dominate and manipulate the marketplace. So it is not fair and it is not accurate to make it sound like people have, in a sense, free will to make all of these decisions, because they use these sophisticated techniques where you can't afford to be on the platform, but you really can't afford not to be on the platform. And there's nothing inherently bad. I mean, these companies are also great. They offer really good services. But the problem is when they're in an unregulated marketplace and they have so much power, it comes at the expense of the restaurants. You know, you had asked a question about passing a fee on to the customer. You know, there is a great expense to delivery. And we need people to recognize that. But because they were so large, the only ones that actually saw the expense and the true cost of the delivery were the local restaurants and the deliveristas, because the big companies were able to dominate the market in a way that all the money comes out of their pockets. So what we're doing is just putting sensible guidelines in place to ensure a more fair and equitable regulatory environment and a better marketplace. The algorithms, Josh is great. These things are very complicated, but no one knows how these algorithms really work. But what we can tell just from experience, and we should always use history to guide us moving forward, is when we had these hearings at the past city council, when restaurants did not pay more money, they started to lose their delivery sales. Then they would get a call from a representative from the delivery company saying, oh, if you just increase your rates, you're going to get more business. So they'd be forced to. And if the restaurant's margins are 5%, 6%, 7%, whatever it is, but they're forced to pay 30+%, they can't make any money at all. But it just is that normal routine. The last thing that I would just say on that is that we should wait for the report. Everyone wants restaurants to be able to market. We want people to be able to get more customers. But the reality of what we're talking about, as I said in my testimony, is so much of this fees is going for business that is not giving you incremental sales, as the third-party deliveries like to say. It's not delivering new customers. It's basically siphoning off the existing customers that order directly from restaurants and extracting a bigger fee, and then withholding that customer information from the restaurants, so if they leave the platform, they can't reach those restaurants or their customers directly. And then the third-party delivery companies will then market the competing restaurants. And you really need like a whole PowerPoint to show how it all works, but this is how complex manipulation of marketplaces work. And we just need to acknowledge that, put guardrails on it, because there is a place for these third-party delivery companies absolutely to operate in the New York City marketplace. But if we leave them unregulated, it comes at the expense of restaurants and workers and consumers, and that is what history has showed us. So I don't know why we should believe that it would be any different if we remove this regulation on them.
Just one quick thing from a legal perspective.
Can I chime in?
On that.
Let me chime in.
Yeah, sure.
There is a regulation. Let's not dismiss that. There is a regulation. There is a cap right now existing. So let's just really start off.
Well, there is.
What's
now.
the truth? That's one. Two, there is nothing preventing a consumer from calling the restaurant directly. And I think that I understand it may be a dying market, but at the end of the day, that is a consumer right. And I am the chair of Consumer and Worker Protection, and I want to protect the fact that you can dial in. I still dial in. Along with Brewer, maybe it's because I'm a baby of the 80s and I love just dialing in and making sure that my businesses know who I am and that I'm supporting them. And that's kind of on us. But in the ability and in the amount of time that small businesses don't have all the know-how, experience, or ability to market themselves, can we effectively provide restaurants this choice? Because that's what the basis of this bill is. It's not forcible. Everybody has an ability to choose to be in or out. And so that is what is at the heart of this matter. So in giving that context, when we're thinking about forward-looking, the impacts of the charges that someone else is paying, how does it impact your business, Jeff, or your business, Alfredo, if someone else is paying a little bit more extra for something that they can't do in-house, but you could do in-house?
Can I please say something on just right directly? I'll be really quick.
Sure.
Because we're the baby of that same year even, I think. But I'm happy you said calling the restaurant direct. People have the free ability to just call the restaurant direct. But what I mentioned before about the sophisticated techniques that these companies have used and not forgetting history, yes, a customer could pick up the phone and call direct to a restaurant. But history showed us that Grubhub used to create secondary phone numbers for restaurants and then spend money to advertise those phone numbers. So when a customer would think they were calling the restaurant direct, they weren't. They were actually calling a secondary phone number set up by Grubhub, which then resulted, what I mentioned in my testimony, of them charging restaurants tens of thousands of dollars in bogus fees for orders that never went through based on these phone numbers. So even the perception of there's a free market, there's free will, that is not totally accurate, because history has showed us that they use these market manipulation practices to basically outsmart people who are trying to outsmart the system.
Also, I want to jump in. I wish you had been at this committee's hearings when Chairman Joe and I addressed that very question when he looked up Velasquez Restaurant. We did it live at the hearing and said, okay, I eat at Velasquez Restaurant all the time. You know what? I'd like to do delivery. I'd like to do delivery tonight. So let me Google Velasquez Restaurant. And instead of your listing coming up, it was Grubhub's listing for Velasquez Restaurant. It was DoorDash's listing. You had to go down about 2 pages before you actually got to the restaurant's real listing. So, lawyers for the city right now are arguing in court, stating that restaurants are an essential business, that these companies have become part of that restaurant world, if you will, and therefore it is appropriate for government to regulate these rates, just as we do with, commercial carding, just as we do with taxi cabs. The 5% cap, by the way, is a maximum. They could offer lower and have people have a choose up to 5%. No one's stopping that. They could do a basic at 3%. They could do another one at 4%. Or they could have come back to you and say 5%'s a little low. Let's raise the maximum to 8%, and we'll do different options within there. But that's not what they've said. They've come back and said, let's get rid of maximum fees altogether. Sky's the limit, whatever we feel like charging. Given that this is an essential service, it needs to be regulated. Commercial carriers could charge you less than the maximum that the city sets, if they choose to. But our responsibility is to keep a maximum. That's our responsibility for an essential service if you want to keep neighborhood businesses open.
Respectfully, I would not like to be compared to the former small business chair. Thank you.
No, but it was a good hearing, though. It was a very good hearing with many members of the council, all who voted unanimously for this legislation, unanimously from the business committee.
So with that being said, I still, especially for both Jeff and Alfredo, are there services that you would like to receive from third-party delivery apps that are not currently available to you?
No, you want to? No, please.
Be quite honest, I would have to ask my wife what she would want to use on that. I'm spending my time really trying to advocate and help many of the restaurants that are here today. But I'm not sure what else they can do for me right now. I mean, you know, I think that we are the economic generators of our businesses, right? The hard work she does every day with her employees, preparing the menus, preparing the good service that we provide at our place. So I think that we are the ones that help folks use Uber and all those platforms. They don't help us. We help them. Because at the end of the day, we're the ones providing the meals, we're the ones providing the service, and I believe that, you know, that's what our job is.
There was a comment that was made earlier and I don't know the gentleman, so I don't want to speak out of turn. And if you're still here, don't think I'm talking about you. But there was a comment that he said that, you know, our Grubhub's customers, our customers, and they're, with all due respect, they're ours. They called looking for my restaurant. They're not yours. You're the intermediary. You didn't cook the food, you didn't prepare the food, you didn't wrap it, you didn't have the hostess staple it, you didn't have her bring it to the front. The driver that's coming to pick it up, he doesn't work for you directly. Last time I checked, right? You're probably 1099ing him. So they're our customers, with all due respect. And if that's the case, we want the ability, if this is about marketing, right, and free market, and we want to give these individuals the opportunity, then give us all the data so that this way we can market directly. We don't need you then. Let me market myself. If they're going to call and they're going to reach out to you, and then that's how they're going to come to us, all right, fine. But then they're coming to us. They're knocking on our door. And if that's the case, then give us the ability, not through you, but give us the ability to do it. Is that not the true epitome of a free market then?
Which is the law that you passed, which they're suing to stop.
So here's another question. As restaurant owners, instead of using third-party apps, why not employ your own delivery staff? What is stopping you from doing that?
Well, me personally, I just don't have the resources to do that. And from my understanding is, you know, and again, this doesn't impact delivery workers. This impacts the restaurant. So right now, again, I didn't use this service before COVID. I was doing just fine. People coming in, enjoying our place, enjoying the service. Again, those are like Alfredo said, those are my customers. The ones that order are the customers that also come in to our restaurants. So, you know, I didn't use them beforehand, so I don't know, you know, I didn't have a need to have my own delivery workers.
Okay.
There are, let me let me speak very plainly. There are a lot of restaurants that still do this on their own. I am advocating, can we afford to do that on our own? Yes. I am advocating for those that cannot, for those that don't have the ability or the God blessing to be within these hallowed halls and testify before you. So I'm advocating for those who don't have the voice to advocate for themselves or don't have the ability to. And there are several reasons why. Despite those individuals who do it themselves, with all due respect, Councilwoman, that's like saying, well, why don't you use a payphone? That's because New York City took them all away. That's gone the way of the dodo bird. Everyone uses their cell phone. This is a change. We're at a cusp where things have changed in relation to restaurants and delivery service. So we'll have a conversation. If I was to employ someone, thanks to New York City's labor laws and thanks to the state's labor laws, now this is going to increase the amount of individuals I employ. This is going to change my math, my back office math. Now, how many employees do I have? How many hours is he working or she? How long am I going to have them on payroll? Does it change the employee status? Does it change this? So all of these issues that I now have to handle internally, which we could do if necessary, that is why that whole dynamic has changed. The average individual, if we were to go outside these halls and we were to grab the first 10 people and ask them, did they order and where did they order from? 9 out of 10 are going to order from their phone and from an app. We're talking about the one that is ordering via the phone. So you asked a question earlier as well, why we're trying to stop an individual from having that choice, that door. And as Andrew stated, it's illusory. It's 3 doors, and when you open it, it's the same person standing behind those 3 doors. It's like that let's make a deal. I don't know if you remember that. Door number 1, door number 2, door number 3. Guess what? It's the same thing.
Yeah.
And
no, just say a lot of restaurants utilize the third-party delivery workers, or they use their own delivery workers, or sometimes it's a hybrid of both. But this proposal 813 does not modify the cap on the physical delivery. We went back, and initially we were told by the delivery companies that 10% would have been an okay cap for the actual physical delivery. But we actually said, you know what, go up to 15% just to ensure that the deliveristas can be compensated properly for doing the really, really hard work. So this bill's not modifying that. Of course, you should be able to supplement getting the physical delivery by one of their 1099 workers. And this bill does nothing to change that at all.
Correct. It just adds the ability to add additional marketing if requested, which is the whole point.
Marketing that should result in an incremental sale, not marketing that's going to be taken to steal restaurants' own direct customers and continue to charge them the same high fees for repeat direct customer orders, which Alfredo was saying.
Got it.
But Councilwoman, why would we need, like, if I already have 500 orders, and I like using that round number, 500 orders, and I don't pay for additional marketing, what guarantees do I have that I'm going to have my 500 orders? And if it goes down to 300 orders, should I have to pay more in marketing to have what I already have, to pay for what I already had? I just find that unfair and that burden to put on the restaurants to have to pay more to get what they already have now. Then where was the true marketing there? It wasn't marketing. You just gave my orders to somebody else.
So what is the current, because you had mentioned your wife basically knows most of this. Sorry, I stopped myself from asking this, but if you do know, what is the current contract with one of these operators? Can you guide me through how it impacts you? I have a $100 order. Tell me then, how does my $100 order roll up to you through an app? So they charge you XYZ for the 5%. So you guide me through that process?
I do not know. Not because, no, I know what the process is. I know what I'm saying.
Numbers,
but
like,
I
what do you
haven't
end up
seen
with?
our particular order.
Okay. Alfredo, do you have that information?
Yeah, I know there's a cap on it, but I I do. That's in our office. I should have brought it. I would have been more prepared. But could you repeat your question?
So guide me through it. I just placed a $100 order through Grubhub.
They're getting their cut off top. Yeah.
No, how does that work through you, right? So I just paid Grubhub $100. How much of that currently makes it into your pocket when I place an order?
So after their fees and everything else, and the delivery fees and their service fee, I would have to look at ours, but I would do the rough math, taking away the 5% and then delivery, 5% and 15. Yeah, so take away 15 on top. I think 23. So now I like round math. So if we're talking about $100 and they're taking 23% off the top, we'll leave that 20% of 100. We'll take off the 3. We'll call it 20, even. Everybody happy with that? Let's call it 20.
Okay.
For easy math, instead of 23,
Okay.
we'll call it 20. We'll call it 20 just for quick, easy.
For quick math, yes.
For quick math, but let's just.
So that's a $100 order.
They're
20%.
They're taking 20.
They
they're
take
gonna-
$20
they'll
off the
they'll-
bat.
20. They'll take 20
And
off.
this covers, and you're paying them specifically for just delivery on this piece, right? Because your contract with them is just delivery, or what is your contract with them like?
No.
So no such thing as your contract. It's just delivery with Grubhub.
Yeah, you can.
As a matter of fact, it's the other way around. For a long time, Grubhub didn't do delivery in New York City. They were not a delivery company. They were fourth-party delivery companies. We did it ourselves. They were just in the marketing, transmitting order business.
Like the Yellow Book, right?
Correct. A modern
So
version
like I
of it.
remember when I was like a kid, I would pay, I'd be a small business, I'd pay for the front cover of the Yellow Book, right?
Right.
I'd pay a little bit more. And then if I wanted to be in the middle, I'd pay a little less, right? As a small business, right? Should we not give our small restaurants that same opportunity?
When I mentioned the Yellow Pages in a meeting with Grubhub the other day, a few months ago, they laughed at me like I was a dinosaur.
If you are one, I am too, then.
Yeah. No, before the cap, just to be clear, before the cap, you might be paying 30%, 35%, just not even for delivery. And then you had to deliver on top of it, depending on which company was transmitting that order. One of the things that Andrew, let me try to put it more in plain English, one of the things that Andrew and the others were trying to say, which is problematical about the whole system here, which is why it needs heavy regulation, is surely that first customer they bring you from that marketing, whatever tier it is, bronze, gold, platinum, whatever they want to charge, is worth a lot because it's a new customer, no question about it. And they're taking a percentage. The way they're getting paid is they're taking a percentage of that $100, whether it's 5% now or whether you get rid of the cap and it's 20% later on. But what we're complaining about is once that customer becomes a customer of ours, they're our customer. There's no more marketing for that customer. They've already become our customer. They love his food. They just want to order again. You would think that, talk about choice, you would think there would then be a choice for saying, okay, for each new customer, maybe you're entitled to a large fee, but for each time that you order on the 10th, 20th time, you're not entitled to that same 20% of that order anymore. For what? There's no marketing anymore. The only service you're providing at that point is a computer transmission, of the order, which is probably cost about $1. Yet that's not their model. So we're forced to come to you to talk about, and we did to come talk about regulation based on their model. Their model really, in the legal term, sucks. It's brilliant from their perspective because they're getting a percentage of every order that they transmit, whether it's a hamburger or a steak. It's the same percent, they're getting a percentage, even though it's the same bag, it's the same transmission, and it doesn't matter if it's the 100th time, you ordered or if it's the first time. That's a horrible system for small businesses, which is why we needed this cap in the first place.
Yeah, I just think everyone, the market, everyone wants restaurants to have the freedom to be able to market themselves if they so choose in a free market environment. And I think the most important thing to leave you with and leave everyone with is that it is a very sophisticated way in which a handful of these companies are able to manipulate the marketplace. So when restaurants are paying more, they're not necessarily getting more marketing. I would just look at it in two ways. You have marketing, you have the physical delivery of the food, and then you have the utility of transmitting the order. And what I would say is a lot of these orders, particularly with repeat customers, comes down. Oh. No, she's asking me to stop.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, everyone, give us a few. Sorry, you gotta get out. All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Please leave the room.
Thank you.
Sorry, council member. So,
No, I know. I was
sorry.
trying not to
I know,
be
I know, no, I didn't
disrespectful.
even.
I was just happy right behind you.
I'll
so I was
just say the last thing.
Can
'cause
you
I-
repeat everything just so that everyone's together?
I'll say one last thing, because I know I'm also getting texts. There's a lot of restaurateurs here as well that are saying they want to say, but I just want to say something, and I really, truly mean this, and I've expressed it before. We can sit and fight with Grubhub, with DoorDash, with Uber. We are not saying they don't have an important place in the city's marketplace. What we are simply saying is that they have so much control of the marketplace that it creates conditions that are not fair. And we are happy to make other modifications to help ensure that when restaurants, and some of them you may hear today, say, I want to pay more marketing so I can get more business, that's fine. But when they are paying more money for more marketing, they're actually receiving the marketing that they're paying for. And if you just pass the bill as it's currently drafted, it's not going to create the guardrails to ensure that. It basically will just create a free-for-all. And I'm telling you, we're going to be back here having conversations all over again that we would love to avoid. So I think there is common ground. I think there's a place where we can all work together, but this bill is not it. And there's no reason that we would spend this much time dealing with all of this if we didn't regularly hear from restaurants about their concerns and we didn't go through years and years experiencing what the market was like when it wasn't regulated. So we're open to conversations. We're just saying, as drafted, it's going to hurt businesses that it's intending to help. Thank you.
Fair.
What modifications you had mentioned? What are those modifications?
So there are a bunch of them, and I'm not going to answer them right now because I think we need to have this report to be data-driven, and we should not necessarily be negotiating in this public realm. But what I will say, as I said before, there are certain things that are very important, like ensuring that repeat customer orders don't charge the same high percent as, a new order, that there's more guardrails in the types of advertising so companies aren't siphoning off restaurants' own customers. There's a handful of others, but I think we should just wait until the report comes out so we can do it in a thoughtful, constructive, and data-driven way.
And like dropping lawsuits while they're attempting to negotiate with you at the same time.
Thank you. Bookman, do you have any recommendations or modifications to this bill at this point?
No, but there are quite a few additional consumer protections. You know my background is consumer protection, and I think there are more transparencies that are necessary, especially if we're going to modify the cap. I think consumers who are the real consumers of these services need to understand that there is no free lunch, that somebody has to pay for this, and I think there needs to be requirements that contracts with these companies cannot prohibit restaurants from being transparent with consumers and passing along, fees that are being charged to us, so that everybody is on the same page, and then maybe people will deal with the restaurant more directly when they know that it's cheaper dealing with the restaurant more directly than it is with one of these third parties, which is another reason why people aren't bothering with restaurants. They think it's free.
Thank you. Jeff, Alfredo, any modifications to this bill that you see?
I just would like to see something that says that if restaurants have an average amount of transactions, that any type of increase in any advertising or promotion, if they don't choose to do that, that they would lose transactions because of it.
I want my data. I want to be able, if customer A came to me and heard about my restaurant and looked me up and now has made an order, I want to be able to market to them directly. If we're talking about free market, give me my data so that this way I can contact them directly, as opposed to going through an intermediary and having to pay an additional fee. And on a side note, while it was not me who made an outburst, I would like to apologize for the outburst that was made to the kind gentlewoman who has been so kind to host this hearing and has been here for a number of hours. So my apologies.
Indeed.
Agree.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. And with
Thank
that,
you.
we're going to take a 5-minute break and we're just going to, walk it off all. Thank you. Because he's already been a dick, so. Oh, shit. I'm not on.
Everyone settle down, find a seat, please.
Once
Thank
again, please
you.
find seats. We're going to reconvene. Thank you.
The next panel will be an in-person panel. It will be Sasha Owen, Ivan Garcia, Chilling Tong, and Lily Rocha.
Hi, and thank you all. The only one time I'm going to give a round of applause for everyone to be so patient, and thank you for the support earlier. So thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. And then let's rock and roll, okay? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Sasha Owen, and I am the Senior Manager of Government Relations for DoorDash in New York. And with me is
Ivan Garcia, Senior Manager of Public Engagement with DoorDash.
DoorDash is a technology company whose mission is to grow and empower local economies, including in New York City. We do that by partnering with thousands of local businesses for online ordering, pickup, delivery, and marketing services. We also empower New Yorkers from all walks of life to earn money when, where, and how they choose by delivering meals and other essentials to their communities. Thank you, Chair Velasquez, Councilmember Holden, and all members of the committee for the opportunity to testify on Intro 813, a critical bill that would give restaurants the ability to choose the services that best suit their needs and ensure delivery workers can continue to earn on the platform. I want to start by addressing what the proposed amendments would and would not do if adopted. The amendments would not eliminate fee protections or require restaurants to pay exorbitant fees to access delivery, pickup, and other services. Rather, the amendments would ensure that all restaurants continue to have access to valuable options for those services at or below the limits currently in place, while being able to take full advantage of all the tools that DoorDash offers restaurants to attract customers and grow their revenue. In April 2021, DoorDash introduced our new partnership plans across the country, offering all small and medium-sized restaurants the option to obtain delivery and pay only a 15% commission, without being required to pay for any other services if they don't want to. The proposed amendments would require DoorDash to continue to offer restaurants low-cost options permanently. At the same time, restaurants will not be faced with expensive one-size-fits-all solutions. They'll instead have a variety of options that they can choose from to meet their specific needs. Opponents of this have claimed that the status quo is better for restaurants, but this is not a choice of adopting the proposed amendments or simply maintaining the status quo. The current status quo is unsustainable. And like all price controls, the current limit on fees could create unintended consequences that will ultimately hurt customers, delivery workers, and restaurants. If the law stays in place unchanged, DoorDash may need to reduce service levels, raise customer fees, or take other actions that will inevitably lead to fewer orders being placed through the platform. Based on our experience in other markets, we estimate that volume could drop by as much as 12% or 3.5 million orders annually. Fewer orders to the platform means fewer earning opportunities for Dashers. Based on data from FY 2022, we estimate that Dashers could lose nearly $30 million annually. This loss of volume will also hurt New York City restaurants, who stand to lose more than $96 million in annual revenue. These impacts will be felt throughout the city, including in the city's communities of color, where 69% of independent merchants on the platform are based and 68% of orders are delivered. It's also important to remember that the city's current price control does not exist in a vacuum. A citywide earnings standard for delivery workers will take effect later this year, and with this fee cap in place, unintended consequences like reduced service, increased consumer costs, and decreased order volume will be further exacerbated. Empowering and helping restaurants grow is core to what we do at DoorDash.
Today, we are achieving those goals in New York City, where there are nearly 17,000 stores on the DoorDash platform. In 2022, more than 41 million orders were placed with merchants in the city, accounting for more than $936 million in merchant sales. The city first imposed fee limits during the very worst part of the pandemic, when restaurants were shut down and vaccines were months away. Thankfully, the city has come a long way since that time, and DoorDash has similarly evolved to better serve all of our stakeholders, including our restaurant partners. Dining rooms have been fully reopened for nearly 2 years, and social distancing and mask requirements have been lifted. We know that every restaurant is different, and each deserves the ability to select the products and services that best support them, especially those competing with bigger brands and known businesses. This proposal would empower restaurants to choose from a range of partnership plans to fit their unique needs and access services to connect with new customers, grow their business, and reach their goals. The proposed amendments reflect the new reality we find ourselves in without risking unintended consequences for customers, dashers, and restaurants along the way. We ask for your support in adopting them. Thank you so much.
You're next.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Velasquez and New York City Council. My name is Lily Rocha. I'm the CEO of the National Latino Restaurant Association. We're a 501c3 and a C6. We know that many Latino restaurant owners, including hundreds of our members here in New York, are often one unexpected cost away from losing their business. That's why we are voicing our strong support for the legislative amendment known as Intro 0813. That would provide more flexibility to how restaurants are listed on delivery app platforms and can choose more marketing. I'm honestly a little appalled at what I've seen here today. The fact that some of the opposition cannot give you a proper answer on a simple question such as, the math, and then giving you sort of answers on easy math. And that narrative that's being shared today is, it's simply not true. Using pre-COVID information to paint a narrative is completely incorrect, as third-party apps have evolved. Using outdated information, no facts, and pure emotion to mislead the City Council is quite embarrassing, and that is what's happening here today. Using words like stealing, corporate greed, et cetera, nothing to do with what we're here to do today with regard to the marketing, the way the fee caps are working. So it's a little, like I said, it's very misleading. I don't like the fact that, real data is not being used. The only real data that you are getting is from the third-party apps that have the information. Also, that's how the Latino Restaurant Association, makes our decisions, because we do see that. For example, we're talking about wages, fee caps. We need. Actually, I'm going to go back to reading. I don't want to get off my.
It's okay. Take your time. Don't worry.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
So we all know that the impact of COVID-19 pandemic took a far more severe toll on some of our communities, like the Latino community. One of the communities is the restaurant industry, obviously. While it may seem counterintuitive that we, the association, is supporting this modification, known as a fee cap for restaurants, logic and experience informs our perspective. Again, what I just said. In New York and other cities, these caps came during the very early days of the pandemic as an emergency measure with the goal of preventing price gouging and things that happened in the past that are no longer happening at all. But we're not looking at the unintended consequences, such as consumer costs rising, keep delivery services viable. This in turn results in fewer customers and lost business for restaurants when we're not looking at the unintended consequences. Delivery services in Latino communities have been a tremendous tool in keeping our restaurants open and our workers and neighborhoods safe. Our surveys suggest that restaurants on delivery platforms were as high as 8 times more likely to stay in business than those that were not. Restaurants voluntarily sign up for delivery service because they grant flexibility in selecting services and fees best suited for their business needs. Again, this is all voluntary. Nobody is, as it's being communicated here, nobody is putting any, nobody's twisting your arm to use these services. You can also take your restaurant data of your customers' names and services and use your own platform to keep that data. No one is keeping that data from you. So when folks say, I want my data, you have your data. You have every freedom to use your data. So no one is keeping that data away from you. I'm here today on a national platform because New York stands alone in maintaining this pandemic-era restriction. Today, nearly 60 price control measures put in place across the country have been removed. Another 7 cities have adopted smart compromise policies that preserve caps for delivery services, but allow restaurants the flexibility to opt into additional marketing services from delivery platforms if they choose to. Again, if they choose to. We are in a free market, so there is choice. These cities include San Francisco, Minneapolis, Spokane, Portland, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C. Local restaurants looking to grow their businesses should be able to choose whether or not they want to pay for the marketing services that third-party delivery services are offering. Fortunately, this amendment will allow New York City's law to be modified to both preserve the delivery fee cap and give restaurants those choices. That would restore some equity and benefit for all of us, because remember, this ecosystem includes delivery workers. How are we supposed to pay delivery workers? You know, there's so many questions that aren't being answered with regard to the anecdotal information and data that is not, I mean, I don't think it's data because it's not, those aren't real numbers. And lastly, we are voicing our strong support for this legislative amendment now before you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson. My name is Chi-Ling Tong, the President and CEO of National Asian Pacific Islander, American Chamber of Commerce and Entrepreneurships. We represent the interests of 2.65 million AAPI small business owners and entrepreneurs, including restaurants. National ACE has collaborated with over 120 affiliate AAPI chambers and partners organizations across the country to assist AAPI small businesses and restaurants. Many of them have submitted their written testimony to support this amendment, Intro 0813. For the past year, National ACE has worked with New York AAPI Chamber and partners to provide more than 100 webinars and workshops to small business owners and restaurants, including technical assistance training, access to capital, participate in an e-commerce, and incorporate into the digital economy. It is so critical to them. And New York City, we all agree that New York City's AAPI restaurants and small businesses suffered tremendously during the pandemic due to shutdowns and people choosing to stay home. So this amendment, it is so critical to them. Our business rely on takeout and delivery in partnership with online and mobile food ordering and third-party delivery platforms such as Grubhub, DoorDash, and Uber Eats. And we appreciate the Council's efforts in 2020 when it moved to protect the industry from unfair charges. Today, again, I'm here in support of amendment Intro 0813 that would modify the cap on third-party delivery service put in place during the pandemic, an amendment that gives restaurant owners, especially minority Asian-owned business, the opportunity to decide how to manage and grow their business. Under the law, as it stands today, restaurants lose their ability to opt into tailored marketing services from third-party apps that may be priced higher, but also may create unmatched value for independent businesses. AAPI restaurants like a Jumbo Garden and like a King's Kitchen and like any others choose to buy this service from the apps in order to reach new customers who are spending less than they might on traditional advertising models. By opting into packages through Grubhub, Uber Eats, and DoorDash, they can get a tailored service at a pay-as-you-go rates. They can be adjusted at any time. That means they get the tools they need to compete with the bigger brands and chains who might have a bigger budgets for marketing and advertising and even in-house staff. If the City Council wants to level the playing field for smaller and mid-sized businesses, an amendment to the current cap is urgently needed. It is so critical for our small business owners and restaurants. Therefore, we support amendment And we are discussing today because a restaurant will not have to pay any more than they currently do. They'll only be charged more if they choose to pay for additional services that they think are worth the cost, the fundamental principle of the free market. On behalf of all AAPI small business and restaurant we represent, thank you again for considering this amendment to the fee cap law, which would empower restaurants across the city to make a marketing and spending decision that work best for them. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I have questions for you. DoorDash, hope you're ready.
As expected, yes. As ready as we can be.
It's going to be similar in vein to what was asked to Grubhub. Grubhub actually had a presentation of their different fees. What does your fee structures look like currently, and how would they change if this law would be enacted?
Thank you for that question. So as I noted in my testimony, in April of 2021, DoorDash introduced new partnership plans, and there was three pricing options for restaurants on our platform. One is a 15% option, one is a 25% option, and one is a 30% option. We offer those around the country, in every state, and all the cities we're in, not just in places where there have been caps. That's something that, again, we've had in place now for 2 years around the country, because we had worked with restaurants around the country, speaking to restaurants. We have a restaurant advisory group, and we came to understand that this was really the best thing for restaurants and for DoorDash and for delivery workers and for customers, was to create these pricing tiers. So if this bill passes, what would happen to our pricing tiers is they would stay the same. So all the bill does, again, is ensure that that 15% option and that 5%, 3%, that the current options in the permanent cap are maintained. And then it gives us the opportunity to provide those additional 25% and 30% options if a restaurant wants to reach more customers, has different marketing needs, et cetera. So if you are, and just to be clear, if you were getting to this as well, Chair Velasquez, if you were in a particular tier prior to the cap being in place, you would receive multiple communications from DoorDash. In other cities, we've done emails, but also phone calls directly to restaurants and merchants. You would receive multiple communications explaining that you are going to be put in the tier that you were in prior to the cap being in place, and then explaining the different options if you do want to make a change to one of the other tiers. So hopefully that.
And then we have another concern or question. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought just because it's on our gazillion. Yes. Here we are. Sorry. The DC lawsuit. Can you elaborate on that? That was where we're at.
Not lawsuit, but the issue from a couple of weeks ago. Yeah.
Yes.
And appreciate the question. So, so thank you for asking. So in DC, just like we do everywhere, for local delivery, the options for a restaurant to be on our platform are the 15%, 25%, and 30% option. What happened in DC was just an error. It was a mistake. This particular restaurant also was working with DoorDash for nationwide shipping, and for nationwide shipping services, there was a 55% commission, and what we sent to the restaurant in DC was just a mistake. There was no 55% commission commission for local delivery.
Thank you.
I'm glad I got to clarify that. Thank you.
So now, under current law, pursuant to 20-563.3 of the Administrative Code, third-party delivery apps can charge a maximum of 23% of the purchase price of each online order to food service establishments. How often does your company charge less than 23%?
Very often. Actually, many restaurants in the city have agreements with commissions under 23% with us. And actually, up to this point, we haven't charged anyone in New York City above 20% commission.
How many clients or restaurants?
Restaurants, we have 17,000 merchants on the platform.
And so none of them have reached 23?
Restaurants have not reached 23, no, 20% has been the top that we've been charging restaurants since the cap's been in place in New York City. We haven't been taking the transaction fee. We've just been putting that into that 20% commission.
How much of your revenue comes from commissions charged to restaurants?
Yeah. I have to get back to you on that. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. If I could get back to you, that would be great.
Totally, thank you. And then Local Law 103 of 2021 requires DCWP to submit a report recommending the maintenance or adjustment of the caps on third-party delivery fees no later than September 30th of this year. Why should the council amend the caps now?
I mean, nothing in this bill, Intro 813, would prevent the study from still being issued in September, but I can say that we have been working on this issue for years now, and as others have noted, many cities have now taken the path of what the bill is proposing to do. So we think that all the information that would be needed to make this decision exists now. And of course, also the minimum wage for delivery workers is going to be in effect soon. And we think that restaurants need these options as soon as possible.
In jurisdictions like San Francisco and Portland that have enacted fee caps similar to those advanced by Intro 813, how many establishments opt in for the minimum fee level?
I don't have that number, but I can get that to you. I mean, I can just tell you that our basic option at 15% is designed to provide great value to restaurants. And many restaurants around the country use that 15% option. I can come back to you with specific numbers.
Perfect. And Grubhub had testified that they set up the websites for
We do that as well.
Do you
Yeah.
do that as well?
Yeah.
What are the services you provide? Can you clarify?
We have something called Storefront, where for a 0% commission, you can we can help you create your own website where customers can go directly to do delivery. So we have an option. I don't know if it's exactly the same, but similar.
And now, if this amendment passed, what will restaurants currently on the platform receive in terms of communications regarding their rate structure and any changes to it?
Yeah, they will receive multiple communications. And again, as I stated, in other cities, we've also done direct phone calls to restaurants to make sure they understand the change and what's happening. They will be informed of the current commission tier that they were in prior to the cap being set. And then they will be explained the other options so that they can choose which one they want to be in. But they will receive multiple communications, and we've done phone calls before as well. We're also we're happy also to work with the restaurant associations that are here, the chambers, community groups, whatever we can do to partner to make sure that everyone is communicated with. And with the council, we're happy to do that as well.
And so how do we, there are concerns after the DC situation. How do we assure folks here that it doesn't happen here in New York City?
I mean, again, the DC situation, it was really, truly a mistake. The 55% that you're referring to was for nationwide shipping. It was not for delivery. That merchant does have the 15%, 25%, and 30% option for local delivery. And in terms of just generally, I think the point of your question, I mean, I can say, we have been offering these pricing options for 2 years almost now, because we know it's what's best for restaurants. We have not changed those for the last 2 years. There are lots of restaurants who choose each of these options depending on what their needs are. And again, it's a model that we think has been really successful for the pillars of our business, the restaurants, the delivery workers, and customers.
And in light of that and the lessons learned, what safeguards are in place right now so that it won't happen again?
Yeah.
Over there and certainly here in New York City.
Absolutely. I mean, the bill, ensures that low-cost option is always available. So it ensures that 15% option is provided by a company like DoorDash. Then, only then, can we provide alternative pricing options. So we think that it provides great protection because that low-cost 15% will always have to be offered by a DoorDash for us to, again, provide other options as well.
Grubhub had mentioned in their testimony where if these new changes happen, they would retain their folks at the current standard if they want to. Is that something that DoorDash also is looking to? Or better said, if 813 were to pass, how many restaurants would automatically be placed into a tier above what they're currently paying? meaning more than the 23%?
No one would get paid, would get placed into something above what they contracted with DoorDash prior to the permanent cap being set. They will be provided with information about the different tiers, and they can make that decision. But no one, and in that communication, they'll be reminded and told of that contract that they had prior to the cap being set. So they'll be provided all that information, and then they can make that choice. They will not, there's not an automatic for them to go into a tier, other than the one that they were contracted with us prior to the permanent cap being put in place.
And what percent is that above the 23% currently on the other states that do have it?
That I don't know. That I have to get back to you. You're saying, I'm sorry, how many have gone to 25% and 30% versus the 50% option? Who is it? Nationally, I have to get that information to you. Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. And then same thing I asked Grubhub. What assurances do we give our restaurants that there won't be any retaliation, or they won't be paying, they won't be hurt because they choose not to get the other options?
I mean, there just absolutely will not be. I mean, again, we've had this commission structure in place for multiple years now, all over the country. It was designed because we talked to restaurants about how to best serve them and serve the needs of our business altogether. And we want, when small businesses and restaurants succeed and reach more customers and grow, that's good for us, that's good for delivery workers, that's good for the community, that's good for the local economy. That's what we do at DoorDash, and that's what we are always striving to do. So there would be absolutely zero retaliation. It's not what's been happening around the country with the pricing system we have.
And when we're talking about the algorithm and whatnot, how would you define your algorithm? What pieces go into it?
There's a bunch of factors. So I would have to get back to you, or as maybe somebody else on the panel said earlier, there's tech folks who could be answering that more specifically than me. I can get back to you on those factors, but there's a lot of them. I can tell you though that an example, Chairwoman, is if you're on the 15% option, you will be part of the carousel, let's say, that's like fastest restaurant to deliver to you, or most popular restaurant. You're still getting valuable placement based off of that algorithm, even at the 15% option. And those are some examples of how.
So are marketing fees part of that, even if you are at the 15% level of the algorithm right now that you explained?
Yes, we could go, yes, or they can go up under the cap up to 23, but we haven't gone up above 20. But the way that companies might do it differently at DoorDash, our delivery, our marketing, all of that is all part of that fee.
And can marketing fees be used to boost a restaurant in search results?
Yes, I mean, yes. I mean, you might pay for marketing. Yeah, as part of your package, you might pay for a way to be displayed in a certain way on the app. Yes.
That's not right. And then when it relates to data, what kind of data does the restaurant get to keep?
On the data question, we have, and I just want to pull something up on that. We really do have an ever-expanding suite of analytical tools to help restaurants better understand and expand their businesses. We also, of course, have to protect the privacy of customers that use the platform. But some examples of information we do give are menu performance, customer analysis, heat maps showing where orders are coming from, customer reviews and feedback, which restaurants have the ability to respond to.
Thank you. Following up with you, Lily, thank you for coming. You're coming all the way from California, so we know this is very important to you. So now you are part of the National Latino Restaurant Group. Now, can you explain to me how many members you have nationally, and then how many of those are in New York?
Nationally, we have about 1,800. We have 3 offices, one here in New York, one in Houston, and our headquarters is in Los Angeles. About 250 are the numbers in the state of New York.
Do you know out of out of head, just out of those 250, how many are in New York City?
I would say the majority. No, because I saw different cities that I didn't know where they were. But I don't know exactly how many are in New York City.
Okay, thank you. And hold on, we have more. And then have you received any funding from any of these third-party apps?
We have received funding from the third-party apps in the past. I have no,
Wait, can we, guys? I don't need to stay here longer, and I also don't want to remove anybody else today. So can we just like keep it together? We're gonna do this, guys. We're gonna get through this, but let's give everybody the respect that they deserve, okay?
Yeah, let me
Decorum.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead,
Let
Lily.
me be clear. We have worked with the third-party apps in a variety of ways. And so when, for example, we have had numerous webinars in Spanish with DoorDash, for example. And these are the things that, and have I received compensation from Grubhub to be here? Absolutely not. I have, to this moment, I have not received any money from Grubhub to be here, okay, to be clear. And I think about 2 years ago, we did receive a $10,000 grant from Grubhub about 2 years ago when the pandemic started. That's what I can show you from my financial records. Okay, so just to be very clear to the audience members that are incredulous or think that I am, I'm sorry. So we as an association, like many restaurant associations, maybe as you as well, we partner with many different corporations, Walmart Foundation, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, on a variety of programs. This includes DoorDash, and this includes companies like Grubhub. Actually, my relationship with DoorDash is, it's pretty solid. We've done many programs because we do ask them, we say Latinos need information in Spanish. So I'm here working with, not Ivan in particular, but folks like Ivan around the country to give this information to our Latino. I don't know if you know, but Latinos, we actually over-index on using our mobile phones, but we're not necessarily using them for business or things like that. So what we do is again, going back to the data, I use data in my presentations and I use real numbers in what I say. And so Latinos, we over-index in using our mobile phones even higher than the average American, non-Latino. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to make sure that our Latinos who are on the phones all the time are using apps to be more efficient in their business. So yeah, we do partner with a variety of corporations, including these corporations, but that includes many, to make Latino restaurant owners more successful. And we have programs, a variety of programs that are funded from our corporate sponsors to help Latino restaurant owners.
And the folks that have benefited from a law like 813, what does that look like for these small restaurants, and how has it improved their margins if it hasn't?
Well, and that's, going back to what, some of the folks here said, we're actually looking at, they're giving you a narrative of like, oh my gosh, these people, we have Latino owners who own, chains of restaurants. So when I represent Latinos, I'm representing, mom and pop restaurants and folks who own bigger chain restaurants. So, that question, it just depends on who they are. But we are, we represent Latinos, from different states. So we're looking at folks, that depends on, if they own one restaurant or if they own a chain of restaurants. But, Latinos, we want the choice. We want the choice of being able to, just like every other restaurant, non-Latino restaurant, we want that choice to be able to, hey, if I want to purchase a different marketing plan, I should be able to do that. And again, we're sticking with the facts here. Things are not changing. You're going to have that option as well. And so that's one of the things that I've been trying to make sure, people are educated about it. You're still going to have that option. So, we're looking at a variety of factors that play into a success of restaurants. If you're saying things like, hey, my restaurant's going to, fold because of this cap, then I'm sorry, you're not a good business person. You know, your restaurant shouldn't fold because of the end of, you know, because the cap is going to stay or not going to stay. That is just one thing that should be considered when, you know, you're running your restaurant and being successful at it. But
do you find that the Latino businesses that you represent benefit from additional marketing, and what does that look like?
Yeah, you know, we have a very specific need in the Latino community, and that's one of the reasons that I have started in the last couple of years going around the country educating folks, because we have a different way of doing things. We have different needs, but I feel that like this is a perfect example here in New York. Scaring people, scare tactics, and without actually giving people data is not a good idea. And yes, you know, I do feel that Latino businesses are going to benefit in different ways from having different choices, absolutely.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. So now for you, similar veins of questions as we asked Lily. How many members do you represent, and how many of them are in New York City?
We have about 120 affiliate AAPI chambers and partners throughout the country. And in New York, we have probably 10 major organizations. One of them is here, Coalition of Asian Business Organization. Another one, like a New York Young Entrepreneur Roundtable. They all submit their testimony.
And just I'm going to ask the same questions. Have you received any funding from any of these third-party apps, DoorDash, Uber Eats, or Grubhub?
Okay, let me just add the answer for the question one. For those members, they are the organization. So they have their own members. Some of them, they have 5,000. Some of them, they have 10, you know, more than 7,000 members. But talking of funding, I think this is an absolutely great question. Many corporations, they don't care about our organization. We have been working with some major corporations, about 50. They're willing, they care about our community. So last year we received $6 million grant, primarily just go to Asian business community, and also go to small business, go to restaurant, AAPI restaurant. So among all the 50 companies we have been working with, some of them from the company you mentioned.
Okay, thank you. And then what have you seen nationally with the states that, or your members that have been affected by a legislation like 813? What has it allowed them to do?
I think this is a life and death for them, because especially after COVID, they really want to grow. And this marketing, you know, were able to help them, and they are able to afford it. Before I came here, I talked with one of the franchisees of McDonald's. He said marketing fee is the highest budget among his company. It's, you know, bigger than his net. He just said it's a huge cost for company to grow. For our small restaurant, they really need this opportunity to grow. And this is their chance. Please give them a chance to grow their business.
How many have expressed interest in this change?
Oh, many. We have talked to them, and they, you know, Asian American, they are very shy. They would like to testimony, they like this kind of thing, but they dare not to do that. So I'm represent them to show their support to this amendment.
And where would you see, what other benefits would you see that they would have with lifting this cap?
Well, they can afford it. That's most importantly. If people cannot afford it, they don't have to pay it. This is a free market. This is the fundamental of free market. If they cannot afford it, they don't have to pay for it. If they want to grow their business, give them a chance to grow their business. And they love the opportunity, especially after COVID. They are expressing their desire to grow their business. And a lot of them, they have the language problem, but we'll help them, you know, to communicate with corporations to make sure the platform is a fit for the minority business community, as also for the Asian business community, especially for the restaurants. You know, during the COVID, there's so many restaurants have closed. Give them the opportunity after the COVID, they can grow their business.
And I think something for both of you, do you find that your members have enough support in the languages that they speak? And are they able to provide support to their customers?
That's what we have been talking to the federal agency, to the congressional leaders. This is so important, and corporations, they understand now. They understand language accessibility is so important. So I'm just so appreciative they're willing to listen to us, willing to provide resources and programs to help our business community to grow.
Right. For example, as the Latino population grows, we are seeing, that we don't have adequate programming in our language. So, that's one of the, y yo hablo español también, perfectamente. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make sure that, we have programming and education available in our language. And that's, we can go to a Grubhub, we can go to Uber, and I can talk to the Latinos that work there and say, hey, we really have this, lack of education in our own language, and we have worked together. I have worked together to put programs in our own language, which to us it's Spanish, and to have presentations, because yes, it is a free enterprise, and Latinos were interested in making money as well, and so, we're seeing, especially in areas of the country that have high Latino numbers, like Houston and Los Angeles, we see companies are finally waking up, finally in the last 30 to 40 years that, the Latino buying power is immense. And so we are having corporations in every industry that are giving a lot of importance to that market, to our market, and giving us what we need in our language. So yeah, but do we have adequate? No, not yet. But we're that's one of the reasons that we're out there fighting the good fight.
Thank you. Thank you, panel.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony. The next panel will be an in-person panel. It will be James Malios, followed by George Constantino, followed by Bart Hubbock, followed by Julio Pang.
My name is James Malios. Thank you, City Council and Chairwoman, for hearing me out, and the rest of the people speaking today. I am sorry about clapping earlier. I want to apologize. I didn't fly here. I took the 6 train, okay? And I want to tell you briefly about my background, our background, of the people I work with, my colleagues, and then make 3 points only. I sit on the New York City Hospitality Council. I'm also on the East Midtown Partnership Board. I'm one of the few people that's on the Alliance and RAISE, which makes me alternatively popular or unpopular, depending on what the issue is. But you asked about equity before, and our company in 2016 was named Best for NYC Corp, which is like a B Corp certification, and we received commendations for our commitments to equity in the workforce from the Robert Kennedy Center of Human Rights Center, Ford Foundation, and a presidential commendation from Barack Obama, and 2 from the city of New York. I don't say that to brag. I say that to put it in the context of what I'm going to speak to you now about. The first thing I wanted to say is about the marketing discussion, I guess. And I gotta be honest. I'm a little like granted I have a lousy internet connection because there's a security thing I don't understand on my laptop, but I can pull up my numbers on my computer. So when I hear like $1 billion company can't pull up numbers, like I find that just a little incredulous that they can't. So I'll tell you my numbers, and it's something else I found a little bit upsetting actually in the last, because we have 2 restaurants in New York City that I directly manage. I grew up in New York, I grew up in Queens, and there's 4 affiliate restaurants my partners run that I work for as well. I've been here for 30 years. One of those restaurants, Bar Marseille in Arvern, has a really hard time because we opened in COVID, during COVID. That's what we had to do in our lease. And I can tell you that we do about, out of $800,000 a year, about $65,000 in delivery is what we do as a percentage. We lose money. We have been losing money there since we have opened. Let me tell you how I know and have experienced the marketing dollar comment from delivery apps. Throughout my career, when I've been approached by salespeople, the pitch has been, you give a bigger percentage, you go up on the search. That is the pitch. Now, maybe now they'll mask it in like you get a better res image on a picture that I already pay someone, an FIT kid to like who's really talented to take, and they mask it in some other marketing thing. But let me run through the numbers of how that actually works. So it's $1,000 a week, right, in delivery, and then they take. Now they'll say, well, now it's another 10%, or another 15%, or another 20%, which basically has to be competing with all the other little restaurants in Rockaways. So all we're doing is paying more money and more commission to be higher on the search and not get lost. So then what happens is the other small business pays more money to get higher than we are to not get lost. And then it's wrapped up in some sort of like, oh, but you get a 1080 res picture. Oh, wow, that's awesome. Thank you so much for that. That's how it's been pitched to me and always sold to me as the business owner. The second thing I wanted to address quickly was because there's a lot of state of the industry, and this is maybe a personal thing. You know, I have $2 million in personal debt that I signed on EIDL, like to stay alive and not fire anyone after June 2020. So no offense, I don't want to hear it about when people talk about coming back, because that's like my house, that's everything that I have. I mean, more than everything, I don't even have that. The last thing I just wanted to say is I want the City Council to be cognizant of the message it sends to small business. And I'm going to give you an example. We have this guy has been coming into the restaurants. We won the one in Midtown, and he's a man who needs help. But he's come in and he's basically assaulted customers. And, and the four of us on the street, I've talked about getting a security person to why, and the NYPD's been great to their credit, right? But they can't be there all the time. And, look, I try to expand our business. I try to, grow where we can. But the truth of the matter is I grew up in New York. I like seeing my kids. The last 2 times we opened was outside New York. And I get 4-to-1 offers to be out of New York rather than in New York. So when this bill came up and the concept that this protection would go away for something that is basically, I think, a wolf in sheep, I really got to say that $5,000 thing really upset me, because that's like all the difference in Bar Marseille to me. I've been hovering at $20,000 in that account. So please don't tell, and then respectfully, I also run perhaps one of the best known restaurant standards. So please don't say that if it's $5,000 then you can't make it. Or that's like an extremely. I was really bothered by that comment. It means that means everything to the 8 people of color who work at that restaurant, who are only people of color who work at that restaurant. So let's not. To an $800,000 a year restaurant, that $5,000 can be everything in some months. So what I would ask you to just consider is, when you're sending those messages to us as small business people about New York City, that taking out this type of protection, it's a real gut punch when we're looking at where we're expanding and where we're choosing to do business. I'm just talking about Long Island, man. I'm not even talking about Florida or whatever. So I know I spoke for a little while, but I appreciate your hearing me out. And if you have numbers questions, I'd be thrilled to answer them, assuming my internet connection keeps going through. So sorry about that if I took too much time. Oh, sorry.
I'll start. Good afternoon, Madam Chair Velasquez and council members. Thank you for the opportunity for me to testify. My name is George Constantino, an LGBTQ and Latino restaurant owner. I'm here to offer my support to urge you to vote no on Intro 813. I own 5 restaurants, 3, soon to be 4 in Park Slope, Brooklyn, and 1 in South Orange, New Jersey. My first restaurant, Bogota Latin Bistro, serving Colombian food, opened up 18 years ago. Miti Miti serves Mexican food. We opened up 8 years ago. Medusa the Greek opened 3 years ago, right before the pandemic. And right now I'm working on a Dirty Birdie to open up in a few months. Together with the restaurants, I currently employ more than 150 employees, most from the local Brooklyn community. COVID was rough, and thanks to the delivery caps that were passed here from 2020 and 2021, I was able to survive, and I'm still able to survive. in addition to being thrown increases with inflation on food and rent and other expenses. Currently, the delivery apps are able to charge up to 23% in fees under the cap, including it's 20%, but then the 3% credit card fee. Now, if this cap is removed, fees will go up as restaurants will compete against one another since they want to appear higher on the search pages as opposed to pay the same current rate and show up at the very bottom of the pages. Let's face it, they are for-profit businesses. Why would they not throw more business towards the restaurants that pay more marketing fees than those that are paying the fees at the cap? Running restaurants is a tough business with a very small profit margin. I know someone earlier said 10 to 15%. I think it's more like 3 to 8%. At the end of the day, we need our profit margin to pay for salary increases and for improvements in the restaurants. In business, it always boils down to the numbers. At the end of the day, the only winners are going to be these third-party apps. 23% is already a high fee to pay, where I, as the owner of the business, already am paying 100% for my cooks, the food packers, the actual food, the packaging, the marketing to make the packaging look good, and the front of the house staff to hand off packages to the third-party deliveries that come in. The third-party delivery apps have made it a necessary evil to do business with them. Because if you don't offer delivery via these apps, you can't be competitive. Let's face it, if I offer delivery through my website alone, I can't compete against these apps. The delivery apps also like to market to the world and suggest that I'm a business partner with them. Well, when is enough enough? Higher fees, making more and more money for these delivery apps at the cost of my profit margins is not good business sense. In 2022, my business paid collectively almost $1 million to these delivery apps. And that is Grubhub, Uber Eats, and DoorDash. And these delivery apps have never stepped foot once in my business to check up on me or my business to see how we're doing. They just collect their money from afar and don't care about their restaurant partners. They made more money than my businesses did. They make more money off of me and my restaurant as I make less and less money that I can use to invest in my employees, local community, and business improvements. This is not a fair, equal, and good business partnership. Does this seem right to you? I am done making more money for them. I want to do business with them if they're my business partner, but I want to only do business with people that treat me and my fellow restaurant owners in a fair way that is a win-win for all parties involved. I urge you all to vote no on Intro 813, because if these fees go any higher, more and more restaurants may stop offering delivery as an option, or worse, may close up shop because many restaurant owners are so focused on running their businesses, they don't have a CFO. They're not looking at the numbers daily, and they may not realize how much money is actually leaving their bank accounts on a daily basis. And if these restaurants stop offering delivery and close up shop, this is not good for the residents of New York City. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bart Hubbock, and I own Memphis Soul, a restaurant in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, and with another location opening soon in the East Village. As you can probably tell by my accent, I'm not from here. I moved to New York in 2007, opened my restaurant in 2018, and I can honestly tell you that the only time in my 16 years in New York that I truly felt this city had the back of its the little guy and its small businesses was when the City Council passed the permanent fee cap on third-party delivery services in 2021. So for me to be sitting here barely 2 years later with this council seriously considering amending those restrictions is disheartening, dismaying, and an insult to both myself and to all the other hardworking restaurant owners in this industry where even a 10% profit margin is something most of us can only dream about. Make no mistake, these third-party services with their 30 and 40% commissions and sneaky fees are a menace and not a friend to restaurants. We at Memphis Soul would not use them if we had a choice, but unfortunately, they are so ingrained with today's consumer that they have become a necessary evil to everyone in the industry but fine dining. But these services aren't just leeches, they are the vampire squid of this industry. They might claim otherwise, but they do not care one iota about restaurants. They are essentially payday lenders by another name, giving restaurant owners, many of them immigrants and people of color not savvy to financial engineering and sly accounting tricks, the cruel illusion of cash flow and profits. And they have shown repeatedly with their actions, including in this very city, that they are willing to flaunt regulations, laws, and ethics to get their way. In closing, I would like to ask the sponsors of this bill and its supporters on the council one simple question. Whose side are you on? Greedy, amoral middlemen from Chicago and Silicon Valley? Or the hardworking restaurant owners who are just following their dream, who keep hundreds of thousands of people employed, and who make the city's restaurant scene the envy of the world? So I would ask that you not lift this restrictions, or not lift the cap or amend the bill.
Thank you. So a series of questions similar to what I had asked both prior restaurateurs. So which, out of the 35 apps that are licensed in New York City, how many do you have a contract with? And if you can guide me, so this is all three of you, guide me through a $100 transaction, my order costs me $100. How does it roll into you, and how did the fees impact you? And then lastly, how do you anticipate this change affecting your margins and your growth? And I'll repeat those questions because I know there was a lot.
Sure, I'm going to use the Bar Marseille one just because I think the math is really easy and it folds into your question. We contract with Grubhub, Seamless, and with Uber Eats. We do not do DoorDash because we had problems with DoorDash at restaurants before with the way they were positioning the pricing in the past, in the years, so we don't do business with them there at that restaurant. So taking the $1,000 a week in Bar Marseille that it does in delivery, which represents about 7% of overall sales of that restaurant. So if you take that $1,000 a week of delivery, and then you take 20% out, right, 23% out, you're left with $800, right? Then if you add on, let's say 10 to 15% in increased fees that would be undoubtedly there to happen. I want to put that in the marketing terms that was why I raised my hand, the freedom of marketing. I know that I can take that $150 and buy, depending on whether it's Instagram or Facebook, between 5 cents and let's say 98 cents or $1.12, and take that $150 and actually use it to acquire actual new customers, right? But what this is doing is essentially saying now from that $800, right, I drop down to $650, and all I'm getting when I'm saying getting, all that the restaurant is acquiring for that $650 is that fight with its fellow restaurants, and then fighting to stay there rather than taking that $150 and generating 200 ads on Facebook and Instagram to get new customers. So it actually erodes our ability to market because what it's doing is basically costing us, then we're up to 35% on that delivery cost, which is essentially at a loss for sure. I think the 23% I would say you would probably break even on, and then you hope that people come in more, right? Or you may make it up on a good volume order. But that increase, that marketing dollar increase they talk about, actually, I'll be blunt, like it actually screws you on like real marketing that someone can actually say, here's an ad, here's what you got. And I listened to all the testimony before. I didn't hear anyone say anything about that. They never said like, this is what we're gonna do, and then you're gonna get this, right? I got that with Facebook, right? Facebook, Instagram, this, boom, I get it, Yelp, I see it. I've never seen that. All I've ever heard was pay more money and better placement.
And I've been kind of confused listening to a lot of testimony today because they're talking about expanding, marketing opportunities. You can already do that on all these apps. You can take out ads on DoorDash and Uber Eats. I know that's a significant cost, but that's a marketing cost. And then also they're constantly asking you to do these, buy one, get one free, or $6 off an order of $30. So, it's not like they are constrained by this fee cap right now. So I've been confused by this whole, even the need for this this amendment because it just seems like they're trying to find profits a different way by masking it as marketing when you could already have the freedom to buy ads on their apps or offer these ridiculous discounts. They want to give like $11 off an order of $40. I mean, there goes all your profit right there. And I've just been like confused by a lot of that. It seems very disingenuous.
Yeah, we use Grubhub, DoorDash, delivery, and I'd say we're probably doing collectively $80K a week just in delivery business. I'd say 2 of my restaurants, maybe I'll rethink and I don't need these delivery companies. But the other 2, I would say 40% of our business is delivery. And, when these delivery apps first, I'm one of the original Seamless customers. I had the fax machine. I used to pay 2.5%, and automated person, actually it used to be a person would call the restaurant, and you'd have to go to the fax machine and put a code in. Then it got automated, and then it became an app. So I've been a customer.
You had to use that F word, a fax,
the fax machine.
Whoa, throwback.
Fax machine, I know. And they would supply you with the fax machine, and I remember the agreement. It was like, I think 2.5% marketing fee back then. And, I know there was a comment made earlier of if you're a business owner and you can't afford these fees and you go out of business, you're not a good business owner. So what can be said about Grubhub that doubled their sales, tripled their sales, XYZ? We're all in this together. And I feel like there needs to be a bigger sit down. How can we make this work? I love the technology. I just don't love the fees. And for me to continue and survive and be profitable, something has to be done. Because right now, I don't want to pay more. But if my sales drop, I may have to increase my marketing percentages.
Yeah, I was gonna.
So the $100, so we're like 23%. So 5% is marketing. So the $5 of 100 is marketing. $15 of that 100 is the delivery guys, and 3% would be the credit card transaction. So it's 23%. So I'm getting, I guess, $77 on that. And on top of that, you throw in, food costs are about $35. Labor costs are about $35. So what are you left with? You're already negative,
The reason, I was going to jump in because you reminded me because I was actually through, I sit here with the different hats, right? Amali's, the Midtown, those Midtown restaurants people were talking about. And when we first did Caviar, which is now under, DoorDash, I remember the pitch. The pitch was it will only be these sort of midtowny high-end restaurants, and we're never going to go above. It was 12% at that time. Mm-hmm. You're never going to see above 12% because I remember my partner's old school immigrant Greek guy who was like, how can we give him this money? And I'm like, no, don't worry about it. It's never going to be more than 12.5%. And then then it was 15, then it was 18, then it was 20 something, then it was 28, and so I have a hard time when they say we're not really sure where these are going to go.
Yeah.
It's not been my life experience with dealing with them.
Also, one thing I'd like to see is transparency. How much are they paying the delivery drivers? I can't tell you how many delivery drivers complain to us as the restaurant owners, say they're not getting paid or they think they're not getting the tips. I think because we're facilitating these orders, we should know what they're paying,
And they don't give us any data. You know what I had to do? We use a service called Ordermark that prints out a ticket for these delivery apps orders. And so because we do a lot of our own delivery, they actually will give us the person's first name, last initial, and a phone number. But for a long time, Uber Eats gave a number out of Chicago for every single order. So you couldn't even tell who these people were, but we got their actual address. I sent these tickets to India and had them entered into data to send me a spreadsheet back just so I could find out who these customers were and market towards them. I mean, they don't want to give you anything about that. So for them to describe them as our customers, it's not even close to it.
Yeah. Also, I wanted to address, it was brought up earlier, that people can call the restaurant, but I think because everything's been automated nowadays, we don't have that position where someone's at a phone on a busy restaurant willing to take an order, and it's been so automated that it's convenient. So again, it goes back to they've created this addiction that you need, but at what cost?
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next panel will be an in-person panel. It will be Carol Hodge, followed by Albin Infante, followed by June Ramirez, followed by Don Kelly.
Solo?
Pedro Goico.
Am I first? I didn't, one of them is first.
It's fine.
She said me last.
Are we missing somebody? No, we called 4 names. Okay, let me go over them one more time. Carol Hodge,
She had to leave.
Albin Infante, Pedro Goco, and John Kelly.
I'm John Kelly.
Yeah.
Carol had to leave.
Carol left as well? Okay, so next person, Kathleen Riley. Kathleen Riley. Okay, gotcha.
You may begin.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Councilwoman, for allowing us to speak today. My name is Pedro Goico. I'm a partner of Mama Juana Cafe Queens in Woodside, New York, for the past 9 years. I just would like to just give a little introduction on just saying that in 2020, Uber approached Grubhub with an acquisition offer after failing to acquire DoorDash. At the same time, Just Eat Takeaway launched a $7.1 billion bid, which Grubhub accepted in June 2020. Grubhub and their partner generated $2.1 billion revenue in 2021, which is a 16% increase year to year. Its gross transaction volume reached $9.7 billion in that time. Grubhub have about 33.8 million active users that use their app once a month in over 300,000 restaurants in 4,000 cities. That's the real data. So what I would like to say is that right now I know that I've been a little confused also about the numbers. Pretty much a restaurant is in a 30% gross margin, so if you sell $100, you get 30. And then with those 30, you pay your rent, you employ your employees, you pay your light, you pay your bill. So 17% out of a 30% go to payroll, right? About 8% go to your rent, 3% go to credit card fees. That's about 28%. So we really left over with about 4 to 5% net profit at the end of the day. If you borrow money to open that restaurant and create those jobs, pretty much with the interest rate just going high right now, you are at a negative, and you find yourself borrowing money from friends and family to see if next year will be a better year. And then sometimes when they close down is when a lot of the restaurants are closing down. Not only they go in debt with these banks, but they also go in debt with family members, which create a whole different dynamic. I would like to say that increasing the fee is not the right thing to do, because at 23%, we're already up there. That 5%, we will use it. I know you asked that question many times. We will use that 5% to create better food, to hire more people, to create better services. The way the cap is right now, we all competing, right? But we competing for better service. I do better food, I do the best hamburger, that I do all these things that we do on social media to have our customers come to us. But they shouldn't be putting us in a position to compete online and bringing me all the way down when I should be competing with my other restaurant partners in the best food that we can provide. If I'm the best taco guy, then you're gonna order from me. If I'm the best hamburger guy, you're gonna order from me. But I feel that having us compete with that 5% up and down is not fair. Also, that's the reason why all these lawsuits they have, there was a transparency. Why all these settlements of millions of dollars that they have with all the states. I commend the state of New York, and I congratulate this chamber for being the only state that have put their foot down and put these caps in place. And I know other states will follow when a lot of more restaurants continue to close in the daily basis. And we will see that more and more and more. I hope you vote no for this amendment. And last, and I'm sorry that I passed my time, just 1 minute. I'm very concerned with the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection. I think there should be a oversight on them when it comes to the delivery apps. This company's got lawsuits in every single state you can think of, and in New York City, the Department of Work Protection didn't find one time any violation that was being done by these companies that are being sued all over the place. So I'm very concerned on this. I'm not within the agency, but within the staffing that's following this 35 apps that are really controlled by 3 or 4 companies. So I would like if at some point we can have some conversations of what they're doing to really make sure the law is being followed by these companies, because I found it very, very weird that the Department of Consumer Worker Protection have not been able to find anybody of any of these apps on violations of this cap. Thank you.
Thank you. I remind everyone we are really, really short on time. It is almost 4 o'clock. Sorry, guys. So let's try to stick to the time limit as best as possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Alvin Infante. I own 2 restaurants in the Bronx, and I do use Uber Eats, DoorDash, and Grubhub as a delivery option to my customers. I won't take a lot of time, so to answer a couple of the questions I heard today, you mentioned earlier, why don't you just hire your own delivery people? Why don't you, have customers calling your restaurant? And the reality is that, to cover that expense, when let's say we have 10 or 5 delivery orders, to us it would be a huge burden on the business, right? But for another company that could provide multi-service where, that same person, that same employee could now work for 5, 10, 20 different restaurants, and, that breaks down that service fee that, not necessarily would be the burden on only one restaurant, right? So 20%, I think it's even calling it even where we barely as owners are making any profit, right? To have that increase, it would be devastating to us. And not to mention that, to add additional what they call marketing, right? Market what? What are we gonna do? Compete against us, right? To be on top? And I know you heard this over and over today, but you are going to charge me an additional 10% or 8% to market the customer that's ordering me now. Jeff mentioned earlier, what guarantees do I have that if I don't jump into the marketing pool, that my transactions now are not going to decline 30% or 20% because I'm not paying you more? So I fairly oppose. I'm a fan of the service they provide because it does help drive our business and keep people employed. But we cannot afford to pay more right now. It is impossible.
Thank you. And under, I saw that. Cool.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kathleen Riley. I'm with the New York State Restaurant Association, and I'm here today to express our serious concerns with Intro 813. We've already heard today that third parties have not been responsible actors in New York City in the past, and that clouds this entire conversation, but I'm not going to reiterate for time reasons. If Intro 813 is passed and implemented, it will not be possible for restaurants to continue receiving the same quality of service at the same price point. They'll either be bullied and strong-armed into paying more for each order, or they will be buried on the platforms and downgraded to substandard basic services at the current price point. You can promise the price point, but you can't promise the quality of service. We've already seen this play happen in DC. Our counterpart restaurant association there and reporting by DCist found exactly the circumstances that we're predicting, which is restaurants suddenly shocked that they'll have to pay significantly more to get the same service on their orders and returning to pre-cap rates of 30% and more for every order. Third parties claim they just want a chance to offer their marketing services. That's their earnest and only goal. If that were true, there's nothing in the current fee cap landscape preventing them from offering traditional marketing campaigns, i.e. for X weeks and Y dollars we provide Z service, like optimizing your website or running targeted ads. And it sounds like that's something people are sometimes already taking advantage of. But perplexingly, they're not satisfied with this option. They insist they've been kept from marketing by the law, which is not true. And they insist on creating an unlimited per order marketing fee because what they're really trying to do is create a competitive bidding war-like dynamic where every restaurant is muscled into returning to the bad old days of fee extortion. What that can look like is, first, the third parties approach all local restaurants to let them know that their delivery radius and delivery response time will be significantly limited if they opt to continue with the basic plan, but they can keep their current service for another 10% marketing fee. Then one or two restaurants in the neighborhood get talked into paying an additional 10% for more marketing, and they get prioritized on the algorithm, and they begin to receive more orders. Then the platform approaches other restaurants in the neighborhood to say, we've noticed you're not getting the orders you were earlier this year. Some of the other places in your neighborhood have opted into an additional 10% marketing fee, and their sales have gone up. Would you like to do the same? So they're frustrated, they're hesitant, but they agree. Now everyone is similarly promoted as they were in the first place, but everyone is paying more money. The only person making more money is the platforms. Of course, that's the model that they prefer. We know you're looking to be fair. We know you're looking to protect restaurants. We know that some restaurants are interested in purchasing marketing services. And luckily for everyone, third parties are already allowed to provide marketing services structured literally any other way than per order fees. We strongly urge you to oppose Intro 813. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Don?
Good afternoon, Chairman Velasquez, Councilmember Holden, and other esteemed colleagues. My name is Dawn Kelly, and I own the Nourish Spot in Jamaica, Queens. I'm also a member of the New York City Hospitality Alliance. And I have to say this before we get started. I'm not a prognosticator. I can only talk about what's going on now. Thank you for supporting New York restaurants and the opportunity for me to share my voice, especially those of us like me that are small, independent, and may only have one location. The pandemic was very hard for us, and so is inflation. We need to hustle for every dollar we earn. I am testifying today to ask you to support this legislation to amend the current cap that will allow for more choices restaurants like mine can preserve important, but also preserve important protections. The restaurant delivery fee cap was a very good idea to help us during the pandemic. But the fee cap in the law is not only on delivery. The cap also stops me from exploring and choosing options that may work better for me when it comes to getting in front of more customers. Let me be blunt. I don't have millions, if not tens of hundreds of dollars for my marketing budget, unlike some of my competitors. And I don't have a marketing department or an advertising firm. My marketing team is me. What is helpful about the delivery platforms is that they allow me, one, to target customers with precision, two, spend marketing dollars over time rather than committing a big investment up front, three, explore what works best for my business and make changes to that at any time. This might mean offering a promotion to users who haven't tried us before, or giving discounts to frequent customers, or targeting those that love to order salads and live in our delivery area. The point is flexibility and allowing restaurants to make decisions for themselves rather than being constrained, while big chains have many other unlimited options. As I like to say, we need more flexibility. Okay, as I like to say, in this digital era, it's not as simple as taking out an ad in the community paper anymore. But the good part about this is with technology, we can figure out what works for us. We just need the ability and flexibility to do so. The proposed amendment keeps the delivery fee cap just the way it is, but it will also change the marketing fee cap so I can pay more promotion money if I choose to. That's a good balance, and that's what I support. I should be able to spend my money to grow my business.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next panel will be an in-person panel. It will be William Padilla, followed by Loilo Ramirez, followed by Julio Pang, followed by Robert Lee. Oh, sorry. He signed up twice and he's not here.
They're not here, the folks that you call. Who? Willie who? He left. Oh, so that he left his jacket. Cello? Zoilo. And Julio left as well. Yeah, I had to.
Yeah, I'm here. No worries.
You may begin.
My name is Zoilo Ramirez. I have been in this industry for about 40 years. Back in the 80s, my passion was to open up a restaurant and open up jobs for people. That has been my passion. I employed thousands of people, and the community very happy to see me open up a restaurant every time. And back then, that's what I enjoyed to do. Now, lately, it has been very difficult because to be able to open up a restaurant and keep it open with the rent, the payroll, and all the costs involved in running a restaurant is very difficult. And then now to put these high fees on top of everything is just going to be a disaster at the end. I think that the economy, the way it is now, is really going to be very difficult for anybody to keep a restaurant open. So the reason why it says it could be a disaster is because at the end, we're not going to have enough restaurants open to, for this big company to charge these fees. So I think this has to be fixed somehow. It's not going to be easy, but there has to be a point where everybody wins. Definitely, we cannot afford any more fees. There's companies that I think that they're more interested in selling marketing, and we still have to provide a service to the customer. At the end, you're gonna be paying so much money for a dish that you're just gonna go to Costco and buy yourself and heat it up at home. So it's really gonna be a disaster for us, the restaurant people that love to employ people and work with the community. That's all I need to say. I also forgot to mention, I was one of the restaurants that was put on the list as that I approved this, and I was never contacted for this.
Thank you. Megan? Hi, my name is Megan Rickerson. I own Someday Bar. I'm on the Hospitality Alliance Board. I'm also on the Mayor's Small Business Council. And I co-founded Save NYC Bars during COVID, which was an advocacy group focused on supporting bars and restaurants that were trying to survive. I think it's important to note that someone brought up the word emotion and how it should be taken out of this, but when we're speaking about someone's livelihood, it's full of emotion, and emotion doesn't necessarily mean that it's an irrational thing or it's untrue. And the word scare tactics, when we're talking about actual fact-based things that are currently happening, active court cases, those aren't scare tactics, those are truths. So, I have a lot of emotion about my business. I opened 6 months before COVID. I crawled my way through it. I got into advocacy, and I didn't do that just to hand off things to predatory companies. And those are my experiences. I was cycling through my cell phone when we were talking about numbers, and I have my Grubhub, I have everything. The initial fee cap was signed into law June 2nd, and I have emails with Postmates of them continuing to charge me over the 20% cap that they were allowed back and forth, and then promising that I would be refunded and saying that they would refund me once the bill was signed. The bill was signed June 2nd, and I have emails on June 6th. So if these companies have consistently demonstrated that we can't trust them, why are we going to start trusting now? We need transparency. We need to know how the marketing is going to change for people that are existing in these basic plans. And also, saying that the algorithm is too complicated to explain is just a really ambiguous way of saying that we're going to do what we want regardless, and we're going to pretend that we don't understand and you don't understand and you're too stupid to get it. That's not an answer. That's not clarity. That's not partnership. So, thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Robert Lee. In 2019, I started Tata Noodles right before the pandemic, also kind of struggled. Mostly I started it because outside of the Korean market, there weren't really any places selling jjajangmyeon. And it's located in Long Island City. We have only 10 members, very small. And that's why delivery apps are really important for us, because they help us market and they help us reach new customers. Our food and flavor profile is very unique, and we need the marketing help because it's a very small team. And people have never tried jjajangmyeon or jampong or gampungi or anything like that, but once they do, they love it. I'm in support of this amendment so that we can have the flexibility to increase our marketing spend with the delivery apps. It's our choice, right? We can decrease it, increase it whenever we need to, and I see it as an investment. I see it as, sales. You don't have, sales commissions, caps, and things like that in terms of, your best salespeople, and things like that. So, in my opinion, it does make sense that, that we would have this. I remember actually in the middle of the pandemic trying to call them for calling customer service and asking them if I can actually pay more so I can get more customers, so I can get more visibility, so I can keep my business alive. And it's really my choice at the end of the day, I really feel. But anyways, going back to reading here, really it is pay as you go, and if you don't have any orders, you don't pay the fees, right? So in my opinion, I really feel like it's a really great deal, and I get to really spend the marketing budget regardless. In terms of the delivery apps, because I would already spend that marketing budget anywhere, like in other places, like people said in Facebook and Instagram, things like that. But this is way more direct, and I'm very happy. I want to just mention that the amendment actually keeps the delivery fees intact, and it's just obviously the marketing service fee. So I feel like there's like some misunderstandings in that kind of sense, but I just wanted to say that I am supportive of this amendment.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next panel will be an in-person panel. It'll be Yvette Zayas, Elaine Zhang Combs, Ricardo Velez, and Celine Rosado. I'm a little lost in this out before. I think around 13, including this, I think.
We're going to call up the names one more time. Go ahead, Sarah.
Yvette Zayas, Elaine Diang Combs, Ricardo Velez, Celine Rosado.
Ricardo, Celine, going once, going twice. Okay, let's pick two additional people.
Michael Fuquay and Ronan Daly.
Okay, Roland's not here. Next.
Franz Metellus.
Okay, no Franz.
Harris Mayer.
Harris, going once, going twice. Next.
Amy Babier.
Amy? Do we have Amy in the house? All right, let's just call Jeff. He's like literally ready. Jeff, get in, get in, get in. Come on, Jeff. Carmine, here you go. Right here.
Oh, this guy.
Yvette, you may begin.
Hello. Hi. My name is Yvette Zayas, owner of Cake Burgers in East Harlem. We're a 1950s retro bakery cafe specializing in gourmet burgers and cake sculptures. We opened 4 months before the pandemic. I'm the poster child of programs within SBS and Union Settlements Business Development Center. I feel we have to look at these companies as a whole. Their credit card processing companies should be included too. We work hard, and they say we're partners, we're not. Don't look at the fees for the restaurants only. My customers also pay a fee. Uber drivers get $5.50 a delivery. They complain that the customers don't pay tips. Sometimes customers put high tips and then lower it to no tip or low tip because of the fees they're paying. Uber should lock in the tips so that restaurants don't suffer because drivers won't pick up an order if there is no tips. The food stands for 30 minutes or more until a driver accepts what Uber gives when a customer doesn't tip, $2.50. When I opened, I started using the third-party apps. From the beginning, it was a nightmare and still is. I use them because I have to. I have no choice. During the pandemic, it took legislation to stop them from money gouging. They were taking more than 30% of each ticket, and this was for them to promote me on their page. There were many times my friends who live in East Harlem, who are Grubhub and Uber users, called me to say they could not order from me because I did not show up on the third-party apps. The third-party apps' response was, because of their algorithms. Their algorithms were sending my food to Washington Heights and in the Bronx. They said that there were no hamburger joints in that area. My response? What about Burger King, Wendy's, Shake Shack? I had no say to where my food was being delivered to. At this time, I have been studying the dynamics of the situation and how it affects me, including my customers and drivers. How much are they gonna add to the meal? You have to understand whether the fees go up and down, what is gonna suffer is the restaurant's visibility on their app. Ask yourself, what would the final outcome be and who will really suffer? That's why now I'm promoting my marketing, my business through Atmosphere TV. And this company truly helps me cross-promote, and they're free. I don't have to worry about Grubhub or anybody else. We can cross-promote with any other person that joins Atmosphere TV. I already do this with YouTube, and I don't get nothing from them when I go and I put them on my TV in my store. I'm proactive and not reactive. Whatever the outcome of this hearing, I know that I'm gonna have to work harder because there's gonna be a lot of people that's not gonna be happy.
Thank you. And any additional information can be submitted in testimony. Is it being accepted after 72 hours after this? Thank you. Wow. Up to. Next.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman. My name is Alon, and I'm Director of State and Local Public Policy for Chamber of Progress, which is a progressive tech industry coalition promoting technology's progressive future. And we urge your committee to support the proposed amendment regarding delivery service fee caps. Our corporate partners do include companies like DoorDash, Grubhub, and Uber, but our partners do not get a vote or a veto over our positions. We believe that the proposed amendment will ultimately have beneficial effects for smaller, independent restaurants. In spring 2020, when COVID-19 forced rapid changes to restaurant and delivery app business models, a number of cities implemented temporary commission fee caps in an attempt to ease some of the pressure on restaurants losing out on revenue. While it may have once been a common practice, we believe that imposing a permanent fee cap misses the mark. Cities like San Francisco, Chicago, and Philadelphia that have previously implemented permanent fee caps have recently pivoted to adopt a compromise approach similar to the amendment proposed today. We believe adopting this amendment would allow smaller mom-and-pop independent restaurants to compete against larger chain restaurants. After analyzing 14 U.S. cities that have implemented temporary or permanent fee caps, a Boston College economics professor and University of Delaware economics professor found that national chains fare better when these caps are in place, while independent restaurants ultimately fare worse. The demand for chain favorites in regulated cities was 3.6% higher than in non-regulated cities, while independent restaurants were 6.8% lower. By enacting this amendment, delivery service companies will be able to offer smaller independent restaurants tools to market and promote themselves in-app and directly compete with larger corporate entities like McDonald's, the Chick-fil-A's, and the Paneras of the world. Thank you very much, and we encourage you to support this amendment.
Next.
I'm Michael Fuqua. I'm co-owner of the Queensboro in Jackson Heights, an advisory board member for Queens Together, which is a restaurant mutual aid group in Queens, and we are also a Ray's High Road Kitchens member. I'm a little unique amongst the owners here in that I don't work with any delivery apps. I fired them all. We worked with them before the pandemic, and I'm not going to rehash all the things that they've done that are corrupt or unethical or maybe legal, maybe illegal. I got tired of that, and I decided that I couldn't work with somebody who had displayed a persistent insistence on trying to cheat me and my business, and so we let them go. We now run our own deliveries. We take orders through a website, we market directly to our customers, and we do really well with it. I want to speak to an issue that I think is at the heart of a lot of the conflict over this bill, and it's an issue of trust, all right? I had a really terrible experience with Grubhub. They are probably the most dishonest company I've ever done business with. And there's a lot of mystery around how the algorithm works, right? This is the wizard is behind the curtain. And so if I don't trust you already, and I can assure you, tens of thousands of restaurant owners in this city don't trust the delivery apps for reasons that you've heard today. And so when you hide behind the mystery of this algorithm and you say, oh, well, it's not going to affect you if you keep the same level, nobody believes you, right? Because there's no trust there. And so if you want to make this legislation work, you've got to work on how you fix that transparency so that restaurants don't feel like they're going to get screwed over again. Because we have taken a beating, right? We have all carried a heavy burden. And some of us didn't get through, right? Everyone that stood up here, the restaurant owner, everybody's talked about it, but we all took out huge personal loans to keep our restaurants afloat, right? So the pandemic may be over for some of you, but it's certainly not over for me and the $500,000 loan that I had to secure, okay? And so you got to address the issue of trust, and they've been bad actors in the past, and so I assume they'll be bad actors in the future, but that's your job as a legislator to make sure that that's not a problem. Thanks.
Thank you. Jeff?
Hi, I'm Jeffrey Bank. I'm the president of the New York City Hospitality Alliance, founding president. I also own Carmine's Restaurant here in the city and around the country. I look at this as an antitrust issue. First, Seamless was bought by Grubhub. Then the New York State Attorney General released a consent decree that said this might be an antitrust issue. So a couple of years later, and then a new AG, all of a sudden Grubhub buys Yelp Eats. Then some foreigners buy Grubhub. Then Amazon invests in Seamless, or is it Grubhub at this time? I'm not sure. Then DoorDash and Uber Eats basically buy everybody else. Why do they need more marketing fees? They are marketing pretty well right now. You've heard this example. If you want to order chicken parm from Carmine's, Google Carmine's Delivery. Google will show you 17 ads and websites from these apps trying to steal my customers. They really are evil geniuses, literally making me pay for my own customers through these marketing fees. I got to jump into some prior testimony today because I did sit here all day. Grubhub earlier said, I can control my own advertising. So why won't they stop advertising Carmine's on Google? I've literally told this to the CEO of DoorDash and Grubhub, yet nothing's changed. The DoorDash panel said being on their platform is voluntary. That's obviously a joke. All monopolies say that. Happy to answer your $100 question after this testimony, no problem. In the DoorDash DC Feegate issue, that was a mistake. It's exhausting to track the mistakes. We made fake websites with your name. We made fake numbers with your name. Lots of lawsuits over these mistakes. Early in the testimony, we were told by everyone that we don't know how this algorithm works. That's really odd considering these new fees will be based on that. How will we know these fees will even go to promote this new algorithm? You should talk to some ex-salespeople of these apps under oath. I really wonder why sales go up or down after we talk to them. Thankfully for me, DoorDash did say today there'll be no retaliation against restaurants, so it'll be interesting to see how the algorithm handles my sales after this testimony. We heard about the last time they want to help us, We heard last time they want to help us, Uber tried to help the taxi industry. Early on, they offered help by putting taxis hailing on their app. Now today, Grubhub, DoorDash, and Uber want to help us and build free websites for us. This obviously would allow them to steal our customers and our data. Has anyone seen the price of a taxi medallion these days? Don't help me, Uber. Now back to my testimony. Here's the answer. Since the fee cap started, the app started putting service fees onto the customers' bills. This created transparency. You don't need to raise the fee cap under the guise of marketing. If the apps need more money to become profitable, it's a simple solution. Right now, today, all they need to do is raise the service fee they currently charge their customers. Why should restaurants subsidize their flawed business model? Normally, with time, technology fees go down. Look at credit card processing fees. They've just gone down. I'm in these larger markets of DC and Vegas, and I see firsthand how smaller restaurants are not happy. Larger restaurants are simply paying the higher fees, and now actually smaller restaurants are worse off. DC Council knows they made a mistake, and they're already making conversations to amend it. Anyone who thinks restaurants want to pay more fees under the guise of a marketing fee do not really understand what they signed on to. Independent restaurants are getting crushed by these apps. That's it. Sorry. I mean, I have another 40 minutes, but you'll kill me. So.
No, thanks. All right, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. And you can submit full written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov up to 72 hours after this hearing has finished. This will be our last in-person panel before we turn to virtual panels. So I'm going to call the names, but if I missed anyone, please let a sergeant know that you're here to testify in person. That's Carl Catino, Andreas Koutsidakis, and Christopher Leon Johnson. If I did not call your name and you're here to testify in person, please let a sergeant know.
Andrew? That's Lloyd? Okay.
Hey, good afternoon. Hey, thank you for having this panel, Chair Velasquez. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson. I'm here to speak in favor of Intro 891. That's to have allow charitable organizations to do 50-50 raffles, basically like gamble. I'm a donor. I'm not trying to sound a big donor, but I donate to a lot of nonprofits. Basically, I donate to a lot of like political campaigns over $10,000, so I know how it feels to give. I'm a giving person. As much as I might give little, but I give a lot. So I was surprised that you can't like nonprofits can't even like technically gamble inside these facilities. I'm a NYCFC fan, and I have my hat right here to prove it. Sorry about that. Yeah, NYCFC. Shout out to NYCFC. Games are great. They always keep winning. So I'm surprised that they never had you can't even gamble inside these facilities with nonprofits. Nonprofits are real central in New York City. They're real central. Remember, the government can't do all the work, so you need to outsource these services to nonprofits. And it's a travesty that they can't even make money through donations, like even through fun things like paying $5 to spin a wheel. It's only surprising that only like the teams can do it. So, basically, you have to let these organizations make some money some way, somehow. I don't think it's legal at all. I don't see it's legal. So might as well do it, So, I hope that the city council, I don't know how many people sponsor the bill. I got to do my research about that. But I hope that it passes a supermajority. I hope the mayor signs it, have a nice little press conference with you, Marjorie, and Raphael Salmica inside the Blue Room, and it gets signed and, get made a law, because these nonprofits need to make some money somewhere, somehow, and you just can't depend on government money all the time to do it. So I have 8 seconds left. Thank you, and take care. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Chris. And I'll wear my Yankee fitted, you wear your NYCFC hat on the day of bill signing. How about that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Loyson Gordon. I own Historic Nearest Tavern. It's one of New York City's, one of America's oldest taverns that I jumped in to help save because it's in dire need, and I wanted to help and do a service. So I have a soft heart, unfortunately. But one thing I realized is that business owners work really hard. They have something called sweat equity. And I've been burned once, And so I stopped accepting third-party apps, and I went back to what I know, which is sweat equity, working very hard to keep connection with my customers. No one is going to replace the relationship that I have with my customers. At this point in time, third-party apps do get in the way with creating that relationships because the data is not shared. I look at my numbers, and it doesn't make sense for me. Maybe some other businesses probably do, but it doesn't for me, so I don't use them. I didn't prepare a testimony. I just wanted to say that I think we need more time to evaluate this. I think this is very serious. This is people's livelihood. This is not about buying a second house or a dream house or the dream car. This is about putting food on the small business owners' table for their kids. And I hope you really take that seriously on this National Mom and Pop Business Day. And I hope we realize that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll now turn to our virtual panel. The first panel will be Kevin Ryan, followed by Jenny Alcantar, followed by Maureen Tasik, followed by Malat Suyum.
Hello, this is Kevin Ryan, Head of Public Policy for Flex. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Flex is an association that represents America's rideshare and delivery platforms. Our members include DoorDash, Grubhub, HopSkipDrive, Instacart, Lyft, Shipt, and Uber. The app-based industry offers so much to consumers, to communities, and to workers. Consumers value the convenience and variety of goods and services available on these platforms. Communities have seen these platforms connect people with new food and transit opportunity, and importantly for today's hearing, expand opportunities for local businesses like restaurants. And app-based workers have unprecedented levels of control over when, where, how, and how much they choose to work. Britt Hammer, one app-based driver, provides a great example of the entrepreneurial spirit that animates this industry. Britt said, "I chose this job in no small part because I wanted to have my own business in which I was able to make my own decisions." Now, if you run a local restaurant, you likely share a similar entrepreneurial drive. Part of being an entrepreneur involves being able to market your business, particularly in a deeply competitive environment like the restaurant business in New York City. And that is where 813 comes into play. By allowing eateries to choose the level of marketing and technology services from third-party partners that those local businesses want, this committee can help independent restaurants grow. What kind of restaurants? Family-owned, immigrant-owned, small and medium-sized restaurants that may not have large marketing resources or teams. And at the same time, you'd also be helping create earnings opportunities for delivery workers. Because if small and mid-sized restaurants can choose how best to effectively promote and market their restaurant, that means more orders. And more orders equals more deliveries, which equals more income opportunities for the 60,000 app-based delivery workers in the city. For all those reasons, Flex encourages this committee to adopt this amendment. Thank you again for the chance to provide this testimony.
Thank you. Jenny Alcantar, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Jenny Alcantar. Thank you for supporting our small mom and pop shops and capping this interest. But I am in support of the bill 813 and amending for the delivery fee cap law. As it was said before by a colleague, she should be able to decide how to market her money in the community. For example, I had a whole speech written here, but most of the things is gonna be redundant. So I'm gonna take it to my personal experience. My small business, it is a mom and pop shop. It's not as the other colleagues that are restaurant owners that are there like Mama Juana, Caridad, Havana Heights, Havana Cafe, Zona de Cuba. These are all big restaurants. I am the one who is currently in contact with Grubhub, with DoorDash, with Uber. And in regards to all three platforms, by far, I love doing business with Grubhub. Why is that? One, my app. I love doing business with Grubhub due to the fact that I can see my customers' information. I can call my customer directly and say, hey, do you want extra cheese? would you want extra cheese? How do you want your order, prepared when they have these notes? They're also able to call the restaurant directly, as it was mentioned before. Although Uber and DoorDash, I cannot see my customers' information. I'm able to contact them through a code. But for my business, and I can only speak to mine, I would love for this fee cap to be eliminated, because then I can put my money where
Time
I
has
want.
expired.
Thank you.
As a reminder, you could submit your written testimony to council. Thank you so much, Jenny.
Maureen Tasik, you may begin.
Hello, hold on. Good afternoon. My name is Mo Tasic, and I'm a senior fellow at the American Economic Liberties Project, a think tank that studies concentrated corporate power. I'm here to testify in opposition to 813, a local law to amend the administrative code of the city of New York. During the pandemic, I founded Protect Our Restaurants, a campaign that organized restaurants to expose and fight delivery app predation. More recently, I've done research on everything from baby formula to banks, health maintenance organizations, and Ticketmaster. This work has led me to ponder questions like, why doesn't the restaurant industry operate more like the airline industry? What's going on that you never seem to wait 5 hours for dinner only to be sent home with a voucher because they couldn't find a chef to cook? How come waiting in line for a Reuben at Katz's at 2 in the morning is nothing like waiting to see a doctor at the ER at 2 in the morning? Why isn't the hunt for a decent slice of pizza in Manhattan more like the hunt for a decent apartment in Manhattan? And how is it that snagging a table at a Michelin-starred restaurant bears so little resemblance to the adventure of trying to score Taylor Swift tickets? Silicon Valley has been dreaming for years of making independent restaurants operate more like everything else in this country. And if you give them what they want, and as we have all been reminded this month, they are certainly freaking good at getting everything they want, I can assure you that vision will become a reality. Before the pandemic, I supplemented my research earnings waiting tables. I was working at a busy Steven Star restaurant that I came to suspect that independent restaurants were the most functional institutions in America. During the pandemic and its aftermath, those suspicions were confirmed. Restaurant owners and chefs overhauled their business models overnight. They became grocers and food banks and mass manufacturers and mobile soup kitchens and CSAs, preparing millions of meals for the needy. When vaccines started showing up, restaurants found themselves in the unprecedented situation of needing to hire back 3.5 million workers. And they did it the old-fashioned way, by giving them a raise. Restaurant wages have risen more since February 2020 than any other sector of the American workforce. Notably, while they were rejiggering their businesses to accommodate permanently higher labor costs, restaurant did not do two things that nearly every other industry did in 2021 and 2022. They did not gouge customers, nor did they take money from customers they knew they had no capacity to serve. In 2022, statisticians mulling the cause of our 70s-style inflation started to scratch their heads over something that looked like a statistical anomaly. While the price of food in grocery stores was off the charts, the price of food away from home was only mildly elevated. In fact, inflation in restaurants during 2022 consistently lagged a whole 5 percentage points behind the cost of food you buy in grocery stores. There is one reason for this. It's competition. Competition is great for consumers, great for workers, great for cities, great for society, not so great for owners. And I will tell you what is not competitive. It is the delivery app business.
Maureen.
It is a cartel.
Thank you. Please submit the rest of your testimony to council. I appreciate it.
Malat Sayoum, you may begin.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and distinguished members of the New York City Committee on Consumer and Worker Protection. My name is Melat Sayoum, and I'm the Worker Co-op Policy Advocate for the New York City Network of Worker Cooperatives, also known as NCNOC, the local trade association representing worker cooperative businesses and democratic workplaces in New York City metropolitan area. I'm here alongside my colleagues from the Democracy at Work Institute and our Advocacy Council members, representing 12 other organizations that make up the Worker Cooperative Business Development Initiative, WCBDI, asking New York City Council to continue supporting the expansion of worker ownership in next year's budget and firmly into the future. Since the inception of the initiative, we have created over 175 new cooperative businesses and over 1,000 new jobs that are not only providing higher hourly wages, but also building wealth and assets for individuals who are overwhelmingly BIPOC women and immigrants. We have seen firsthand how the initiative has served to bolster our sector, strengthening existing cooperative businesses and creating new ones, which are overwhelmingly immigrant and women-owned. The initiative partners have collectively worked to create a comprehensive ecosystem of support for cooperative businesses that not only ensures the creation of new cooperatives in low-income areas, but also the technical assistance needed to sustain businesses and create jobs, as well as the education and outreach needed for communities, interested entrepreneurs, and allied organizations. We asked the City Council to enhance our funding to $4.9 million in order for our initiative and city to double down on the essential long-term economic recovery for cooperative businesses that will be needed to claw ourselves out of this crisis. We thank the City Council for the opportunity to testify, and we hope that you will consider our budget priorities and recommendations during this year's budget negotiation process. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next panel will also be a Zoom panel. We'll start with Megan Racklin, then Alice Maggio, then on to Nguyen, and then last, Tally Smith.
Thank you to the committee for the opportunity to testify today about intro number 818. My name is Megan Racklin, and I'm a senior staff attorney at A Better Balance, a legal nonprofit headquartered in New York City. We were one of the leaders of the movement to enact the Earned Safe and Sick Time Act, or ESTA, in 2013, and of the coalition that enacted the Fair Workweek legislation, including the right to request and receive temporary schedule changes without retaliation. Passing laws is only the first step, and we applaud the sponsors of intro number 818 for recognizing the urgent need for outreach and education on New York City's workplace rights laws. The success of our New York City labor laws, examples for the rest of the country, depend on vigorous enforcement, outreach, and education. A recent report that A Better Balance published with the Community Service Society titled Women in the Workforce found that 55% of low-income women in New York City's paid workforce had not heard about their right to paid sick time. Moreover, our experience interacting with New York City workers on our free legal helpline suggests that awareness of the temporary schedule change law in particular is extremely low. This is alarming given the importance of ESTA and the temporary schedule change law to working families. We strongly recommend that intro number 818 be amended so that the required outreach campaign specifically encompasses both the Earned Safe and Sick Time law as well as the temporary schedule change law, and that it then be passed with that change. Any campaign focused on increasing awareness of the temporary schedule change law must also work to ensure that New Yorkers are aware of their rights under ESTA. In many ways, the two laws work together, since temporary schedule changes can be for ESTA-covered reasons, and the schedule changes are in addition to ESTA-protected time. In our view, it's not possible to meaningfully educate workers about their rights under the temporary schedule change law without also educating them about their rights under ESTA. In light of our findings about the lack of knowledge of paid sick time rights among so many low-wage workers, outreach and education on ESTA is especially critical. At present, there's no specific statutory directive on outreach and education on ESTA, and so we urge the Council to amend intro number 818 to reflect the fact that any outreach and education campaign initiated in response to this bill's hopeful passage include information about both the temporary schedule change law and the Earned Safe and Sick Time law. The City Council has worked tirelessly over the years to strengthen New York City's workplace rights laws. New Yorkers deserve these rights not just in name, but also in practice, which means robust outreach and education. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Alice Maggio, you may begin.
Hello, and thank you to the committee for having me. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. My name is Alice Maggio, and I'm a project officer at The Working World. We're a community development financial institution offering financing and technical assistance to worker-owned cooperative businesses with a focus on BIPOC-owned businesses. Since 2015, The Working World has been one of many organizations that receive funding through the Worker Cooperative Business Development Initiative, and I'm here to encourage the City Council to enhance funding for the initiative to $4.9 million. To help inform your decision, I wanted to share two examples of what your support allows us to do. Over the past 3 years, I've had the opportunity to work with Bright Learning Stars, a worker cooperative childcare business in Brooklyn. The Working World's financing and technical support during the pandemic allowed Bright Learning Stars to navigate changing health guidelines, modified customer needs, and the rising cost of supplies. Coming out of COVID and with our support, they've actually been able to double the size of their business. In doing so, they've raised their own wages, and they've even paid themselves end-of-year bonuses. Another cooperative I've worked with is Donna, a bar and restaurant that is being reborn as a worker cooperative in the West Village after COVID and the sale of their business forced them to close in 2020. With our support, 5 of the former staff members have been able to buy the business from the founding owner. We've worked with them to finance the equipment and renovations that they need to reopen, while also helping them build the skills of ownership. In conclusion, I want to urge you to support the enhancement of the WCBDI budget to $4.9 million. With your support, we can continue to build our local cooperative economy and change the lives of thousands of New York City workers like those at Donna and Bright Learning Stars, giving them a new voice in their workplace and a share of their company's profits. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Anthun Yen, you may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Velasquez. Thank you so much for having us. It's an honor to address you all as I submit testimony in support of the hardworking worker owners in our communities. My name is Antu Nguyen, and I'm Director of Strategic Partnerships at Democracy at Work Institute, also known as DAWI. On behalf of DAWI and the 14 organizations that make up the Worker Cooperative Business Development Initiative, we thank you for the opportunity to speak about economic development in our communities and worker cooperatives' unique ability to establish, grow, and retain community wealth. Since fiscal year 2015, your support has helped WCBDI transform this potential into real change for working families in our communities. The initiative has created more than 1,000 jobs and pathways to business ownership with a median business size of 5 worker owners. We reached more than 9,000 entrepreneurs with education and technical assistance services. We've created more than 175 new worker cooperative businesses, and we're creating high road work for improved protections and industry standards, especially in traditionally low-wage, traditionally exploitative industries like home care, cleaning janitorial services, and childcare providing. With higher hourly wages, better working conditions, and building wealth and equity for workers who are primarily immigrant women of color. In addition, DAWI and other WCBDI members like Center for Family Life, NYC Network of Worker Cooperatives, and Workers' Justice Projects are developing worker owner leadership and civic engagement as advocates, partnering with the DCWP Paid Care Advocate, National Domestic Workers Alliance, 1199 SEIU, and policymakers at the local and state levels to improve worker conditions in the care industry. We urge City Council to continue investing in worker cooperatives and the workforce development ecosystem in New York City through enhancing WCBDI funding to $4.9 million for fiscal year 24. This will provide for the startup of 29 new worker cooperative small businesses with positions for 103 new jobs in cooperatives, assist existing cooperatives through 2,830 service requests, and outreach to 1,769 cooperative entrepreneurs.
Thank you.
Build models that can
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may submit your testimony online. Tally Smith, your time starts now.
Good afternoon, members of the council and all New Yorkers present this morning. I'm here to offer testimony on behalf of Mothers on the Move, Madres en Movimiento, a grassroots organization in the South Bronx building power with people of color for housing, education, environmental, and economic justice since 1992. I was happy to see Councilmember Salamanca opening testimonies this morning as we consider him an honorary member of MOM, coordinating with us to organize and educate hundreds of low-income tenants to defend our rights and prevent illegal harassment and evictions. Our work to improve the South Bronx goes beyond tenant rights and into economic justice. Our families need housing, environmental, and economic stability. MOM is committed to creating cooperative businesses that pay living wages, build generational wealth, and contribute solutions to environmental and economic injustice that characterize the South Bronx. As is well proven across the world, worker cooperatives contribute to individual and collective economic stability and survival, in direct contrast to the growing disparities and exploitation that has come to define our economy otherwise. We are also here this morning to advocate for increased funding to the Worker Business Cooperative Development Initiative. We congratulate the City Council on its visionary support for grassroots organizations, introducing this concept to our neighbors and providing technical assistance to the creation of these shared businesses. We are committed to learning from our collective experience and continuing to create opportunities for economic stability and empowerment for low-income people of color in the city. Mom was recruited as a subcontractor to this initiative 4 years ago because of our visionary economic justice work. We support night attendants and others interested in greening their buildings, recycling, and saving energy. We listen to our young adults and advocate for social equity and reparations from the drug war.
Thank you for your
Today we're
testimony. You can submit your testimony online. Catherine Mersick, your time starts now.
Catherine, before you begin, I'd like to reiterate this portion is, if you're on topic, we are reviewing 3 bills today. It is 818, 891, and 813. So if it is anything but this, can you please provide the written testimony? If it is on this, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Catherine Mersick, and my testimony is in line with my colleagues who just went about the WCBDI initiative and worker cooperatives. I will just say that as a part
Okay,
of small
if you, thank you so much. If you can just provide that as a written testimony, then we appreciate it.
All right, okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. If we have inadvertently missed anyone who registered to testify today on Zoom, please use the raise hand function and notify us that you are online. I'm going to read some registrants. Louis Zuckman, Shelley Miller, Amanda Scala, Justin Nelson, Sandra Jaquez, Juan Calcutta, Alex Stein, Sarah Burleson, Aaron Sindarajan, John Castanis, Randy Piers, Kavita Paria Sanchez, Josh Gold, Juan Cottle, Elena Calderon, Ruth Lopez Martinez. If any of you have joined the Zoom, please use the raise hand function and let us know that you're here to testify. Not seeing anyone, that concludes our hearing for today. Thank you.